Good evening. Welcome to this final session of your advanced auditing marathon. Yeah, we took total 20 hours. Yeah, so today is the last session. We already did 3 sessions. Today is the 4th session. Now, first session we completed from essay 200 to 330. Second session we completed all your remaining essays. Third session we completed SAE, SRE, SRS as well as your chapter of professional ethics. So all your standards were over and the chapter of professional ethics was there. And today we are going to do the remaining chapters. The remaining chapters are nothing but your chapter number 12 to chapter number 18, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 7 chapters to be done today. Let's see the index. So we are already done from chapter 1 to 11. They were all based on standard professional ethics done. And this is the topics, these are the topics actually which are to be done today. Digital auditing and assurance, group audit, audit of bank, audit of NBFC. Then we have audit of PSU, internal audit, due diligence investigation, forensic audit, and last one is emerging areas. Let's begin. We start with chapter number 12. We are starting with chapter number 12. Keep your books open. Keep your books open. If anybody has not taken coaching from me, sir, what should we do? You can keep the book which you have referred. Whatever book you have referred, keep that book open. That will be definitely fine. So those who have taken my coaching, you can keep this book. Those who have not taken coaching, keep your book open. And I tell you, our revision is really in-depth. Total 20 hours, we are covering each and every chapter. Now, going to chapter number 12, which is digital auditing and assurance. Now, see, there are two words over here. One is called as digital audit and second is called auditing digitally. Two things will come, digital audit and auditing digitally. Digital auditing, what do you mean by word digital audit? We basically try to check the automation done by the entity. Whatever automation they've done, we try to check the automation. That's called digital auditing. And auditing digitally is using automation for the purpose of doing audit. Okay, the digital audit is checking the automation done by the entity. Auditing digitally is using automation for the purpose of conducting audit. TK, these two words will come up later also. Now, digital audit, it's nothing but you are placing an assurance on the effectiveness of IT system implemented by organization. You are checking the IT system which the entity has implemented. What are the key features of digital audit? It encourages the auditee to embrace latest technologies. Audit ho gaya, now they feel it's fine. So it increases the confidence of auditee. It improves the quality of opinion, more reliable audit report. Now see, digital audit helps both auditee as well as the auditor. If you see over here, digital audit helps auditee as well as the auditor, both of them. Okay. It will save time. It will save time, cost, human efforts. Many digitally enabled process operate 24/7. It will be benefit to the client also. It allows standardizing the processes and allows the controls to be implemented. Okay. It helps organization gain a more comprehensive overview of the end-to-end process. So how processes are going on, you get a more better overview of it. And the digital audit will help create a future for digital strategy and pave way for adopting new technology, because digital audits are being done. So now the auditee will feel confident, they will adopt new technology, and auditee is able to make informed decision. Clear? This is basically key features of digital audit. If question comes, advantages of digital audit, I told you digital audit will help the auditee also, it will help auditor also. The advantages are from both the angle. Okay, the first one, enhanced effectiveness and efficiency. Enhanced effectiveness and efficiency. The auditee can standardize the process and routine tasks. So this is a benefit for auditee. Better audit quality. Your audit will improve. This is basically a benefit for auditor. Lower cost. What lower cost? This will shorten the time needed to complete the audit and it will reduce the overall audit cost. So this is from the viewpoint of auditor. Okay, better analytics. Improved analytical capabilities can aid. Now see, whenever you're using automation, so better analytics can happen, analysis can be done better, will aid management as well as auditor in seeing the trend pattern. So this is for both. And improved risk management. Management as well as the auditor put their testing efforts on site with higher risk of material misstatement. So wherever risk is high, they'll put in more efforts over there and they will make informed decision. So again, this for both, that is auditee as well as auditor. So 5 advantages they've given. Which are the 5 advantages? Enhanced effectiveness and efficiency, better audit quality, lower cost, better analytics and improved risk assessment. Okay. Now, consideration and challenges in digital audit. Consideration and challenges in digital audit. So what are the consideration in your digital audit? So first of all, what business benefits the organization wants to achieve? Before I go through any automation, first of all, we need to understand what benefits we want to achieve. We have to think about people first. Would people be able to adopt the technology? I know change is difficult. So would people be able to adopt the technology? We need to target the right processes which are to be automated. Okay, automation should be a part of overall or a broader digital strategy or digitization strategy. Okay. Ensure that the process works and it is standardized before automating. So before you want to automate something, the process has to be standardized. Then only automation can work. And last, don't forget about the governance and data risk whenever you are going for automation. So how will you basically have the mechanism of governance as well as the data security if you're going for it? So these are consideration. Whenever I want to go for automation or basically a digital audit, so first we need to understand basically what benefits the business want to achieve. Think for the people first. Right processes are to be automated to basically target the right process. It should be a part of broader digitization strategy. Ensure that the process is working properly. Before basically you automate, it has to be standardized, and before standardizing or once you go for automation, don't forget about that governance and your data security. Fine. So this is consideration. Now, auditing digitally. I told you 2 words are there. Digital audit is different word. Auditing digitally is a different word. So digital audit is nothing but we basically test the automations done by the management. That's digital audit. Auditing digitally is you use automation for doing audit. The auditing digitally is advancement in technology for conducting an effective audit. You use the technology for doing audit. That's auditing digitally. Now, whenever you want to go for auditing digitally, can I say I should have the knowledge about that software, etc.? So what are the expectations from an auditor? The audit team need to involve an expert on different software application. You might be required to do investment in technology in order to use the tools to automate the existing processes of yours. Okay, more advanced technology such as AI or drone can also have a bigger impact for doing a physical verification of inventory. Rather than going yourself, you can use drones. उससे कर सकते हो. Such technologies may also play a role in evolving the scope of audit. ठीक है. Now, key features of auditing digitally. See, auditing digitally is you use technologies for doing audit. It's only from auditor's angle. So digital audit was from auditor and management dono angle. This is only from auditor's angle. Okay, the one improved quality of audit. So data analytics technique, we can easily move from sampling auditing to full population. We are able to basically analyze the things in a better way. Decreased human dependency, the human errors, manual errors jo hota hai, that will not be there. Increased transparency, you'll have a audit trail available. Majority of softwares are now having audit trail feature, so how the things have gone, you're able to understand it. Automation and ease. Okay, so you can use dashboards. Dashboards, basically a Power BI or something like that software you use, that will be basically showing you the things on a kind of real-time basis, and it will be used for reporting purposes as well. That helps in understanding the position and helps the auditor to form his opinion. Improved efficiency. Your audit ka efficiency will improve, and better risk assessment. You are able to identify the risky areas in a more better manner if you go for auditing digitally. Okay, what are the advantages and challenges of auditing digitally? Now see, many or out of basically the advantages, challenges given, some of the advantages, challenges given under digital audit will be similar here. So what are the advantages of auditing digitally? Improved efficiency, better quality, lower cost, improved risk assessment. Acha, what are the challenges? Acha, you want to basically introduce technology for doing audit, but your people might be resistant to change. There will be some data security के issue. There will be a problem in choosing the right tool, automating the process, evaluating the benefit क्या होगा इससे. So that all thing basically is challenges. ठीक है. Now, consideration in auditing digitally. You need to understand what has been asked. Considerations in auditing digitally. Okay, so what are the considerations in auditing digitally? So there are some questions which you need to see. See, auditing digitally is for auditor. Auditor introducing technology for doing audit, that's auditing digitally. So one, what problem you're trying to solve? So you need to evaluate the technologies available, latest tool available, and think about what problem you want to solve, what will make your audit easier. तो आपको क्या चाहिए? Second, which technology can help you for that? Number of tools available, try to see which one can integrate in your current practice. How will you upskill your people? The thing is like, okay, I brought the technology, but my people don't know how to use it. So how will I upskill my people? And the range of automated solutions which are available. Now, which are the range of automated solutions which are available? So see over here, one, I can do automation by way of macro. Okay, so within the specific application, remember in Excel or Word, we can use macros. So that can be there. Second, business process automation. So re-engineering, you re-engineer the existing business processes, the workflow. उसको आप standardize कर रहे हो. Robotic process automation. Robotic process automation is your labor intensive work is automated. So automating the labor intensive repetitive activities. And intelligent process automation, this is nothing but clubbing AI with RPA. You're clubbing AI with RPA. Next, understanding and documenting the automated environment. Okay, so whatever automated environment management is having, you need to obtain understanding about it and you need to keep it documented. Now, understanding of automated environment is 3 steps. Understanding of automated environment is how many steps? 3. 1, you understand, you identify, assess. Okay, you understand, based on that you identify things and you assess the complexity, etc. So understand the way in which entity relies upon IT, how the IT environment is set up, so you understand. Okay, this will help you in identifying, this will help you basically in identifying the controls what entity has put, how entity is identifying risky area. So mujhe bhi, which are the risky area, I'll be able to identify. And then you assess the complexity. Assessing the complexity of IT environment helps the team consider whether you need expert, you don't need expert. Understand, identify, assess, just pay attention. So these are the steps. If I just go down, next question may. Okay, just go down. Key areas for an auditor. Key areas for an auditor to understand the IT environment. I told you IT environment understanding with 3 stages. Which were the 3 stages? Understand, identify, automate. So now check. 1, you understand the flow of transaction, how the transaction flow happens. Then you identify the significant systems, the application used by them, the OS used by them. You identify, to see this was understand. Now these 3 are identify. Identification of significant system, identification of manual and automated control, and identification of technologies used by the management. And now you assess. So based on all this, now you assess the complexity of IT environment, and based on that you decide whether you need an expert or not. Okay, now there can be a question, give examples of emerging technologies. Give examples of emerging technologies. So 1, robotic, the robotic process automation. Second, AI, artificial intelligence. Okay, drone, understandable, biometric, Internet of Things, and blockchain. These are examples of emerging technologies. Okay, going back. Okay, so what all understanding I should have about the entity? So you need to obtain understanding about everything. So applications which are being used, the IT infrastructure, the organization structure, the policies, procedure, how the IT is integrated, IT related risk control, everything I need to obtain understanding and I need to document. Now they've given this how to document example. It's just example है. The application used by them. Say this is an application used by them. This application is for what purpose? उसमें कौन सा database है, OS कौन सा है, network कौन सा है, storage, how it is done. the data storage, how it is done. So this is given, this is just an example, not much relevant. Old syllabus mein this was important. New syllabus important is what are the stages in understanding the automated environment? 3 stages: understand, interpret, and basically you assess. So understand, identify, and assess. So this 5 points, key areas for understanding, important. Okay. Check this question. Question number 3. If I was setting up a paper, probably this will be asked. What are the stages involved in understanding of IT environment and what key consideration auditor should consider? So key consideration में 5 things. Now, identifying the risk arising from use of IT. Whenever IT is used, there is always a risk coming. So now the risk in IT, risk arising from use of IT. One, unauthorized access to data. Someone might have unauthorized access to data. They may change the data. IT person getting privileges beyond those which are necessary. Unauthorized changes to data. Unauthorized changes to IT application. Failure to update your IT application. Inappropriate manual intervention. Data loss, data corruption. ठीक है. System downtime. वो system hack हो गया. It's not working. System downtime. Okay. Integration. When you are using more than one system, 2 system integrate करने में, there might be some issues coming up. Regulatory compliances. Regulatory compliances. Performance issue. Performance issue like a PC pay, you put in lots and lots of software, the load on PC is more, the performance of PC will deteriorate. So these are all risk in IT. Next is IT dependencies. Next is IT dependencies. Now see, whenever you use IT to initiate, authorize, record, process, report a transaction or other financial data for inclusion in financial statement, that's called IT dependency. The IT dependency is created when you're using IT. When you use IT, उसपे dependency will get created. Okay, now, which are the 5 types of IT dependency? Again, important. This is important. So 5 types of IT dependency. 1, the controls which you have, they might be automated. So you are dependent on IT. Number 2, the reports. Sometimes the reports are generated by IT and that reports are being used for implementing the manual controls. Yeah, that reports are being used for implementing the manual controls. Calculations are done by the IT, like interest calculation in case of a bank. So we are dependent for that thing on IT. Security. Many times the security features are put in the system. System में आप security feature डाल देते हो. To log in, you need a password as well as OTP. Interface. Like say for example, in Tally you put a journal entry. Automatic posting goes in ledger to trial balance to P&L, balance sheet, everything happens automatically. So this is basically interface. So we get dependent on that, and now if someone tells you prepare ledger manually, baap re baap, nahi sir, nahi ho sakta. So we became dependent for that thing. Clear? So 5 IT dependencies, automated controls. The reports coming from IT, they might be used for doing some manual controls. Then calculations are done by IT. The security features are embedded in basically the application, and 5th one is interface. Okay, to explain the types of IT dependency, 5 types of IT dependency. Okay. Now, management might have certain general controls relating to IT. Management might have certain general controls relating to IT. The general control relate to 3 areas. 1, access security. And see, whenever they put a control will always have an objective. What is the objective of the control? And how do you do it? So, uske liye there will be control activity. So there will be control objective. To fulfill the objective, there are activities, control activities. So 3 control objective under your general IT controls. 1, access security objective. The purpose is only authorized persons are accessing to ensure that access to program data is authenticated and authorized. Program change control. The change hone ke baad the program works fine. That's the objective. To ensure the modified system meets the financial reporting objective. And third, data center and network operation. Your data center and your network operation. So the objective over here is, वो आपकी जो पूरी system है ना, the system are appropriately backed up. तो networks are running fine, data का proper backup हो रहा है, that will basically come over here to meet the financial reporting objective. Okay, so for this access security, this was objective. What are the control activity? Access requests are properly reviewed. Access to terminated user is removed. अच्छा, user terminate हो गया, उसका access also you disable. Access right are periodically monitored. Transactions of admin and sensitive generic ID are monitored, etc. etc. अच्छा, program change के policy procedures we have it. They are adequately documented. Changes are done only by the authorized person. Emergency changes are approved. Segregation of duties maintained between who is a developer and who is a implementer. ठीक है, तो this is basically general controls related to IT, उसके control objectives and control activities. Next is, what do you mean by the word cyber risk? Okay, cyber risk is what someone trying to get unauthorized access to your system. That's basically cyber attack. The cyber attack is an attack to gain unauthorized access to your computer system or network with the intent to cause damage, steal, expose, alter, disable or destroy data. Which are the common type of cyber attack? First, malware. Okay, malware is nothing but a malicious software. It's malicious software. They try to put that in your computer, on your server, and they try to hack it. Now, उसमें various types are there. One is a ransomware. Ransomware क्या है? They will basically, they'll put a malware, malicious software. आपका system basically they will encrypt it, and to decrypt the system, they will ask for some ransom. Ransom means money. ठीक है. This is generally done through malicious link. आपको कोई link भेजेंगे, you click on it, आपका device gets hacked. Kind of that way. Or a mail sent to you, you click on that mail, mail के अंदर जाओगे, उसके अंदर link click करोगे, the device gets hacked. So that is basically ransomware. Fileless malware में it is basically, there's no separate file created. It's not a separate malicious file. Together with the legitimate software, उसके अंदर उसको डाल दिया. That's basically fileless. Trojan is a type of virus only. So it appears to be a legitimate software disguised as a harmless file, like free download. Oh, you get a free movie download, but when you click on it, it was not a free movie download, your device is hacked. Trojans are basically installed through phishing. Phishing is basically आपको mail आता है, उसमें link आती है, और a bait website. Mobile malware, basically to hack the mobiles. Okay, denial of service attack. They flood your network with a lot of requests so that the network gets jammed. So denial of service attack is a malicious targeted attack that floods the network with a false request so that your business is disrupted. Imagine someone basically on Big Billion Day, वो Flipkart की website पे denial of attack is being put, denial of service attack, and now that Flipkart का website is basically stuck up, Big Billion Day पे you're not able to open the website. Okay, phishing basically is a cyber attack that uses either email or SMS or basically other things to entice the victim to share sensitive information, password number, or download a malicious file. Okay, so we try to basically have the victim sharing some information to us, or we try to basically download a malicious file so that uska device gets hacked. Okay, spear phishing is through emails. Whaling mein you target only top level employee. So you target senior or C-level executive employee, otherwise it's the same thing. Smishing is basically by way of SMS. Wishing is basically by way of a phone call पे, and I tell you to type your OTP, वो सारी चीजें. अच्छा, spoofing is you try to fool someone. People will feel it's from a genuine thing. The email comes to you basically from ICAI. Now, ICAI.org की जगह, the word was ICAI.com. So you feel, oh, it's a mail from ICAI, but it's not really from ICAI. ICAI website, the name is ICAI.org. Here it's ICAI.com. So that's spoofing. So spoofing can be a domain spoofing, or it can be email spoofing. You feel that, oh, the email has came from a very genuine source. Boss से email आया, but actually it was not from boss. You feel it's a bank से email आया, but it was not from bank. That way. Identity-based hacking or attack, that is someone creating, imagine Insta में आपका fake account created. So can I say someone is trying to use your identity? That's identity-based attacks. Insider trades, basically, you know, insider trading. So that's insider trade. DNS tunneling. You try to visit one website, but you're redirected to some other website. That's called DNS, domain name system. The DNS tunneling. You try to open a legitimate website, but you're redirected to hacker's website. IoT based attack. IoT is Internet of Things. So we have basically now car getting started through mobile. The ACs you can start from a mobile. So they are basically IoT. So usme your devices are hacked. So IoT is Internet of Things. Usme kya hoga? So there's an attack that targets the Internet of Things devices or network, and your device gets infected. Fine. Now the stages of cyber attack. Stages of cyber attack. So we understood cyber attack. We understood uske examples or types of cyber attack. We understood. Now stages. There are 3 stages in cyber attack. 1, you assess the cyber attack. You assess. So every organization should at least try to evaluate or assess the common threats like ransomware, phishing. This all basically is routine. ये होता ही है. तो assess the cyber attack. उसका impact क्या होगा? Now this is important. Okay, it will not impact directly financials. It will not impact directly the financial statements, but impact of cyber attack can be by way of 1, regulatory cost. ठीक है. Business disrupted. Data loss. Ransom they are asking, intellectual property का theft हो, your design is stolen, incidental response cost, investigation कराओगे उसके related cost will come, breach of privacy, customer का data gone, customer files a case against us, fines, penalty. So these are basically the impact coming. So 1, assess the cyber risk, impact of cyber risk, and managing the cyber risk. Managing the cyber risk. So gain the holistic understanding of cyber risk, assess the existing IT and cyber security program, align cyber security program with your objectives, and understand the accepted risk and document the compensating controls. Okay, so what are the stages in cyber risk? 3, assessing the cyber risk, impact of cyber risk, managing the cyber risk. Okay, these were stages. Now, these were stages. Now moving ahead, cyber security framework. Cyber security framework has 5 things. If question is on cyber security framework, framework के अंदर कितनी चीज आएगी? 5. Okay, first 1, identify the risk. You identify the risk. You try to prevent it, protect the risk, detect the risk. Okay, so first identify the risk, protect from risk, detect the risk. After having detected, okay, up respond to risk and recover from the risk. Respond to risk, recover from risk. 5 things are there. Check this chart. You identify risk, you protect from risk, you detect the risk, you respond and you recover. Okay, identify. तो identify कैसे करेंगे? तो develop the organizational understanding to manage cyber security, like asset management, asset ka periodical verification happens, business environment you try to understand, the governance you try to understand, the risk assessment done by the management you try to understand. So say you'll be able to identify risk. Okay, now number 2, you protect. You protect from risk. How do I protect from risk? Protect करना माने prevent. How do I prevent? By putting controls, the access control, data security के control. I give training to people so that they don't fall in these traps. So this is protection. Now detect. How do I detect? If any anomalies or some event has happened. So you should have some things like, okay, is there any anomalies of events are happening? You have a continuous monitoring done. You have a internal auditors or some auditing process also to detect the risk. Okay, detect हो गया, risk is there now. Now I need to respond to the risk. How do I respond to the risk? Okay, the response planning. So if at all system is hacked, now what do I do? Oh, so I have a backup. I can continue running my business from the backup things. So that response planning. Communication. Okay, now you communicate to all people about it. Analysis and mitigation and improvement. And lastly is recover from risk. Recover from risk is develop and implement the appropriate activities to maintain plan and to restore the capacity. You can restore your capacity. Recovery planning, improvement, communication, that all is given. ठीक है, तो this is question if they ask cyber security के framework, 5 points. Identify, protect, detect, then basically you respond and you recover from your risk. Now check this question. Sukanya, a CA final student, is of the view that the cyber risks are issues of IT and they result in information loss. She feels that उससे financial system में कुछ नहीं हो रहा है, तो financial statements में there is nothing being affected, तो they are not a risk of material misstatement to financial statement. Answer is no. They are not just IT related risk. It can affect the entity's reputation and many other things like we just now saw. The regulatory costs, business disruption, data loss, ransomware, intellectual property theft, so many things can happen. Plus, whenever someone got access to your system, can I say they can change the data? They can modify the rules which are put in, the controls which are put in. They can modify the automated control. So that is also basically there. Next is control consideration for cyber risk. So see, whenever cyber risk is there, you need to put some controls to ensure that the risks are prevented. You need to put controls to ensure the risks are prevented. So now control around vendor setup and modification. So when you are creating a vendor, तो वो vendor setup and modification उसके related control, like who is responsible for making changes to the vendor master data. ठीक है. Any communication channel which is being used to request changes to the vendor master data. If someone says, okay, vendor says, take my bank account is changed, so vendor say official mail should come that sir, please change my bank account. वो vendor say official mail, and we need to check that वो mail is from him only, not from someone else. That way it should not be there. What system and technologies are used to initiate, authorize, approve the request relating to the changes, and any authorization protocol. Okay, so do we call vendor and confirm for it? So this is controls regarding vendor setup and modification. Same way, controls regarding electronic transfer of fund. Who are responsible for doing this? Are there any protocols defined? Dual authentication. Okay, dual authentication, one time login, second time OTP. What are the system and technology used for doing these transfers, etc. And control around patch management. Patch management is weaknesses. Whatever weaknesses are there, तो उसको overcome करना. So see, always the hackers will try to identify your weak areas. The exploitation of security vulnerability are often by unapplied patches. If you don't weak area पे आप patch नहीं लगा रहे हो, or you don't upgrade the system, the problem happens. So does the entity have a patch management? Do they run periodically the vulnerability scans, and how the entity is notified of patches by the external vendors? ठीक है. Next is remote audit. During COVID, we all did it. So during COVID, we did not go to the client place. We were sitting at our place and doing audit. That's called as a remote audit. So it's a virtual audit wherein you use online or electronic means to conduct the audit. COVID-19 mein this was greatly used. Under this remote audit, we do planning. First of all, uske liye many times we have a Zoom calls or Google Meet or Microsoft Teams is used for basically used. उसके टाइम पे execution phase will involve teleconferencing etc. with auditees also, and confidentiality. So see, what are the considerations under remote audit? Feasibility and planning. Confidentiality, security, data protection. The access to document sharing platform should be sufficiently restricted. तो document जो share कर रहे हैं वो restricted platform होना चाहिए, others cannot access it. ठीक है. There might be a VPN also used, virtual private network. So it becomes a private network between you people. Others are not allowed to enter on it. Then risk assessment, you identify the risk. Many times virtual audit में there are risks. You may not be able to get the full proper knowledge about client's business, etc., etc. To decide whether virtual audit or remote audit will be suitable or not. Now, advantages, disadvantages of a remote audit. It's simple. Cost and time effective. Comfort, flexibility to you. Time required to gather evidence can spread over weeks instead of concentrated in a small period. When I go for doing audit physically, I am there for 5 days. यहाँ पे घर से करना है, I can be there for 10 days also. Cost will not be there of going, coming back. You can get a first-hand evidence directly from IT system. And widens the selection of auditor. You can select an auditor not necessarily from your city only. The auditor can be from any place. Now, disadvantages, network issue, the meetings are disrupted. ठीक है. Body language of auditee, you're not able to see if you're going physically, you're able to understand that. The opportunity to present doctored documents. Okay, they might be giving you documents which are kind of doctored means modified. ठीक है. Security confidentiality violation may happen. Cultural challenges for the auditor, lack of knowledge for local laws. If at all you're having an auditor coming from some other city, they might not understand your culture, your things. Imagine our firm is in Bangalore, we are trying to appoint an auditor, say from example from Bombay. They are Bangalore mein hai, he is coming from Bombay, he doesn't know Kannada, then that all issues somewhat comes up, that all cultural access will be there. And sometimes they don't allow access to sensitive IT systems. The sensitive IT systems, they don't allow access. They say, sir, you come and check it over here. So remote audit mein that will be troubles. Find emerging technologies in auditing. What are the emerging technology in auditing? So data analytics, AI, robotic processing, automation, blockchain. First, coming to data analytics. From a raw data, we are trying to get some meaningful information. So generating and preparing meaningful information from a raw data using some process tools technique, it's called data analytics. Okay, data analytics help you to discover and identify certain patterns. They help you to identify anomalies, unusual things, and extract some other useful data. We also call them computerized assisted audit technique. It helps you to analyze a large set of data. Ajay sir, any softwares which I use for data analytics? One is ACL, Audit Command Language. Audit Command Language, it is a data extraction and analysis software. Okay. Alteryx is similar, but it has bit of automation also. There are automative techniques given over there for doing analytics, and it can also automate the set procedures that are performed periodically, like reconciliation, whatever you're doing. Achha, Power BI is a dashboard. So Power BI basically is a business intelligence platform that provides non-technical users with the tools of aggregating, analyzing, visualizing, sharing data. Okay. So visualization tools to find out the outliner in the population. Though visualization tools are there, I can find something unusual very easily over there. Caseware is actually name is Caseware IDEA. IDEA stands for Interactive Data Extraction and Analysis. It's interactive data extraction and analysis. These are all softwares which can be used for data analytics. ACL, Alteryx, Power BI, and Caseware. Fine, moving ahead. Give examples of few situation of test performed by using CATs. What test I can perform by using computerized assisted audit technique? Identifying exception, identifying errors, verifying certain calculation, existence of records. Okay, so some invoices where vendor name missing, data completeness, data consistency, duplicate payment ke liye also we can use it. So different things are there. Now, automated tools in audit which can be used. One is robotic process automation, second is Internet of Things, then AI. So they are all there. So check Internet of Things. IoT is nothing but a concept of connecting any device to the internet. It's connecting any device to the internet. A shift to connected device and system may result in auditor not being able to rely on manual control. I cannot rely on manual control because now they automated everything. Everything is kind of online, operated through mobiles. So you need to scope new system into the audit, and you may need to train your employees also to basically understand this. Consumer facing tools that connect to business environment in a new way can impact the flow of transaction. It can introduce new risk. It can impact the flow of transaction. It can introduce new risk also. So common risk in IoT is device hacking, data shifting, denial of service attack, device theft, etc. Next is AI, artificial intelligence. It refers to a system or a machine that can think and learn. There are complex algorithms which are put in. The management has AI used, so they put in algorithms, ye situation mein to be done like this situation to be done like this. That is basically coming over here. Complex algorithms are developed to propose the decision based on the pattern of behavior which is learned over a period of time. As an auditor, I need to check this complex algorithm. So auditing implication, the auditor must focus on the logical flow of process. you need to review that the AI is not biased. AI is not biased, and you need to assess the effectiveness of algorithm, because AI is built on software. If some bug is there, it will not be working properly. Okay, what are the common risk in AI? AI में क्या risk होगा? One, the security issue always there. Inappropriate configuration. If at all you're not configured properly, it will not work properly. And data privacy. Data privacy. The data used and shared should have an explicit consent from the data provider, because see, whenever you are doing AI, you are using some data. और data use ऐसा है तो ऐसा करना है. तो that data if I'm using, if it is from some other place, उसका permission should be there. Otherwise, someone can come and say, why did you use my data? That is data privacy. Okay, blockchain. What is this blockchain? It's a decentralized distributed ledger. It's a decentralized distributed ledger which is secured by encryption. Now, I'll show you over here. See, whenever you sell a land, imagine A sold land to B, B sold to C, C sold to D. Currently, what is happening? Everybody goes to registrar office. To get a registry, A sold to B, they would have gone to registrar office. B sold to C, they would have gone to registrar office. C sold to D, they would have gone to registrar office. So, can I say it's a centralized authority, registrar office? And if at all someone is able to hack that registrar office case systems, if someone is able to hack that registrar office systems, can I say they can change the name of owners, everything they can do? Now, wo problem hai in centralized authority, the hacker just have to hack only one system. But under your blockchain, what happens is, it's a decentralized distributed ledger, which is secured through encryption. Each transaction, every transaction basically is creating a block, and it's validated by the participants. Participants are nothing but the miners, you know, Bitcoin miners, the word you might have heard, or crypto miners. The miners approve it, and it's not one person, many people have to approve it. Many people have to approve it, and every transaction a block is created, and every block will have a detail about previous transaction also. So when A sold to B, one block created. When B sold to C, another block created, which will have data of A to B as well as B to C. And when C sold to D, another block created, it will have a data of A to B, B to C, C to D. And now if they're trying to modify anything, and these are all encrypted, it has actually two keys. One is a public key, other is a private key. So दो key होती है इसके अंदर. Now, whenever someone wants to modify something, imagine now someone wants to modify that B has sold not to C but B has sold to Z. ऐसा modify करना है. So the problem will be, every new block is created, the data of previous block is there. So in case someone wants to modify, they have to modify all the subsequent blocks. So इसको तो modify करो, उसके बाद all subsequent blocks also needs to be modified, which will become a very difficult process. ठीक है, तो check over here. Each transaction is validated in a blockchain by a blockchain participant, creating a block of that information which is distributed to all participants. So that data goes to everyone, and that everyone has to approve it. So A, B, C, D, everybody will approve it. So when C sold to D, A, B, C, D all has to approve. ठीक है, तो over here, auditor should consider the appropriate governance and security transaction around the this blockchain wala thing. Blockchain interacts with the legacy system. अच्छा, तो you have to, block is created, उसमें normal PC से ही everything is happening. So if that programming interface में some problems are there, privacy cannot be, data confidentiality, privacy का issue can come up. And what are the common risks in blockchain? So you cannot reverse the transaction, you cannot modify the transaction. So imagine by mistake you did something wrong. You cannot modify now, it becomes difficult. So inability to reverse transaction, because you are trying to make the system secure, try to see that you are not logged out. So if by mistake you did something wrong, you should be able to come out of it, you're not logged out. And other thing is cyber attack, data hack, that is always there. Next is NFT, non-fungible token. Acha, fungible ka meaning something which can be distributed. Okay, if I have 5 Bitcoin, I can give one Bitcoin to 5 people. It can be distributed. But imagine I have one right over a piece of painting, and that too in a soft copy. I have a right over piece of painting. Can I divide that piece of painting in 5 parts? No, that cannot be divided. That's non-fungible. Okay, the NFT means something which is unique, cannot be replaced. Achha, unlike physical money and cryptocurrency which are fungible, this is non-fungible. They are digital assets. like photo, a video or artwork or sports collectible, but digital form में. And key feature, it's a digital asset, it's unique and you can exchange. Acha, so if I want to sell that, if I want to sell my NFT, I can sell that NFT and payment will be generally by way of Bitcoin or other cryptocurrency. Payment will be generally by Bitcoin or other cryptocurrency. Now, what are the challenges in NFT? So imagine I say that this painting ka soft copy belongs to me. Yeah, really, do you have a right over it? So ownership and copyright concerns come up. Market is not that wide as of now for NFT. NFT audit consideration में you need to verify the safety of the token, the valid contract is there or not, and उसके लिए अंदर cyber attacks etc. when you are having that right over that soft thing something. Okay, robotic process automation is basically repetitive processes which are performed by the users. They try to automate it. As an auditor, I need to understand the RPA process. I may be required to demand the source code, how basically coding is done, the process का. Okay, तो उसमें risk क्या है? Now, what is the risk in RPA? One, operational and executional risk. Whether it operates properly or not. Change management risk. Sometimes the changes are to be done to the process, so that robotic process automation which you have done, उसमें change करना पड़ा. And RPA strategy risk. अच्छा, sometimes what happens is setting a wrong expectation, or improper KPI, key performance indicator, or unrealistic business goal creates an environment of uncertainty. So these are basically the problems in RPA: operational, executional risk, change management risk, strategy risk. You put some goals for that RPA which are kind of unrealistic goals. Okay, moving ahead. Okay, control consideration for auditing digitally. Control consideration for auditing digitally. Auditor should gain holistic understanding of the IT environment. Auditor should consider the risk from implementation of new technology. An auditor should consider whether digital upscaling, whether I need to give training to my employees, etc. That is control consideration. Okay, nothing much. This is fine. Next is, what are the key steps? What are the key steps in changing technology environment for the auditor? In a changing technology environment, what are the key steps for me? One, maintain professional skepticism. Understand direct and indirect effect of the new technologies. Understand how the technology impact the flow of transaction, the internal control over financial reporting, etc. And assess the appropriateness of management's process. Okay, this is also fine, not much. Okay, next gen audit. Next generation audit. Okay, one, you can use drone technology for doing remote location पे stock counting. Drone. अच्छा, ड्रोन के साथ यू कैन ऐड अ QR कोड रीडर. ड्रोन के साथ साथ उसमें QR कोड रीडर भी ऐड कर दो, तो ड्रोन विल गो ओवर देयर, वो QR वो स्कैन कर लेगा, उसमें रीडर इज अटैच्ड टू इट, तो दैट वे बेसिकली थिंग्स विल बी देयर. नेक्स्ट इज ऑगमेंटेड रियलिटी. व्हाट इज अ ऑगमेंटेड रियलिटी? व्हाट्स ऑगमेंटेड रियलिटी? अच्छा, देयर वर गेम्स कमिंग, इफ यू नो Pokemon Go. Pokemon Go is what? Nothing but on the real. अच्छा, whenever see in the mobile में आपको real दिख रहा है, real roads, but उसमें कहीं कहीं Pokemons are there. So it's basically you are able to view the real world environment with the added element. Augmented is nothing but added. The real world environment with the added element are there. Example I told you, Pokemon Go. अच्छा, virtual reality. Virtual reality में it's not real environment. वो environment also is artificial. Like suppose based on VR, suppose you want to construct a house. So they may create basically the design of your house, and whenever you wear that VR and go, it feels like you are going in your house only, and you'll be able to visualize how it is basically looking. So that's basically a VR. So this is basically VR goes a step forward and replaces the real world entirely with the simulated environment. The simulated environment is there with digitally generated images, sound, whatever you want to have it over there. Fine. Metaverse. Metaverse is nothing but Facebook. नाम हो गया Meta. Metaverse is nothing but a combination. You are trying to converge all the things: AI, augmented reality, virtual reality. You are trying to have AI, augmented reality, virtual reality. You know, nowadays there has been certain things which have started, like, okay, there is a kind of a whole new city, not real me, But if you want to live in that city, you have a VR gear and it feels like you are really living over there. And then you can buy a land over there. You can basically go to some training institute over there. You can basically do a banking over there. So now it's like people don't want to live in the real life. They want to live in some other life only. तो उसके लिए this metaverse is coming into picture. ठीक है, तो consideration for future. Now players in metaverse will need to build digital monetary system. So now whenever you are living in that world, वहाँ पे you want to buy some land, payment करना पड़ेगा. How payment will happen? Generally through this Bitcoin, etc. तो उसका digital monetary system needs to be created. Governance model needs to be created. Identity in digital world, वहाँ पे भी आपका KYC, BYC, etc. needs to be done. So these are basically the things. Now, which are the potential application of metaverse? The question comes, what are the potential application of metaverse? Virtual banking transaction, वो another world में. Digital asset management, you say okay I own a piece of land over there, तो वो digital asset management. Virtual financial education and training, वहाँ पे also someone gives training, you can attend the college over there, you can attend classes over there, kind of that. Virtual meetings and conferences. Data visualization analytics. Okay, if you've seen kind of that series known as Good Doctor, there's a series called Good Doctor. In that, basically the hero which is there, Sean Murphy, he's able to kind of visualize the things. Okay, this way यहाँ से vein goes, यहाँ से ये goes, तो यहाँ पे this will be there. So this is nothing but data visualization analytics. ठीक है. And what are the risks basically coming up in meta? Public safety. Now people will constantly be wearing that gear only and they will be in that another world only. They don't want to come in the real world. Cyber security, data privacy, data basically protection. And also when you buy things over there, आपने कुछ buy किया, spend किया, and उसमें भी you bought a land over there, later on वहाँ पे land के rate increase, you get money, तो extra money, उसका taxation, backsection, what all things to be done. So this is your chapter related to digital auditing and assurance. I did it in more detail because it's a newly added chapter. Now going to chapter number 13. Now going to chapter number 13, which is group audit. Group audit is nothing but audit of your CFS. Group audit is nothing but audit of your CFS. Okay, now there's accounting standard 21, Ind AS 110 on CFS, and there's a guidance note on how to do audit. There's a guidance note on audit of CFS which has been issued by ICAI. Now, whether preparation of CFS is mandatory, the section 129 subsection 3 of Companies Act say, if at all you have one or more subsidiary or associate, then you are mandatorily required. It shall prepare, in addition to its own financial statement, a consolidated financial statement. Its preparation is mandatory. Sir, are there any exemptions from preparing CFS? You already done FR ka exam. You already know about it. Exemption में वो intermediate parent. If you are an intermediate parent coming in between, you are exempted provided certain conditions are given. As per AS 21, the exemption is if at all the control is temporary or else the subsidiary operates under a severe long-term restriction. Achha, Ind AS में what are the exemptions given? One is that intermediate parent exemption. Second, investment entity. Investment entities are exempted provided they carry their subsidiaries or basically associate JV at fair value through P&L. An entity created for post-employment benefits for employee, they are exempted. उसको consolidate नहीं करना है. Now, definition of word control as per AS 21 is fine. As per Ind AS, when do I have a control? The investor has control over investee if and only if you have a power over investee, you have an exposure or right to variable returns, and third, you can use your power to influence return. So it is not telling you that you should hold more than 50% of voting power. Here it depends on facts and circumstances. It's a principle based definition. You've done it in FR, it's okay. Now check over here. You had 51% shares, you acquired, 25% are sold off within the same year. Okay, so can I say यहाँ पे control was temporary, but temporary control exemption is only under AS, not under Ind AS. So if it's a Ind AS, you need to consolidate that subsidiary from the day it became subsidiary till the time the control goes. Temporary exemption was for AS, not for Ind AS. Okay, question number 2, it's an investment entity. They are exempted from preparing CFS provided they carry their investment in subsidiary associate JV at fair value through P&L. And one more thing, as per schedule 3, list of subsidiary associate JVs which are not consolidated are to be disclosed. The list of subsidiary, associate, JV not consolidated, उसके names are to be given in notes to account along with the reasons for non-consolidating. ठीक है, again this is also a investment company, तो वहाँ पे again exemption is available. Now what is the responsibility of a parent? Okay, parent has to prepare a CFS. If I have one or more subsidiary associate, I'm preparing CFS. So what is the responsibility of parent? One, identifying the components which are to be consolidated. Second, identifying the reportable segment for the segmental reporting in CFS. Identifying the related party transactions for reporting in CFS. Obtaining accurate, complete information from component. For the purpose of consolidation, I need data from subsidiary, associate, JV. Making consolidation adjustment. Remember, basically your intra-group sales are eliminated, unrealized profits are eliminated. So they are all consolidation adjustment. Harmonizing the accounting policy. If subsidiary is a different policy, then in that case, subsidiary's financials are adjusted to bring it in line with those of parent. So India says for like transaction and event and similar circumstances, we need to have a uniform policy. Gap conversion. Subsidiaries abroad, uska basically figures are in terms of dollars, I have to convert into INR. So this all is responsibility of parent. Acha, so now comes responsibility of auditor. What is auditor's objective whenever you are doing audit of CFS? What is your objective whenever you are doing audit of CFS? One, you need to be satisfied that the CFS are prepared as per the applicable financial reporting framework. And you need to express an opinion. Your objective is basically to express an opinion whether they show a true and fair view. Plus, you need to inquire on the matters given under section 143 subsection 1. 6 matters you need to inquire, report only if there is adverse comment. Plus, you have to report on matters given under section 143 subsection 2 and 3. And lastly, you need to validate the requirement of preparation of CFS. These are your objective. So your objective is basically to validate the requirement of CFS, see that they have been prepared as per applicable financial reporting framework, give a opinion about whether they are showing a true and fair view, and what you need to report under Companies Act. Now, salient features of CFS having impact on your audit. Salient features of a CFS which has an impact on your audit. Now see, we know that CFS are prepared as per basically your accounting standard 21 or Ind AS 110, and they are prepared from the standalone financials of parent and subsidiary. So standalone parent plus subsidiary, and some other information is also used, like intra-group sales was there, how much is stock lying with the other party, wo sari cheeze, some other informations are used. So one, we need to basically see the CFS are prepared based on the separate financial statement of parent subsidiary using the consolidation procedure which is given under accounting standards. Plus, you may also be using the work of another auditor. Why you are using the work of another auditor? So subsidiary might not be audited by you, it has been audited by someone else. You're using the work of another auditor. ठीक है. Now see, CFS are always prepared from SFS and some other information. Now what will be that other information? What will be the other information? Like they had a different accounting policy. So can I say now we need to make adjustments? Okay, uska data I'll need. So this will basically include disclosures to be made in CFS about component, proportion of item where they had a different accounting policy, some adjustment made if our year ending, their year ending was different. So their financials are adjusted for significant event or transaction which happened between that 3 months wala period. So uske liye I need some other information, which were the significant transaction which took place during that 3 months. ठीक है. And if at all subsidiary is audited by another auditor, you basically are using the work of them. SS 600 also comes into picture. Now, in determination of materiality. Acha, now tell me one thing. If at all the CFS or if at all subsidiaries auditor is given a modified report, if subsidiaries auditor is given a modified report, should I give a modified report for CFS also? No, not necessary. It might be material for subsidiary individually, but it might not be material for a group as a whole. Okay, the determination of materiality, the auditor should compute the materiality for a group as a whole. You can also compute materiality. You can also compute, you can also decide whether the components financials are relevant to the group or they are material to the group. You can also compute materiality for each component and you can communicate to the components auditor. The principal auditor can also, this is if he feels right, if he believes it's required for true and fair, not necessary. If he believes it's required for true and fair way, you can determine the materiality for each component and tell it to the components auditor. And you should obtain confirmation from components auditor regarding independence, code of ethics, etc., etc. Fine. And the concept of materiality, you need to judge it. What is material for subsidiary may not be material for a group as a whole. Now, auditing the consolidation. Now, if the question comes, what all you should plan? The auditor should make plan for the following. Planning an audit of consolidation. Planning में क्या क्या? One, I need to obtain understanding of the group structure. ठीक है? Including the group के controls. I need to obtain understanding of accounting policy of parent as well as the component. I need to determine and program the nature, timing, extent of audit procedures to be performed based on assessment of the risk of material misstatement. I need to determine the use of other auditors' work which I need to do, and I need to coordinate the work performed. So this is planning. Acha, if question comes, how do you ensure that all the components have been included? All subsidiary, associate, JV, they have been included. How do you ensure that all components have been included? For that, the following procedure. Which procedure? One, you review the working paper for past years to understand what were the subsidiary, associate, JV. Achha, review parents procedure for identifying various component. Achha, inquire with management any new subsidiary came in or subsidiary sold off. Review the investments of parent as well as component. Achha, subsidiary is also a subsidiary. To review investments of parent as well as the component. Review the joint ventures, joint arrangements which have been entered. Review the statutory records maintained by the parent, like register maintained under section 186, 190, usse aapko data milega. And changes in shareholding which has taken place during the period, you try to check all this thing. So to see whether all components have been included or not, this is what we do. Okay, next, for auditing your CFS, now see, there are two types of adjustments which are done. One is called as a permanent consolidation adjustment. Second is a current consolidation adjustment. Permanent consolidation adjustments are only one time, like goodwill determination. It comes only once. The day when I obtained control, goodwill capital reserve came up. Same way, what was NCI or what was minority interest on the date you acquired? So on the date you acquired, what is NCI? So that is one time determination of goodwill capital reserve and minority etc. on day one. Acha. So for determination of this, basically you need net assets on the date of acquisition. Net assets on the date of acquisition, we generally don't have assets liability. We use capital plus pre-acquisition reserves and surplus to see that pre-acquisition reserve surplus are calculated properly, all that things. As a current period adjustment are those which will be coming every year. Acha, one more thing, under AS, you acquired 80%, later you sold 20%, 80 में से 20 sold, proportionate goodwill also goes away under AS. The 80 में से 20 sold, proportionate goodwill goes away. The subsequent acquisition or subsequent sale, say whether that goodwill is getting affected or not, that's also one time whenever that thing happens. Okay, current period adjustment में intra-group transactions to be eliminated, unrealized profit to be eliminated. अच्छा, if assets liabilities are recorded at different values, but deferred tax का impact will come up. ठीक है, mutual indebtedness to be eliminated, harmonization of accounting policies to be done if policies are followed differently. If year ending is different, then we need to make adjustment for subsequent significant event transaction happened from January to March. That thing, if they have a financial statement in terms of dollars, I have to convert into INR. Every year this all will come. Every year this all will be coming. These are all current period adjustment. ठीक है. The auditor is required to verify all these things. So see, adjustments required for preparing CFS are generally kept in memorandum records. They are made in memorandum records because we don't have a separate books of accounts for CFS. It is prepared every year fresh from SFS of parent, SFS of subsidiary. So apart from reviewing the memorandum record, the auditor should verify intragroup transaction balances are eliminated, uniform accounting policy ho gayi, then basically disclosures are properly done, harmonization of accounting policy, gap conversion required, calculation of minority interest, deferred tax adjustment, all that thing is done properly or not. Okay, moving ahead, disclosures in CFS. Question: whether we need to give all the disclosures in CFS which are required in your SFS. All disclosures which are there in SFS, is it required in CFS? Answer is no. Answer is no. So what disclosures we are required to give? ठीक है. So in CFS, the company would be required to give only the relevant to CFS wala disclosure, the one which are relevant to CFS. Okay, the one which is required by basically the applicable standards, and one which will give a true and fair view of CFS, only that disclosures are required. Plus your schedule 3. Your schedule 3 requires that, okay, parent, subsidiary Indian, 1 to 3, subsidiary foreign, 1 to 3, associate JV, unse how much net assets come from each one of them, how much profit comes from each one of them, how much OCI, other comprehensive income comes from each one of them, the amount of net asset and percentage compared to total, amount in PNL and percentage compared to total, amount of OCI coming from each one of them and percentage wise. Achha, which notes not required? This is important. Which notes are not required in CFS? Source of bonus issue not required. ठीक है. Disclosure of unutilized money of issue. Public issue came, unutilized money, how did you use it? Uska data is not required. Disclosure regarding MSME not required. Acha. Then CIF value of import, expenditure in foreign currency, earnings in foreign currency, how much is imported raw material and indigenous raw materials which are basically there, remittance which you made in foreign currency for dividend, earnings in foreign currency, these are all not required. Okay, now which are the representations I can take relating to CFS? Okay, the representations we can take from management relating to what? CFS. 1. Completeness of component, they've included all the components. Second, identification of reportable segment for segmental reporting, uske liye I can take a representation. Identification of related party for the disclosure of related party transaction, and appropriateness and completeness of permanent and current consolidation adjustments done by them. So they've done a proper adjustment. Now, last point, reporting. Last point, reporting. Okay, when parent auditor is also auditor of all components, you yourself are auditor of all components, do you need to use the work of another auditor? No. No. So what I need to do over here? So I just need to see that the consolidated financial statements have been prepared as per the applicable financial reporting framework. The relevant accounting standards have been followed, AS 21 or Ind AS 110, and then I have to give an opinion. The auditor should issue audit report whether it shows a true and fair view. This is if you have audited all component. Achha, if you are not the auditor of all component, the SS 600 comes into picture. So I need to basically, you are a principal auditor. Someone else has done the audit of subsidiary. So that other auditor relying upon the work of another auditor will come up. Plus you need to write down in your other matter paragraph 706 में, that this many branches were audited by other auditor, उनके assets कितने हैं, उनके revenue कितना है, उनका cash flow कितना है, that all thing, and we have relied on the report given by them, and our report is solely based on their report. So SS 600 comes plus SS 706 comes. So I need to quantify the aggregate rupee terms में, the total assets coming from them, revenue, cash flow, either in rupee term or in percentage term. I need to tell it. And this, when you are writing, it's not a modification. You're not modifying your report. You're just telling this many were audited by someone else. Uska revenue is this, assets are this, cash flow this. We have relied on the report submitted by them. ठीक है. Next one. अच्छा. If a subsidiary uses a different accounting framework. अच्छा, तो our basically financials are as per Ind AS, but subsidiary is not following Ind AS. So one option is subsidiary prepares one more set of financial statement which will be based on the group's accounting policy. ठीक है, if they prepare one more set, but many time if subsidiary is abroad, तो वहाँ के auditor doesn't understand our policy, so then that conversion, so subsidiary के financials were there, they are to be converted as per our policy. That is done by the parent. The parent does that changes and the principal auditor checks that changes. The parent performs the conversion of component basically, and the conversion adjustment is checked by principal auditor, or else they get based on group's policy, they are preparing one more set of financial statement and the local component auditor only is giving it to us. तो either they only do it or else it's done by the parent and we check it. ठीक है, both the things are fine. So when applying the approach of using group accounting policy, you need to just check out whether they have done it properly or not. Acha, now different auditing framework, like we know that our financial statements, the audit is conducted in accordance with SA. But now imagine subsidiary abroad, whether their audit is conducted in accordance with SA. No, ours is conducted in accordance with standards on auditing issued by basically ICI or issued under section 143(10) of Companies Act. But if subsidiaries abroad, their financials have been audited using some different standards. No. I want their financials to have been audited as per the standards on auditing applicable in India. So check out over here. The normally audit of financial statements which are included in CFS are performed using auditing standard generally accepted in India in order to maintain consistency. ठीक है? And to enable the parent auditor to rely on other auditors' report, so that component's financial statement should also be audited as per the auditing standard generally accepted in India. ठीक है? Now what if the component is unaudited? Imagine the component subsidiary is unaudited. So can I say data coming from subsidiary are unaudited? Achha, if that data is material, if it is material to the overall context, so data coming from subsidiary unaudited, if it is material for the overall context, I might be required to give a modified report because we are unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence about it. So check out over here, when data of one or more component continue to remain unaudited, you need to evaluate the possible modification in your audit report. Uske liye I need to consider whether that data is material to the overall CFS or not. Moving ahead, coming to question number 7. Okay, question number 7, check out the 8 subsidiaries audited by other auditor. I need to write in my other matter paragraph. And unke total assets are this, revenues are this, cash flow is this. Plus 2 subsidiaries are located outside India. So if they are located outside India, their financials will be as per their standards. Okay, so it has to be converted basically over here. So check what they have given. Achha, it has been audited by other auditor under the generally accepted auditing standards in their respective country. In their respective country. So now, first of all, they have been prepared using accounting principles applicable in their respective country. The parent has to convert the financials of subsidiary based on that group's accounting policy. So they will convert it based on Ind AS prevalent here. So Ind AS के हिसाब से parent will convert, and as a principal auditor, we will be checking those adjustment. ठीक है. So in case you are not an auditor of all the component, SA 706 comes, you need to clearly distinguish the magnitude of the portion audited by other auditor, and this should be included in your other matter paragraph. Now see the other matter paragraph. We did not audit the financial statements and other financial information of 8 subsidiaries, जिनके total assets, revenues, cash flow is this. These financial statements have been audited by other auditor and their report has been furnished to us. Their report has been furnished to us and we have relied on it. Fine. Now, one more thing is there. Insofar as it relate to, there are few things. Now see, check out, there are few subsidiaries which are outside India. 2 subsidiaries are located outside India. The holding company's management has converted the financial statement of such. The holding company's management, the parent has converted the financial statement of such subsidiary from accounting principles accepted in their respective country to the accounting principles which are accepted in India, and we have audited this conversion adjustment. Our opinion is based on the report submitted by the other auditor and the conversion adjustments which has been done by the parent company and audited by us. Did you understood? So this is what we write in other matter para, and we'll write that our report is not modified for the above matter. Fine, this is done. This is your chapter number 13. Come to 14th chapter, audit of bank and NBFC. Okay, let's finish this chapter and then we take a break. Okay, now see, audit of bank is a very big chapter I'll take only the points which are important, because the questions in audit of bank is generally similar every time what is asked. So I'll be focusing only on the important questions in this chapter rather than doing the entire theory. Introduction mein they are telling there are certain characteristic of a bank that distinguishes them from other commercial enterprises. Which are they? One, the large volume of monetary items including cash, negotiable instrument, तो उसका physical security is required. Large volume and variety of transaction. They operate through a wide network. They have branches all across the country. They assume significant commitment without transfer of fund. Bank gives guarantee on your behalf. तो significant basically commitment without transfer of fund is there. ठीक है. Many times the transactions are initiated at one location, recorded at different location and managed at another location. Okay, you apply for loan at a branch, but आपका credit appraisal is done by a centralized location. Different होता है. ठीक है. Many times without human intervention, the transactions are initiated net banking or ATM में. Integration of national international settlement systems is there. And the regulatory requirement, RBI का pressure or RBI के rules regulations are to be followed. Just now RBI took actions on Kotak Bank. You know, Kotak Bank now they cannot issue fresh credit card. Kotak Bank now they cannot take customers directly online. So online basically you cannot open a bank account in Kotak. ठीक है. So these are characteristic of them which distinguishes them from other enterprises. अच्छा, now special audit consideration arise in audit of bank. Whenever you're doing audit of bank, a special audit consideration arises. Why? So special audit consideration arises because of the nature of risk associated with the transactions undertaken, the scale of banking operation, the excessive dependence on IT, the effect of statutory and regulatory requirement, continuing development in the product coming up, new products are there, so I need to check it properly, uska accounting, evolution of technology through net banking, mobile banking. So because of all this reason, a special audit consideration arises in the audit of bank. Fine, check this question. Banks, because of certain characteristics, they are distinguished from other enterprises and hence need a special audit consideration. Specify the peculiarity which necessitates special audit consideration. The question is, what necessitates special audit consideration? This is the answer. Fine. Legal framework is okay. Financial statement, the formats are given in Banking Regulation Act, 3rd schedule के अंदर. Form A gives the format of balance sheet, Form B gives the format of P&L, so that's format are available. Audit of account is mandatory in case of a bank. Audit of account is mandatory in case of a bank. The appointment letter which they send you, the appointment letter which they will be sending to statutory central auditor, it will have what? One, the period of appointment, particulars of other central auditor. Reason is mostly they have joint auditors. Acha, particulars of previous auditor, you need to communicate with him. ठीक है. Procedural requirement to be complied in accepting the engagement. How the division of work is there, the scope of assignment, then basis of computation of fee, etc. Now, this question is a good one. Statutory central auditor has to give reports or certificate in addition to main report. Okay, one main report we are required to give is whether the balance sheet P&L showing a true and fair view. But there are certain other reports or certificate which a statutory central auditor has to give. Which are they? One, report on IFC. Second, for a bank, there's a long form audit report. ठीक है. Then, report on compliance with SLR. SLR is complied or not, statutory liquidity ratio. I have to check 12 times in a year, once in every month. Uska report I need to give. Okay, report on treasury operation related to investments. The certificate on reconciliation of securities. Okay, तो आपके जो investment है उसके साथ उसके securities plus sometimes you handle PMS, portfolio management services. तो investments are done on behalf of client. तो that उसका भी reconciliation. Okay, then prudential area के norms have you complied or not, like asset classification, provisioning, तो उसके related certificate I need to give. अच्छा, irregularities if I notice, I'm required to inform to RBI or I have to report to central government section 143(12). Next, certificate in respect of custody of unused bank receipt. Bank receipt is basically between bank to bank. अच्छा, imagine I have sold off my investment to another bank. So that bank gave me money. I have to give them the securities. I have to give them that certificates. So if certificates are not readily available, they're lying somewhere, currently I can give them a BR. I say that I've received the money and within 15 days maximum, I'll give you the certificates. Authentication of capital adequacy ratio, whether they have complied with the implementation or recommendation of Ghosh committee, Jilani committee. So Ghosh committee was related to fraud, Jilani committee was related to internal controls. I have to report adverse credit deposit ratio in rural area. So rural area mein credit deposit ratio is there, that all. Certificate of corporate governance if it's a listed bank. Certificate of claims for various interest waivers or interest subvention. Acha, interest subsidies. Imagine, we know that Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, the interest may 3% deduction is given to the customer. So now the 3% deduction is given, but now the bank will get it from government. So uske liye auditor has to give a certificate. So this all thing. Qualification, disqualification are same as section 141. Appointment of auditor is okay, not much relevant. Now, pay attention. See, if it's a normal private bank, HDFC, ICICI, the shareholders only will appoint it. But if it's a nationalized bank, then the appointment is done by board of director. Both the cases, they need approval of RBI, prior approval of RBI before appointing auditor. SBI ka auditor is appointed by central government. As a C&AG appoints actually. SBI ka auditor is appointed by C&AG in consultation with central government. And regional rural bank, RRB ka auditor is appointed by the board of directors, but they need approval not of RBI, they need approval of central government. Now, nationalized bank, the audit report is given to the central government. So we address the audit report to whom? For nationalized bank, the central government, because the central government, the president of India, he holds the majority of shares. So we address to shareholder, major shareholder is government. Okay, the nationalized bank, it's addressed to central government. What all things is included? One, whether the balance sheet shows a true and fair view. Second, P&L shows a true and fair view. Third, have you got information explanation which was called for? So whether information explanation which you called has been given to you, whether it's satisfactory, whether transactions of bank are within the powers of bank, Achha, whether returns from the offices and branches received are found adequate, and any other matter. 6 things basically in the audit report of nationalized bank. Okay, State Bank of India, the report is also made to CG. Fine. Achha, bank ke andar they need to comply. If I'm doing audit of bank, I need to comply with all the essays. Yes. I need to comply with section 143 subsection 1, 143 subsection 2, 3. Yes, CARO does not apply to a banking company. CARO does not apply. Okay. Next one, long form audit report. Long form audit report. This is basically in form of a kind of a questionnaire, which is to be filled by the branch auditors also, statutory central auditor also. And then we give it to the management. Management will then give it to RBI within 60 days. So check karo yahan pe. So this is basically for private bank, public bank, all the things, including the foreign bank as well. They have to furnish LFAR. In this LFAR basically is in form of a questionnaire, which will include all your range of matter, like questionnaire related to cash, bank, investment, advances, deposits, all things are included. Branch auditors will be giving it to central auditor. Central auditor will give it to the management. And then the management LFAR on the bank after due consideration should be placed before the audit committee of bank. Audit committee of bank may, they will decide what actions are to be taken, what are the irregularities, etc. And a copy of LFAR is then filed along with the board's view to RBI within 60 days. The auditor submitted. The auditor ne submit kiya, we gave to management, it was placed with audit committee of bank, wahan pe some decisions, actions are taken. So now the report along with board's view is given to RBI. Within 60 days, the auditor has given to the management. Reporting to RBI, you found something, anything fishy in a bank, you need to report it to RBI. That's okay. Now check this question, question number 2. It's basically a nationalized bank. The audit report is submitted to whom? Central government. Second, matters covered under Companies Act. Achha, what are the matters covered under Companies Act? So I need to report for the matter covered under section 143 subsection 3 plus 143 subsection 2 plus IFC, your internal control ka reporting, 143.12 वाला reporting, and if you just recall 143.3 में 10 matters, उसमें जो 10th matter है ना, they have described the 10th matter. I can write actually all, they have described just the 10th matter. And Caro is not applicable for a bank. Now, conducting an audit is simple. So 5 stages are there for conducting a bank audit, not important. 1, initial consideration. Then understanding the entity environment, understanding bank environment, internal control. Uske andar 1 point important is this. Okay, the understanding me 1 point important is this. So you understand the bank environment, internal control to identify risky area, and based on that you can plan properly. Acha, you understand the accounting process. Now, understanding risk management process. Understanding risk management process. To see TCWG. TCWG of the bank should have drafted a written risk management policy. So TCWG should have approved a written risk management policy. Based on that risk management policy, the risks are identified. The risks are identified, measured, monitored. Okay. For that risk, they will come up with the control activity. As an auditor, we need to obtain understanding of the control activity, the how management identifies risk, what are the control activities they have put in. Then monitoring, how management is monitoring, how the management is monitoring the models, methodologies, assumptions used to measure the risk on a regular basis. And for doing all these things, they need a reliable information system. The bank require a reliable information system that provide adequate financial, operational, other information on a timely and consistent basis to those charged with governance. Okay, the understanding risk management process. One. The TCWG would have established a written risk management policy, obtain understanding of that. Based on that, some risk would have been identified, measured, to obtain understanding of that. What are the control activities they have for that thing? The control objective, control activities. Then how they monitor basically the policies, what they're having, any change required anywhere, that you obtain understanding. And for doing all these things, they need a reliable information system, obtain understanding of their information system, what they're having. Okay, moving ahead, other things are all fine. Okay, come to the next point, special consideration in IT environment. See, majority bank are now having core banking system. CBS, they call it core banking system. Majority things are kind of automated. You have mobile banking, you have net banking, all that things. So it is imperative for the bank. It is imperative that the bank should share the detailed information with auditor. Like the bank should share which information with auditor. Achha, if question comes, bank should share which information with auditor? The overall IT ka policy, data processing, how it happens, how is data integrity maintained, the business continuity plan, disaster recovery plan, the accounting manuals, critical accounting entries, how are they done, control over key aspects, control over various e-banking, net banking, MIS reports which are being generated, major exception reports which are being generated. So they should share this all detail with the auditor. The question is, what all information bank should share? This is the answer. Achha, auditor should check what all things. So auditor should ensure what? The question is the security control aspect that auditor need to address when undertaking audit in computerized environment. So whenever you're doing an audit in computerized environment, you need to ensure what all things. So you need to ensure that authorized, accurate, complete data is available for processing. You need to ensure that due to interruption of power, the system restarts without distorting the completed entries. System prevents unauthorized amendment to program. The access controls are matched with the responsibility. One who has some responsibility, he is given only the access. Segregation of duties are done properly. The change made at user levels are authenticated. The exceptional transaction reports are being authorized. Master balances cannot be modified except by the authorized person. So this is all what you need to ensure. The question comes, what management should inform you and what you should check. So these are two separate questions. Okay, internal audit is mandatory in case of a bank, and we do a risk-based internal audit. Internal audit is mandatory for a bank. Risk-based internal audit. The Central Audit and Inspection Department in bank. Central Audit and Inspection Department in bank is a combination of centralized function with some level of decentralization. and it's headed by, so this central audit and inspection department is headed by a chief audit executive, and they are responsible for doing a risk based internal audit. So you try to identify the business risk, you try to identify the control risk, evaluate the same, and based on that, for this risk which controls required, for this risk which control required, so that's a risk matrix. This is how risk based audit. So what is the process under risk based audit? You identify business risk, you try to see the control risk, you make assessment of this risk, and उसके related control का एक matrix बना for this thing, this thing, this thing, this thing. Okay, stress testing is okay, Bessel framework okay. Coming to internal controls in certain areas. Coming to internal controls in certain areas. Coming to first one, general. Okay, internal controls in certain areas, general. Now I'm just taking important points over here. Fun. All the bank form like checkbook, DDs, traveler's check, etc. should be kept in possession of an officer, and another responsible officer should occasionally verify the stock of such inventory. Okay? Mails, letters. The letter should be opened only by a responsible person. Signature on all letters and advice coming from other branch. कोई और branch से कोई letter आया, it should be verified. The signature should be verified with the signature book में whatever it is there. ठीक है. The signature book and telegraphic code book should be kept with a responsible person, seen by authorized person only. Okay, there is a question on this. There is a question on this. Okay, S1 who is a peon opens all the mail. वो गलत है. It should be opened only by authorized person. Okay, he does not have a signature book, so to check the signatures on important communication, S2 has a possession. अच्छा, so he does not have signature book. तो वो check ही नहीं कर रहे signature. I told you any letter coming from other branch, तो वो branch manager का sign has to be verified with the signature book. That is not happening. Number 2, S2 has a possession of all bank forms. ठीक है, he maintains proper records. ठीक है, no one in the staff regularly checks it. I told you all bank forms are kept by authorized person. Another responsible officer should check it occasionally. तो regularly कोई check नहीं करा चलेगा. Occasionally it's required. Check out, I highlighted this word, occasionally verified by someone else. So this is fine. The problem is about opening. So you open कर रहा है mail peon, that's not fine. Signatures are not being checked, that's not fine. All bank forms should be kept with another officer, should occasionally verify it. ठीक है, यहाँ पे is maintaining record probe and which were verified on test check basis. So that's not an issue. Cash is okay, not much relevant. Cash should be kept in a joint custody of 2 officers. It should be kept in a joint custody of 2 officers. Fine. Clearing is also fine. Now in clearing, like suppose, say for example, my account is in HDFC, your account is in SBI. Okay, you gave me a check. I'll put it in my bank account. Acha, so the thing is, my account is in HDFC, yours is in SBI, you gave me a check. Acha, can I say paying bank will be SBI? आपने check issue किया है, SBI has to pay. ठीक है, तो HDFC में it came to me. ठीक है, I'll put it in HDFC bank. HDFC has to present to SBI. So HDFC doesn't send a physical check to SBI now. It is basically a check truncation system where an image. So under check truncation system implemented by RBI, electronic image of check is transmitted to the paying bank. So now HDFC, my bank, is sending that image to the SBI. SBI will then check whether balance is there in your account. If it's there, they'll check the sign bind, etc. They'll deduct money from your account. They'll give it to HDFC. HDFC will credit in my account. So this is basically the clearing process. Okay. Any check which is above 5 lakh, that paying bank has to call to customer that, sir, have you issued this check? So that is basically required. Constituents ledger is nothing but customer's ledger. That's okay. Under bill for collection, you are just acting as an agent. You are collecting a bill on behalf of customer. Achha, the bank is acting as an agent. You are collecting bill on behalf of customer. Customer account should be credited only when the bill is collected. But under bill purchased, you have purchased the bill from bank, you will give money to customer right now. आप customer को पैसा अभी दे दोगे. Acha, the bill is of 10,000. I am paying you early. I'll not pay 10,000. Imagine I'm paying you 9400. 600 is my interest income over a period of bill. So suppose I'll be getting money after 3 months. So that 600 rupee income should be split over a period of 3 months. Now coming to loans and advances. What controls banks should have for loans and advances? What controls banks should have? Acha, this is not how auditor should evaluate. This controls bank should have. Auditor कैसे evaluate करेगा? That's a different question. Okay, so bank should make advances only after satisfying about credit worthiness of the borrower and after obtaining proper sanction. Loan sanction हुआ उसके बाद only money should be given. All necessary documents should be executed by the party before the advances are made. Sufficient margin should be kept. If they are giving me a security of, say for example, a land is 10 crore. I'll not give loan of 10 crore. I'll give a loan of say 6 crore. Sufficient margin is being kept. All the securities should be received or returned by the responsible person. I am taking a loan against gold. So I go and give my gold chain. So that bank officer responsible person will be taking the gold chain, putting it in locker kind of thing. So all security should be received and returned by the joint responsible officer, and they should be kept in a joint custody of 2 officers. All security requiring a registration should be registered in the name of bank. Okay, in case the goods are in possession with bank, the gold is in possession with bank, usko regularly check करना पड़ेगा ना. The content of package should be test checked at the time of receipt as well as on a regular basis as well. Godown should be regularly and frequently inspected by the responsible person. Surprise check should be made for the hypothecated goods. Hypothecated goods are with customer. The surprise check should be made for hypothecated goods to see that the customer is not sold off that goods. Market value of security should be checked so that if market value has gone up or down, we may basically tell them to give extra security. Achha, drawing power. We already know that drawing power, there are 2 things. One is called as a limit. तो आपका OD limit होता है, and second drawing power. Limit क्या होता है? Maximum you are allowed to draw. वो maximum है. But the drawing power is based on the value of stock because stock keeps on changing. You're taken a OD facility based on security of stock. If it's on security of stock, you give stock के monthly figures, and based on that 80% of stock value is your drawing power. So if there's an increase decrease in drawing power taking place, so this should be checked by the officer. All accounts are kept within the drawing power and the sanction limit. Sanction is the maximum. Achha, imagine the maximum you can draw is 10 lakh. Now your stock is 20 lakh, so I don't allow 80% of 20, 16 नहीं allow करूँगा. Maximum is 10 only. So all accounts are to be kept within the drawing power and the sanctioned limit. All accounts which exceed the sanction limit or drawing power, they are basically brought to the appropriate authority, and operation in each advance account is reviewed at least once in a year. Fine, moving on to credit card operation, which is important. Credit card operation. These are just what should be the controls. How do you check it is not there. Okay, so credit card mein, there should be effective screening of the applicants with a good credit assessment, strict control over storage and issue of card. Okay, the merchant confirms the status of unutilized limit before accepting the payment. Merchant confirms that. ठीक है. There should be a prompt system of reporting by the merchant of all the settlements accepted by them through credit card. The reimbursement to merchant. The merchant ko payment should be done only after I have deducted money from customer's account. Customer ka account, I'll deduct the gross amount, the full amount, and I'll pay to the merchant net of my commission. ठीक है, तो gross of commission is debited to customer account and merchant is credited only with, I'm paying him only the net of commission. ठीक है. Statements are sent regularly credit card के to the customers. If someone is not making payment, uska monitoring and follow-up of payment should be done. Overdue beyond a reasonable time should be attended carefully, and there should be a periodic review of credit card holders account where the limit should be increased, decreased, वो सब के लिए. Okay, check over here. This was a question, internal control in credit card operation, above answer. Okay, CRR, which a bank has to keep in form of cash or with RBI. Currently, CRR is 4.5%. SLR, which a bank has to keep it in form of cash, gold or approved government security. Approved government security, this is SLR. Currently, SLR is 18%. And as an auditor, we need to check whether this bank is fulfilling CRR, SLR. SLR के अंदर I need to check it on 12 different dates each month में one time. So 12 times I have to check it in a year, and it will be checked once every month, and the day will be other than Friday. And whenever I'm checking this, I need to check what? The procedure में. One, I need to see that the calculation of demand and time liability is done properly, because uska 18%, and the liquid assets, demand and time liability and the liquid asset. To obtain understanding of RBI circular, particularly regarding what comes under your DTL. DTL position is determined for reporting Friday. DTL position जो होता है वो Friday का होता है. हाँ, checking is done other than Friday. Other than Friday तो previous to previous Friday का data is used. Previous to previous Friday का data is being used. So that, and nowadays there's an automated data flow for the things required for CRR, SLR. ठीक है. Verification of assets and balance. Verification of assets and balance. I'll take only the important one. Cash, bank, money at call and short notice. Directly come to money at call and short notice. How do you check money at call and short notice? Money at call and short notice is interbank. एक बैंक to दूसरा बैंक or bank to financial institution, that way. Whether there's a proper authorization, specific or general, for lending money at call or short notice. Money at call means you can get back within 24 hours. Money at short notice is you can get back within 7 days. ठीक है, तो उसके लिए proper authorization is there, general or specific. We need to follow the instructions given by HO or the controlling office. ठीक है. Call loan should be verified. If I have given call loans, it should be verified with the certificates of the borrower and the receipts held by the bank. If I gave call loan to someone, they would have given a receipt, received with thanks, this much rupees from you, so that receipt is with us. तो उसके साथ चेक करना चाहिए. External confirmation can also be done. ठीक है. Examine whether aggregate balance under this ledger they tally with the control accounts. ठीक है, वो internal tally हो रहा है. अच्छा, call loans given, call loans taken cannot be netted off. Call loans given comes under this cash, bank, money at call and short notice. Call loans taken will come under your call loans जो आपने लिया है ना, that will come under your borrowing. It will not be netted off over here. And uska interest is properly accounted. Fine. Next is investment. Next one is investment. Okay, how do you check the investments of a bank? One, you need to check the internal control and the investment policy. To review the internal controls and basically the investment policy of a bank. Separation of investment function. Now, who basically will do the research, who will punch the orders, who will basically do accounting, the back office, middle office, front office. You need to examine the reconciliations. Acha, so reconciliation is basically you reconcile the investment account with the physically verify the securities. Acha, sometimes basically the securities are not there because the other bank gave you a BR, तो उसका confirmation ले लो. So this all reconciliation. Examination of document when you are purchasing the contract note, etc. Physical verification. I physically verify this investment case certificates whichever are there. Sometimes if you invested in a government securities, the eKuber website say also you are able to understand. Okay, then classification. The investments are classified in 3 parts: held till maturity, held for trading, and available for sale. That classification is done properly. Shifting from one classification to other classification, approval of BOD, etc. is taken. Valuation is done properly. So held till maturity का valuation अलग है. Held for trading, the valuation is different way. Available for sale, so that valuation is done properly. How to do valuation for each one of them? Not in your syllabus. Achha, if you are dealing on behalf of others, achha, if you are doing investment on behalf of others also, so their investments, your investment has to be kept separately. ठीक है. So whether prior approvals are there for carrying out dealings and your income is recorded related to it, and check out over here special purpose certificates. So whether the bank is maintaining separate account, I need to maintain separate account for my own investments and PMS client K investment, portfolio management services. That is mandatory, and you're required to get that investment under PMS audited separately by the external auditors. ठीक है, तो you need to maintain separate accounts for your own investment as well as PMS वाले, and PMS वाले जो accounts है उसको separately audit कराना है from the separate auditor, external auditor, not separate auditor, external auditor. ठीक है. Now bank should undertake half yearly review of the investment portfolio, and they have given over here half yearly review is mandatory. उसमें some major irregularities observed, you are required to report it. Fine. Moving ahead, advances. Advance is important. Now see, advances के अंदर there are so many things given. Which are the attributes? Which are the attributes you like to check for advances? The auditor is primarily concerned about what? These are attributes which I check. The amount shown in balance sheet in respect of advances are outstanding. They represent the amount due to bank. The amount due to bank are supported by documents. There are no unrecorded. They are valued appropriately. Advances are disclosed, classified properly, like वो standard, doubtful, तो वो सारे classifications done properly. उसमें provision is done properly. These are attributes. These are attributes. The auditor is primarily concerned with obtaining evidence about following when you are checking advances. These are attributes which you check. अच्छा, second question. How will you check the internal control over advances? Now see, what controls bank should have, वो ऊपर देखा था. This is evaluation of internal control. This will start with examine or review. If you go back, you will find out वहाँ पे there was no word examine. That was control what bank was having. Now this is how we examine the control. So examine the area of credit appraisal, how loan application comes, etc. How credit worthiness of borrowers are checked. Examine the advances are sanctioned by the delegated authority. All necessary documents have been executed. Examine the compliance with the terms of sanction and use of fund. Examine existence, enforceability, valuation of security. Examine the validity of the recorded amount. Examine or review the operations of the account. If it is beyond drawing limit or something like that. Examine basically the bank system for renewal of advances. Examine the calculation of drawing power. So we are examining the internal controls of bank. We are not examining a figure. Figure check नहीं कर रहे. We are not checking figure. We are checking the systems, the procedures. ठीक है. Next one is substantive audit procedure. Now comes the figure. Now we are checking that figure. पहले वो systems check करी, procedures check करी. Now verify the correctness of master data of loan account. Check parameters like installment कितना है, rate of interest is how much, tenure is how much. For each customer, there has to be a single customer ID. Large advances, all you examine. Other advances, you can go for a sample. Examine accounts identified in a problem but not yet slipped into NPA. Not yet slipped into NPA. NPA it becomes when it's overdue for more than 90 days. Achha, before slipping into NPA, we have SMA 1, SMA 2. SMA 1 is special mention account 1. It's overdue for more than 30 days. 30 to 60 days SMA 1, 60 to 90 days SMA 2, more than 90 days NPA. Achha, examine accounts which have adverse comments from concurrent auditor, internal auditor, RBI inspection. Examine the list of restructured account. Verify completeness, accuracy of interest being charged. So now we are checking that figure only. And last one, how will you verify recoverability of advance? If question comes, how will you evaluate internal control over advance? Upar wala answer. How will you verify what are the substantive procedure related to advances? Different. And how will you verify recoverability of advance? Advance recover hoga ki nahi? So periodic statement submitted by the borrower you verify. Latest financial statements of the borrower you try to see. You have a report of inspection of security and unka audit report. So try to take an audit report from that borrower ka audit report. Achha, in case they are having a credit limit from the banking system beyond a cutoff limit generally is 10 lakh. So beyond 10 lakh, anybody is having any loans from you, tell them to give an audit report. ठीक है, this is fine. Verification of NPA. Verification of NPA. Now I'll go to the important point. Account regularized nearer the balance sheet date. Okay, if it was NPA, it has been regularized nearer to balance sheet date. I just need to check out that it has been regularized out of the genuine funds, not by giving new loan. If I give new loan to repay the old loan, no, that is not going to work. So it should be regularized through genuine source. And if it has been regularized through genuine source, the on balance sheet date, it will not be NPA. On balance sheet date, it will not be NPA. Okay, temporary deficiency, this is important. Sometimes there are temporary deficiency like stock statement not received. They are all temporary deficiency. The non-availability of drawing power because latest stock statement not available, or the balance outstanding exceeds the limit temporarily. Temporarily वो limit exceed हो गई. Non-renewal of limits on due date. Temporary deficiencies does not make the account NPA. Temporary deficiencies don't make the account NPA. Limit not renewed. It's like suppose some limit is to be renewed. Ad hoc limits suppose are given and they are to be renewed. If renewal doesn't happen for 180 days, वो 180 days तक renewal नहीं हो रहा है, then it becomes NPA. So where regular or ad hoc limit are not renewed within 180 days from the due date. Within 180 days from the due date or the date of ad hoc sanction, then they are considered as NPA. Auditor should also ensure that ad hoc or short reviews are not done on repetitive basis. So ad hoc reviews are not done on repetitive basis. So in such cases, you may also see other parameters for deciding NPA. So normally, if ad hoc limits are not reviewed for 180 days, we say it is NPA. But they say ad hoc review should not be done on regular basis. So sometimes we may also see the other parameters as well. There's a question on this. Check question number 7. So it was due on 1st September, not renewed till 31st March. It's more than 180 days. But आपको पता चला that 10th April you got the financial. उसके auditor had expired and that's why some problems were there. So you got on 10th of April the financial statement and then the renewal letter was immediately sent. So can I say renewal letter was sent after year end before books are approved? So the situation was known, auditor expire ho gaya tha, that's why they were not able to give financial. So this will be an adjusting event. And as it's an adjusting event, even though it's more than 180 days, it will be treated as performing. So यहाँ पे adjusting event and it will be considered as standard asset. NPA classification is borrower wise, not facility wise. If I have taken 2 loans from HDFC, one of my loan is overdue for more than 90 days, both my loan HDFC will consider as NPA. It's borrower wise, not facility wise. Government guaranteed advances, if it's a state government guarantee, ignore it. This is of no use. If it's a central government guarantee, central government guaranteed advances are always classified as standard, but if it's overdue for more than 90 days, they will be classified as standard, but income recognition will be like NPA only. Okay, so exemption is given from classification, not from income recognition, and that too only for central government guaranteed advances, not for state government guaranteed advances. Next one, sale purchase of NPA, important. Sale purchase of NPA, important. The policy should be there by the board of directors. How do we sell or purchase the NPA? Any NPA sold, you can sell those NPA only which has remained NPA for at least 2 years. And it will be without recourse. If they are not able to recover, they will come to us. No, it is always without recourse only. And it is to be sold on cash basis. Price cannot be contingent. And the upfront, you have to receive the full money and you cannot purchase the NPA which you have sold. You cannot purchase the NPA which you have sold. And whenever you are selling an NPA, the asset was 100 rupee, provision already done was 40. So can I say book mein value 60? You sold for 55, 5 rupee loss goes in P&L. But you sold for 65, 5 rupee profit you don't record, keep that much provision. The asset 100 goes, provision only 35 goes, 5 provision retained and you sold for 65. Okay, so it will be removed from book, shortfall goes in P&L. If you sold for a higher than net book value, no profit recognized, but you keep the extra provision for future. ठीक है. Moving ahead. Now check this question, RTP November 23. These are gross NPA, these are net NPA, ratio of net NPA to net advance. And this is KNO Bank. If you see KNO Bank, the ratio of net NPA to net advance is highest. तो यू हैव नेट एनपीए मोर, तो एनपीए आपकी बुक में ज्यादा है, तो इट इज पॉसिबल यू माइट नॉट हैव डन प्रोविजन. अच्छा, प्रोविजन कर दिया, सी when you deduct the provision it becomes net, provision not done it's gross. So what is a gross NPA? Opening balance of NPA plus some fresh NPA happened, etc, etc. What is a net NPA? It's after deducting the provision. Acha, so if net NPA as percentage to net advance is higher, means you might not have done provision properly. So there is a risk of under provisioning because you have a higher net NPA to net advance ratio. Moving ahead. Okay. Check again this RTP May 23 question. One of the branch, the Nariman Point branch has given a cash credit of 250 crore. But the thing is, Nariman branch point has sanction inne kiya hai, but for practical reason, there are sub-limits given. So there is a sub-limit fixed, Solapur, Pune, Nasik, other branches ki. Now imagine in Solapur mein it is no credits are there for a period of more than 90 days. So whether Solapur should treat it as NPA? Answer is no. NPA treatment will be based on what Mumbai branch says. Okay, so imagine Solapur branch mein there are no credit transaction for more than 90 days. Actually it becomes NPA. But here they were not the sanctioning. Sanction किसी और ने किया था. वो जो बोले वैसे करो. The CA Muni should consider the asset classification considering the total position of operation of account of all branch concerned. Regarding sum limit, the classification adopted by limit sanctioning branch should be followed. So they need to follow what that Nariman Point branch is following. Fine, moving ahead. Okay, check. There's a OD facility 55.65 lakh. It exceeded the sanction limit for whole month. It's a temporary deficiency, not NPA. ठीक है. As per the sanction letter, the stock statement were submitted monthly, and however stock showed adequate drawing power. ठीक है. वो adequate drawing power बता रहा था. Renewal of OD was due on 20th October. If renewal not done for more than 180 days, then only it is NPA. तो यहाँ पे it is not an NPA. So these are all temporary deficiencies, and the delay is not, the renewal is within 180 days only. अभी 180 days नहीं हुआ है. It will be kept as standard asset. Now, how do we verify fixed asset? Not important. Fixed asset का question will generally not come in case of a bank. Other assets is also fine. Okay, now other assets may come to non-banking asset acquired in satisfaction of claim. Non-banking asset acquired in satisfaction of claim. Okay, you had given a loan to someone, they are not repaying, so you took their property. आपने उनकी property ले ली, आपने उनकी car ले ली. So that's a non-banking asset acquired in satisfaction of claim. You have to sell it mandatorily within a period of 7 years. It has to be sold off. And they are being held with the intention of being disposed of. As they are being held with the intention of dispose of, they will come under your current asset. उसमें other assets में they will be coming because they are to be sold off. So verify such assets with regards to documentary evidence like court का decision telling that you take it, or settlement with party के terms. Okay, check that the ownership of the property is legally vested to the bank. And in case there's a dispute going on, उसके related some expenses are to be done, तो उसका provision करना पड़ेगा. ठीक है. And evaluate that at the date of acquisition, whenever you're acquiring, it's recorded at lower of net book value or the net realizable value of asset. The net book value of the advance or the realizable value, whichever is lower, in that value it is shown. Okay. If I give a interest bearing loan to staff, if I give a loan interest bearing to staff, it comes under advances. But if I give a non-interest bearing loan to staff, it comes under other assets. Did you understood? If I give an interest bearing loan to staff, it comes under advances. Non-interest bearing comes under other asset. There was a question on this. Okay, capital is fine. In that we have a capital adequacy ratio. Capital के अंदर capital adequacy ratio. How do I find capital adequacy ratio? Capital fund divided by risk weighted asset plus risk weighted off balance sheet items. ठीक है. Now capital fund includes your tier 1 capital plus tier 2 capital, and in over here bank should have a capital adequacy ratio of 9%. Okay, deposits. Deposits, one is CASA, current account, saving account. Second, term deposits. And third, the deposits coming in foreign currency. Deposits coming in foreign currency. Okay, how do I check each one of them? First of all, coming to CASA, current account, saving account, how do I check? To verify on sample basis the current account, saving account opened during the year, whether KYC, BYC was done properly or not. Verify the balances in individual account on a sample basis. See the calculation of interest on a test check basis. Okay. Verify whether the procedure for opening balance confirmation periodically has been followed. So confirmations are taken. Ensure that debit balance in current account. If current account में negative balance it doesn't come here, it comes under advances. Inoperative account are high risk area. So you need to try to understand if the account has become dormant, तो उसके related things. And if at all that inoperative account where major transaction comes up, you need to verify because it can be a money laundering activity. This was related to CASA. Second is deposits. Deposit के अंदर you see the deposit receipts are serially issued. Bulk deposit है, correct rate of interest is taken because bulk deposit में the rate is actually different. Closure of deposit आया तो उसमें foreclosure penalty is charged or not, try to check that. Sample basis, some recurring deposit accounts which are open, you check. Correctness of interest, you check. Now comes deposits in foreign currency. Actually this should be bold. Deposits in foreign currency. So verify some FCNR account opened during the year. अच्छा उसमें permissible credit debit also you check as per the RBI norms. अच्छा plus you check they have been converted into INR as per the proper rates, AS 11 or Ind AS 21. And interest on deposit is paid based on 360 days a year. This will be only for that deposits which are in foreign currency. ठीक है. It can be NRE account, it can be NRO account. NRE or NRO difference is only in NRE में the repatriation is easy, NRO में the repatriation में there are restrictions. Fine, general is okay, borrowings is fine, not much important. Other liabilities, bills payable okay, interest accrued okay, contingent liability. Come to contingent liability. Okay, so how is the disclosure of contingent liability done? तो contingent liability कैसे bifurcated है? तो it requires a disclosure of following as a footnote: contingent liability and bill for collection, both. Now, contingent liability, how do we show them? So contingent liability, claim against bank not acknowledged as debt, you're not accepted as liability. These are litigations. Liability for partly paid up investments. Liability on account of outstanding forward contract. Liability on account of outstanding forward exchange contract. Guarantees given on behalf of customer. Acceptance, endorsement, other obligation. This includes letter of credit. Now there's a difference between letter of credit and the guarantee given on behalf of customer. Under letter of credit, okay, we have given a guarantee, but everything, all documentation, all payment will be routed via us. So under acceptance, endorsement, other obligation, we are basically a party in the entire process. So all payment, all routing of document happens through us. But under the first case, guarantee given on behalf of constituent, our role comes only when the default happens. Okay. Other items for which bank is contingently liable. So this is basically disclosure requirement of contingent liability, RTP November 19 question. Okay, which are the representations you can take from management related to contingent liability? Which are the representations you can take from management relating to contingent liability of the bank? So all off balance sheet items have been accounted in the book as and when the transaction took place. All off balance sheet items are entered after the due procedure which is laid down. All off balance sheet items are supported by document. All contingent liabilities have been disclosed. Acha, if anything is crystallized, if it has become actual, then it does not come under contingent. तो उसके लिए we are taking. Okay, estimated amount of contingent liabilities as per your Ind AS 29 or AS 29 or Ind AS 37. Acha, if guarantee is issued on behalf of bank director, so we need to ensure that adequate security is taken from the director so that the loss is borne by director. adequate arrangement has been made to commitment will be made out of parties own fund only. ठीक है, so this is basically what representation we can take from management regarding the contingent liability in case of a bank. Audit procedure is fine. Achha, audit procedure, if you want, you can just check this general one, the first one. Ensure that there exists a system whereby the non-fund based facility, guarantee if I give, I'm not giving fund, it's a non-fund based facility, are given only to the regular client. If I give to other client, it's after thorough kind of investigation or thorough credit appraisal. ठीक है, ascertain whether there are internal controls to see that the contingent liability related things are executed only by authorized person. Verify in case of LC, the payment to overseas suppliers is made based on the shipping documents. ठीक है, test the completeness of the recorded obligation. Review the reasonableness of the contingent liability in the light of your experience, knowledge. Achha, comfort letter, whether they are to be disclosed as contingent liability, try to check that. Sometimes comfort letter, you're given a letter of comfort, it's not your liability or contingent liability, but some cases we might pay for it, so it may become a contingent liability. Okay. The period of guarantee, if it's a trade credit like 2 months, 3 months, 5 months, so trade credit guarantee hai, the period of guarantee is coterminous with the period of basically that shipment wala jo period aata hai. Based on that, see, if I say that 2 months credit period is given to customer and for customer I'm giving guarantee, तो वो 2 months wala hai, तो 2 months के लिए, that's. And if it is given to other than regular customer, so you need to ensure that you have inquired regarding the financial position. Fine, other things okay over here. Come directly to, okay, question number 14. 5 more minutes, 10 more minutes, this chapter will get over. Then we take a break. Okay, question number 14. Interest on state government guaranteed advances is overdue for more than 90 days. Don't record it. State government nahi chalega. Record only on receipt basis. Okay, there's an account for which ad hoc limit is not reviewed for 180 days. It has been treated as performing correct. So it has been treated as performing not correct. Non-performing it should be. One of the NPA was sold for a higher value. Profit was not recognized. Correct. Achha, one of the account additional temporary limit was sanctioned. Additional temporary limit can be sanctioned maximum 20%, that too for 90 days. Maximum 20%, that too for 90 days. It was 25%, that for 120 days, not valid. Okay. Next point is concurrent audit. See, the name only suggests concurrent, simultaneous with occurrence of transaction or as early as possible. It is simultaneous. It's a verification of transaction as the transaction or activity takes place or sometimes as early as possible. ठीक है. Now the scope of concurrent audit will be decided mutually. वो कोई fixed scope नहीं है. तो concurrent audit is actually mandatory in case of a bank. The scope will be decided by, check out over here, audit committee of bank or the board of directors. ठीक है. And which are the areas covered? Question comes, which are the areas covered in concurrent audit? One, important one क्या है? Cash, deposits, advances, investment, foreign exchange, housekeeping and others. Housekeeping is like, oh, you keep that, oh, unused checks, unused DDs properly, वो सब housekeeping में आता है. That's all housekeeping. Others. ठीक है. Now, sir, how many branches? See, earlier there was a line written, you need to cover how many branches in concurrent audit. तो total जो बैंक का deposit है, 50% of the deposits get covered. And total advances of bank, 50% advances are getting covered. 50% advance, 50% deposit should get covered. That was basically given earlier. Now they don't tell. So now they're telling is it's at the discretion of the head of internal audit of bank. वो खुद discretion पे. Wherever risk sensitive areas are identified, जो branch में, so that all branch are basically taken. The large branch, exceptionally large branch, where investments or treasury function taken, that all. ठीक है. And now each of the item, how do we check it? Under concurrent audit is given. I'm taking only the important one. Come to advances. Okay, so under concurrent audit, what do we check for advances? Under concurrent audit, what do we check for advances? Ensure that the loans and advances have been properly sanctioned. Okay. Ensure that the securities documents have been received, properly checked. Ensure that basically post disbursement supervision, whether the recovery is coming or not, installments are coming timely or not, renewal of sanction limit is happening or not. Okay, verify whether there's a misutilization of loan, they've used it for some other purpose. Okay. Verify whether the letter of credit issued are basically for genuine trade transaction only. Okay, in case you have issued a bank guarantee, they are properly worded out and they are recorded in a register. Overdue bills of exchange, if at all you have purchased a bill, basically that's an advance. To overdue bills of exchange, you do a proper follow-up. Okay. Classification of advances are done properly. Sometimes I have to make a claim with DICGC or ECGC, Deposit Insurance Credit Guarantee Corporation or Export Credit Guarantee Corporation. Customer not paying, they have given a guarantee, I'll claim money from them. And this all points I have to check whenever I'm doing a concurrent audit of advances. Now same way foreign exchange. So what do I check for foreign exchange in a concurrent audit? To check foreign bill negotiated under letter of credit, the foreign bills which have been discounted. Check FCNR and other non-resident account debit credit are as per the permissible rules. Inward outward remittances are properly recorded. ठीक है. Vostro nostro के balances are tallying or not. Vostro nostro क्या है? Our money lying in some foreign bank in foreign currency or foreign bank का money lying in our account, तो वो nostro होगा. Our money lying somewhere else. Our money lying in a foreign bank in foreign currency. That's nostro. ठीक है. Overbought or oversold position in different currencies are reasonable. You are adhering to the guidelines issued by RBI or HO, and the verification or reconciliation of Vostro Nostro transactions. This fine. Other things okay, remuneration okay, system of reporting okay. Audit committee. Audit committee of a bank. Who can be the members of that audit committee? It's mandatory to have audit committee. It will be restricted for executive director, nominees of central government, RBI, mandatory one chartered accountant director, and other non-official directors can be there. ठीक है. Okay, now just try to check this. We have given a LC. We have given a LC to someone, letter of credit is issued. We want to be sure that there are no revenue leakage. Give any 5 areas for ensure that there are no revenue leakages. The interest fed in the system is proper. Processing fee is proper. Sanction of cash credit limit, तो उसके लिए if at all they don't submit stock statement on timely, penalties are put up. ठीक है. Overdue interest on export bill purchased. Verification of commission charge for giving LC. These are all revenue leakage के related 5 points. Next is okay, done. This is your chapter related to audit of bank. Audit of NBFC I'm starting after the break. This was audit of bank. Audit of NBFC I'm starting after the break. It's 7:13. We meet back at 7:30. It's 7:13. We are meeting back at 7:30. It's a break. 15 minutes. And we'll be back at 7:30 p.m. Enjoy a break. Okay, hi, welcome back. Okay, this is the final session basically of your CA final advanced auditing marathon revision, and we finished basically 3 topics till now. We finished number 1, that was your digital auditing. Second we finished was group audit, and third we finished audit of bank. Now let's move ahead. We go to audit of NBFC. We go to audit of NBFC. The session we have today till 10:30. Till 10:30 we'll finish off all the remaining topics. So tell me, are you enjoying? Keep on replying, have lots of water so that you are fresh. These are small things which are very important and which are to be done from your side. Okay, now going on to the audit of NBFC. Now what do you mean by the word NBFC? The NBFC is a company registered under Companies Act 1956 or 2013. They are in the business of loans and advances, acquisition of shares, stock, bonds, debentures, securities issued by government or local authority, leasing, hire purchase, insurance business, chit business. So these are types of business what NBFC do, but do not include any institution whose principal business, whose principal business is agricultural activity, industrial activity, purchase, sale of goods, or providing some services, or sale, purchase, construction of immovable property. ठीक है, understandable. So in short, we need to understand the principal business is what. So there's a 50-50 test. There's a 50-50 test. If 50-50 test is satisfied, it's an NBFC. If 50-50 test is not satisfied, it is not an NBFC. So in order to identify a company as an NBFC, we have to consider both asset and an income pattern. Asset and an income pattern. Okay, so out of your asset, financial asset constitutes more than 50% of your total asset, and out of your income, financial asset say income coming from that financial asset, it is more than 50% of your gross income. ठीक है, तो assets, financial asset should be more than 50% of your total asset, and income from that financial asset should be more than 50% of your total gross income. 50-50 test, both needs to be satisfied. If it's satisfied, then it's NBFC. Check question number 2, December 21 exam. Paid up capital is of no use over here. Now if you check out your non-current assets, and then you have a current assets, so these are the total, and then you have a total assets. Acha. Now if you check non-current asset, loans and advances, current asset may be loans and advances, so these are your financial asset. ये दोनों financial asset है, this is the total asset, but that should be net of intangible asset. If I just see over here, the word written was netted off by intangible asset. The financial asset and total asset, but total asset may net off intangible asset I need to consider. The intangible asset is 6.35. So these are your financial asset, total asset not 618, it's 618 minus 6. वो लेना है. So check out your financial asset 369, total asset net of intangible is coming 612. So 612 में 369 asset criteria fulfill, more than 50% is financial asset. Now coming to income criteria, income from interest dividend, this is your financial asset ka income. So income from financial asset 62, gross income is 111. Out of 111, 62, again that criteria also satisfied. Both criteria satisfied, it's an NBFC. Both criteria satisfied, it's an NBFC. Fine, moving ahead. Regulation and registration of NBFC, it's mandatory to get your NBFC registered with RBI, and you need a minimum net owned fund of 2 crore. But RBI is now amending, and now they are making it not 2 crore, they are making it actually 10 crore. So minimum net owned fund as such required is 2 crore, but they are now making it 10 crore, but not 10 crore is not for everyone right now. For certain categories it is 10 crore, otherwise the minimum net owned fund is 2 crore. For certain categories, the net owned fund will be 10 crores. We are not concerned with which categories, leave it. ठीक है. Now going to types of NBFC. Okay. One based on taking deposit, one which are taking deposit, to spend the deposit taking, non-deposit taking, deposit taking, non-deposit taking. Second based on size. Okay, asset size 500 crores or more, it's called systematically important. Asset size less than 500 crore, it's not a systematically important. So basically asset size 500 crore or more, it is regarded as systematically important. SI is added. And third is based on kind of activity. But here there is an amendment. Now based on kind of activity, it can be investment and credit company, infra finance company, systematically important core investment company, infra debt fund, microfinance company, NBFC factors, non-operative financial holding company, and asset finance company. So this is basically based on what? This is based on activity, but there is an amendment here. But there's an amendment, and this is very important. So pursuant to an announcement of a scale-based regulation, this came up in 22nd October 21. RBI has revised the different facets of existing NBFC classification. So it has been revised, and now there are 4 layers. Now there are 4 layers: base layer, middle layer, upper layer, top layer. Base layer, middle layer, upper layer, top layer. Okay? Now, which will be coming in base layer? First of all, which will come in base layer? Non-deposit taking one, having an asset size less than 1000 crore. The non-deposit taking one having an asset size less than 1000 crore. All non-deposit taking less than 1000 crore asset size, they come under base layer. Okay. Peer-to-peer lending platform. Peer-to-peer lending platform means the company doesn't lend. Company is just a mediator. So I have an app. I'm bringing a borrower and a lender together. That's called peer-to-peer lending. Same way, account aggregator. I'm just an account aggregator. 5 different companies, they give loans. I'm an aggregator bringing all of them in one place. So peer-to-peer lending platform I have, or account aggregator I am, or I'm a non-operative financial holding company, or I'm not availing public funds. NBFC is not availing public fund, and not having customer interface. So these are all falling under base layer. So non-deposit taking, asset size less than 1000 crores, peer-to-peer platform wala, account aggregator, non-operative financial holding company, and one which doesn't have customer interface. They are coming under base layer. Now middle layer. What will come under middle layer? All your deposit taking ones, irrespective of size. All your deposit taking one, non-deposit taking having an asset size 1000 crores or more, non-deposit taking but asset size 1000 crores or more. And those which are doing following activity. If you are doing following activity, like you are a standalone primary dealer, or infra debt fund, or a core investment company, or a housing finance company, or an infra finance company, then in that case you will fall under your middle layer. If you are a standalone primary dealer, infra debt fund, core investment company, housing finance company, infra finance company, you fall under middle layer. Acha, what will come under upper layer? Upper layer will include those which are identified by RBI as warranting enhanced regulatory requirement. Okay, the one which needs an enhanced regulatory requirement, that will come over here. And top 10 NBFC based on asset size, top 10 NBFCs in the country based on asset size will always fall under upper layer. Top 10 NBFCs will always fall under upper layer. Top layer will remain empty as such. If there's a substantial increase in risk, then RBI can tell you that you will be classified as basically top layer. From upper layer, they'll move you to top layer. So this is basically how the classification is there. Check out, this was a question asked in RTP May 23. The categorization of NBFC based on the specific activity. This is scale based thing which has came up. Okay, so NBFC peer-to-peer, account aggregator, non-operative financial holding company, one which does not have public fund and they do not have a customer interface, and non-deposit taking, asset size less than 1000 crore, they fall under base layer. Okay, all your deposit taking one, non-deposit taking, asset size 1000 crore or more, core investment company, infra finance company, housing finance company, acha, they come under your either middle layer or upper layer. If RBI tells that, if RBI thinks you need an enhanced regulatory requirement, they may put you in upper layer also. This will fall under either middle or upper. Standalone primary dealer and IDF, infrastructure debt fund, they will always be under middle layer. Acha, remaining NBFC. All the remaining NBFCs like investment and credit company, microfinance, NBFC factor, they can come in any layer, either base layer or middle layer or upper layer. They can come in any of the layer. Acha, government owned NBFC. government owned NBFC will be either in base layer or middle layer. They will not be there under upper layer. It will be either base layer or middle layer. They will not be placed in upper layer. Did you understood? ठीक है. अच्छा, तो सर earlier we had basically NBFC deposit taking, non-deposit taking, systematically important, non-systematically important, वो सब था. तो अब क्या करेंगे? तो see, non-deposit taking which is basically a systematically important, but an asset size up to 1000 crore, they will now be under base layer. Non-deposit taking, systematically important, but asset size 1000 crore se zyada, they will come under middle layer now. Deposit taking, always middle layer. Now you need to understand in that way. Now, companies exempted from registration under RBI, in order to avoid dual registration, some of the NBFCs, even though they fulfill definition of NBFC, they are not required to be registered with RBI because they are registered somewhere else. Okay, so which are exempted? This is to avoid the dual registration. Venture capital fund, merchant banking company, stock broking company, they are registered with SEBI. Insurance company, they are registered with IRDA. Nidhi company, they are registered basically with MCA, Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Chit fund company, same way. Housing finance company, they are registered with National Housing Board. Microfinance company, some specified ones. Securitization and reconstruction company, mutual benefit company, core investment company. Achha, core investment company having an asset size less than 100 crore. Core investment company having an asset size less than 100 crore, they are exempted. Fine. Prudential norms is okay. Now, prudential norms relate to what? Prudential norms relate to basically your asset classification, asset का provisioning, वो सारी चीज़ों के लिए basically we have this prudential norm. तो asset classification, income recognition, provisioning, capital adequacy ratio, this all things are there. For this purpose, they have two regulations which are given. There are two directions which are issued by RBI. Okay, the two sets of directions are there, rules and regulation. Now pay attention. One is NBFC, which is non-deposit taking, non-SI. Non-deposit taking, non-SI means non-deposit taking having an asset size less than 500 crore. So for them we have a separate set of direction. It's a non-deposit taking, non-SI, non-deposit taking. Achha, second one, non-deposit taking, but you are a systematically important big one. Or if you are a deposit taking one, for them the rule is different. The two sets of direction. First one is for non-deposit taking as well as together with non-SI. Second one is non-deposit taking, but which is systematically important, and the second is deposit taking ones. Okay, so for the big non-deposit taking and the deposit taking one, there's a separate set of directions. Fine. Capital adequacy ratio in case of NBFC is 15%. For tier 1 capital, it should not be less than 10%. For tier 1 capital, it should not be less than 10%. Achha, lending against gold jewelry, Muthoot Finance, for them it is tier 1 should not be 10, it should be 12. Fine. Income recognition is similar to that of bank. It should be based on a recognized accounting principles. So you should record interest normally on accrual basis. If it's a NPA, you record it on receipt basis. Asset classification, standard, substandard, doubtful, loss. When do I say you are substandard? Okay, standard means no default in repayment or principal interest is perceived, does not disclose any problem. That's standard. Now substandard कब बोलेंगे? To see, for non-deposit taking non-SI, for non-deposit taking non-SI, if it's overdue for more than 18 months. But a non-deposit taking SI and the deposit taking ones, it will be 12 months. So for that big ones and the deposit taking ones, it's similar to bank. So it is classified as NPA for more than 12 months. If it's NPA for more than 12 months, it becomes substandard. But for non-deposit taking non-SI, it will be 18 months. Achha, one more thing, where terms are restructured, where terms are renegotiated, restructured, then in that case, till 1 year of satisfactory performance, you will remain under substandard only. For 1 year of satisfactory performance, you will remain under substandard. Achha, doubtful किसको बोलेंगे? Doubtful किसको बोलेंगे? तो pay attention. Pay attention. If it is basically NPA for more than 12 months, it was substandard. ठीक है? अब if you are in substandard category, अच्छा, तो NPA, so NPA for not more than less than NPA for period not exceeding 12 months, not more than less than. NPA हुआ day when you become NPA, you are substandard. तो for a period of 12 months, up to 12 months NPA हो substandard. If you are an NPA for period exceeding 12 months, it becomes doubtful. So NPA exceeding 12 months, it becomes doubtful. But for non-deposit taking, non-SI, it is NPA exceeding 18 months. NPA exceeding 18 months. अच्छा, loss asset किसको बोलेंगे? Which is identified as loss either by internal auditor, external auditor, or by RBI during inspection. That is called as loss asset, or it is adversely affected by potential threat of non-recoverability due to erosion in value of security. ठीक है. Now, when do I call it as NPA? Okay, for non-deposit taking, non-SI, if it is overdue for more than 6 months, non-deposit taking, non-SI. But for the big ones and the deposit taking one, it's similar to bank, which is 3 months. Now, how much provision is to be done for loss asset? 100%, for doubtful, unsecured 100%, for doubtful, secured, doubtful for 1 year, 1 to 3 year, more than 3 year, 20, 30, 50%, substandard पे 10. And standard में non-deposit taking, non-SI, it is 0.25%, but for the deposit taking one and the big SI वाला, उसके लिए it is 0.4%. Clear? Now, audit procedures. How do I audit this NBFC? The one, ascertain the company's principal business, check out whether the principal business, that 50-50 test, is being satisfied or not, evaluate the internal control, registration with RBI, net own fund of 2 crore is there or not. Now, this point important, compliance with NBFC acceptance of public deposit directions 2016. If at all you are taking public deposits, तो उसके लिए you need to comply with this acceptance of public deposit directions 2016. How much public deposit you can take is linked to your credit rating. The quantum of public deposit is linked to your credit rating. So you need to obtain a copy of the credit rating assigned by the agency, and you need to check out that basically the public deposits taken are within the limit. Now suppose there's a downgrading of credit rating. If your credit rating is downgraded, so now what will happen? So in the event of downgrading of credit rating below the minimum specified investment grade, the NBFC shall regularize the excess deposit as under. So you need to regularize the excess deposit under. How? One, with immediate effect, stop accepting new deposit, renewing the existing ones. All deposits which are already taken will continue till maturity. Report this position within 15 days to the regional office of RBI under which you are located. And no matured deposit should be renewed unless there is an express consent or voluntary consent of depositor. ठीक है. So this is when there is a downgrading of your credit rating. Plus test check the interest calculation for deposits which you have taken. Ascertain that you have not accepted or renewed deposit without issuing advertisement or statement in lieu of advertisement. Verify the deposit register to see whether it's being paid timely or not. Verify the investment made in liquid asset. Oh, yaad hai, SLR, that type of thing. Verify the returns filed basically for this thing. And if you are not accepting public deposits, you need to pass a board resolution that we are not accepting public deposit. To see the board resolution. And then you check out the NBFC prudential norms. That's okay. This was downgrading of credit rating happened. What do we do? We already did it. Now, question number 5. Question number 5. FinCrazy is a P2P online platform, peer-to-peer. For peer-to-peer platform, so they form under base layer. कौन से layer में आएंगे? Base layer. तो check out under where does such NBFC fit in a scale-based regulation? Answer is base layer. And say it audit procedure. Audit procedures for this P2P. Important question. So gain understanding of the business. ठीक है. Verify the certificate of registration. Verify the board policy setting out criteria for participants. So who can become lender, who can become borrower on our platform. Verify the board policy for pricing of your services. Verify adherence to the borrowing lending guidelines prescribed by RBI. Verify appropriate arrangements are made amongst the participant and the NBFC. Compliance with the reporting requirement of RBI, and verify board's approved policy for grievance, redressal and complaint. If someone is complaining, how do we resolve it? उसके related board policy. ठीक है. Next one, classification of frauds by NBFC, important. Okay, whenever any frauds are identified under NBFC, they have to be reported. They have to be reported to RBI. Okay, so whenever we are reporting categorization of fraud, so that basically category wise reporting happens, RBI is able to understand which type of fraud was there. Okay, so over here the frauds have been classified mainly as per the provisions of Indian Penal Code: misappropriation and criminal breach of trust, fraudulent encashment through fraudulent instrument, manipulation of books of accounts, through fictitious accounts, conversion of property, unauthorized credit for reward or illegal gratification. Some loan was approved because I was getting some share in it. Negligence and cash shortage. Now someone said, sir, negligence is not a fraud. So negligence and cash shortage, cheating, forgery is fraud. Irregularities in foreign exchange. So this D point and F point. The negligence, cash shortage, cheating, irregularities in foreign exchange, that too will not be regarded as fraud unless the intention is proved. Kuch galat tha. Plus, if at all there was a cash shortage found out and cashier did not report that time and later he is caught, there was a cash shortage, he did not report that time, later he is caught, then in that case it will be treated as fraud only. Okay, and any other type of fraud. Okay, moving ahead. Checklist for investment and credit company is fine. This is company which is doing investment also. They're also giving loans also. The points which are to be written are basically for how do we check the investment company and how do we check a company which is giving loan. Both are to be written, but according to me, this is not important. Now, wo P2T wala tha na, that is more important. Okay, next one is report to board of director. This is report to whom? Board of director. We know as an auditor, we report normally to the shareholders. If at all I'm giving an audit report, it's addressed to the shareholders. This is a report to board of director. This is in addition to the report which you're giving to your shareholder as per section 143 of Companies Act. 143 subsection 2, subsection 3. Wo ab report karo, that's different. This is an additional reporting to board of director required in case of NBFCs. The auditors are required to submit additional report to board of director. This is in addition to the report which you gave to shareholder under section 143. Okay, now what is to be included? What is to be included under this report to board of director? So this is as per the NBFC Audit Report Direction 2016. Now they are telling for all NBFCs you need to include the following thing. 1. Whether they have obtained the certificate of registration and whether that company is entitled to hold the certificate of registration based on that principal business criteria 50-50. They have obtained certificate of registration, they're entitled to hold that certificate of registration. And are they meeting the net own fund requirement? This is applicable for all NBFCs. Fine. Now for those which are accepting public deposits. Those which are accepting public deposits, okay. All mein jo points the, they are there. Plus these are extra. Those which are accepting public deposit, so whether public deposit accepted by the company together with other borrowing are within the limits admissible. Remember, the limit is as per the credit rating. Okay. If it is in excess, are they regularized in the manner given in the direction? Okay. Whether NBFC accepting public deposit without minimum investment grade credit rating, whether you accepted public deposit without the minimum investment grade credit rating, capital adequacy ratio has been correctly determined, the credit rating is in force, whether the credit rating is in force, an amount of deposit, whether it has exceeded the limit as per the credit rating agency, whether you violated any of the restrictions on acceptance of public deposit, whether you violated any of this thing, whether you defaulted in payment to the depositor, whether the prudential norms have been complied, liquid asset ka requirement has been complied, returns on deposit has been filed on a proper basis. So like those which are accepting public deposit, they have to file NBS 1. Okay. Whether the quarterly return on prudential norms is being basically filed. Opening of new branch, closure of branch, uske related you have filed a form with RBI wherever required. So these are all points for those accepting public deposit. Now for those who are not accepting public deposit, for those who are not accepting, first one was for all, वो तो सबके लिए, For those who are accepting public deposit, extra point. For those who are not accepting public deposit, whether BOD has passed a resolution that they are not accepting public deposit, whether company has accepted any public deposit during the year, whether prudential norms have been complied, capital adequacy ratio is correctly determined, and whether the NBFC has been correctly classified as NBFC microfinance if it is basically in microfinancing, वो correctly classified है या नहीं, ठीक है. Plus, if answer to any of the thing is negative, whenever you are reporting to board of director, answer to any of the thing is negative, you are required to give reasons. And this point, fifth one, is important. Fifth point is important. This is obligation to submit an exception report to bank. Bank means RBI. Obligation to submit which report? Exception report to RBI. So where in case of NBFC, whenever you are reporting on above points, you find something problematic. The statement regarding any of the item given in para 3 above is unfavorable or qualified. Okay? Or, in your opinion, the company has not complied with the provisions of RBI Act, or NBFC acceptance of public deposit direction, or NBFC non-systematically important non-deposit taking direction, or NBFC systematically important or non-deposit taking but systematically important and deposit taking one, uske direction, to prudential norms wala direction. If they have not complied any of this thing, it is the obligation of the auditor to make a report containing the details about, you have to tell what? The unfavorable or qualified statement or the non-compliances to whom the regional office of RBI under which the NBFC is located. But you are required to tell only the unfavorable qualified statement non-compliance. It should not be talking about compliances. The report is only for contravention and it should not contain any statement with regards to compliance. So this is called as an exception report which we have to send to RBI. So para 3 mein whatever we are reporting usme kuch negative hai, or there is a violation of RBI Act or public deposit ke direction or the prudential norms wala direction. We need to basically tell this unfavorable, qualified or non-compliances to RBI. Clear? Next one, Caro. Now, Caro 2020, we already did it yesterday, Caro 2020. In your Caro clause number 16, whether the company is required to be registered under section 45 IA of RBI Act and whether such registration has been obtained. Number 2, whether company has conducted any NBFC operation without obtaining a valid certificate of registration. If it's a core investment company, does it fulfill the criteria of core investment company? And if it's exempted, so where it fulfills the criteria for that exemption or unregistered core investment company. If group has more than one CIC, number of CICs in a group are to be mentioned. Okay, so check out over here, question number 9. Advise company with regards to audit procedure to be taken and reporting requirement in Caro. Two things, audit procedure to be taken and the reporting requirement. Reporting requirement in Caro, whether you're required to be registered under section 45 IA of RBI Act. Now, audit procedures. So whether you are required to be registered, so I need to understand whether you are NBFC or not. So examine the transactions of the entity, whether it's covered under RBI Act. 50-50 test you check. Okay, net own fund you check. Whether certificate of registration has been obtained or not you check. So, and you report the following, whether registration is required, if so, whether it is obtained, and if not, the reasons thereof. This company is required to obtain the registration, the net own fund. Achha. Now see, net own fund is 150. It should be minimum 2 crore. So there is a violation over here. The auditor is required to report the same as per Caro clause number 16. Fine, moving ahead. Last point actually of this chapter is applicability of Ind AS. We know that under your schedule 3, division 1, division 2, division 3. Division 3 is for those companies, actually NBFCs, following Ind AS. Whether Ind AS is applicable to NBFC, answer is yes, but to them it started a bit late. To normal companies it started from 1/4/16, 1/4/17. To them it started from 1/4/18, 1/4/19. Phase 1 was 1/4/18, phase 2 was 1/4/19 onwards. 1/4/18 listed and unlisted company having a net worth 500 crores or more. 1/4/19 onwards all listed, unlisted having a net worth of 250 crores. So this is basically there. अच्छा, if at all Ind AS applies to you, can I say financial statements are to be prepared as per Ind AS? ठीक है. Now, Schedule 3 gives the format. Division 1 gives format for those companies following AS. Division 2 gives format for those companies following Ind AS. And Division 3 is for NBFCs following Ind AS. Now, what is the difference in format between Division 2, Division 3? Very, very important. What is the difference in format for Division 2 and Division 3? NBFCs are allowed to have a balance sheet in order of liquidity, which is not allowed for the normal companies. So they're allowed to have the items in order of liquidity. That's one difference. Division 2 may it's not allowed. Second, they are required to classify items of balance sheet into financial, non-financial. Rather than current and non-current, they will classify items in balance sheet as financial, non-financial. Third, any item of other income or other expense which exceeds 1% of total income. If any item of income or expense which exceeds 1% of total income, you need to show separately under Division 3. Division 2 में words are. Division 2 में words are which exceeds 1% of revenue from operation or 10 lakh, whichever is higher. तो यहाँ पे word written is 1% of total income. Division 2 में word is 1% of revenue from operation or 10 lakh, whichever is higher. Fine. Next, revenue from operations and other comprehensive income. See, items comprising what is included in your revenue from operation under Division 2, we give it in a note. But here it has to be on the face. It has to be on the face of SOPL instead of notes. Okay. NBFCs are required to separately disclose under receivable the debts due from any LLP in which the director is a partner or a member. अच्छा, तो that was given in Division 2 in notes. Notes में लिखते थे. यहाँ पे on face it has to be given. Face means face of the note. Note में वो line theory की तरह नहीं. It has to be disclosed separately. LLP dues from the LLP in which the director is a partner or a member. अच्छा, they have to separately disclose the trade receivable whichever significant increase in credit risk or credit impaired, and condition restriction for distribution of statutory reserve. So like a bank, NBFC may be profit का 25% transfer to statutory reserve. So that thing is basically to be disclosed in notes which not there in Division 2. Done. This is over. Acha, check this question. Check this question, 12th one. If you see over here, total income is 10,000. 1% of total income is 100. Any item of income or expenditure which exceeds 100 needs a separate disclosure. तो total income लेना है, not revenue from operation. So here there's a expenditure on manpower 99.5. Okay, is it exceeding 100? No, so not to be shown separately. So does it meet requirement of Division 3? Answer is yes. It does not exceed 1% of total income, hence it does not need a separate disclosure. So they're not written manpower outsourcing यहाँ पे नहीं है. But it's okay, it doesn't exceed 1% of your total income. Okay, this was your chapter of NBFC. Going to chapter number 15, audit of PSU. Okay, we'll finish audit of PSU, we'll finish internal audit, then we take break. 2 more chapters we finish, then we take a break, and then 2 more will be remaining. Due diligence, investigation, forensic audit, and the last one is your sustainable development wala. Thank you, Ajay. Thank you, Jay. Okay, chapter number 15 is audit of public sector undertaking. Now, public sector undertakings are actually divided as government departments like railways, postal, second government companies, or there are some corporations which are set up under a specific act like LIC, UTI. They are also basically coming over there. Now, what's a government auditing? Government auditing is what? It's a objective, systematic, professional, independent examination. Normal audit is independent examination. Thode words extra. Objective, systematic, professional. Acha, it's an independent examination of what? Not just financial. It's financial, admin, and other operation of a public entity made subsequent to their execution for the purpose of evaluating and verifying them and presenting a report. Presenting a report containing explanatory statement together with the conclusions and the recommendation for future action. So simple words में, it is objective, systematic, professional, and independent examination of a financial, admin, or other operation of a public entity. ठीक है. In India, The function of this government audit is discharged by C&AG, Comptroller and Auditor General of India, and he is actually the head of a department which is called IAAS, Indian Accounts and Audit Services. Indian Accounts and Audit Department, IAAD likho, IAAS likho, chalega. Now, legal framework for C&AG. C&AG is appointed for a period of 6 years or up to the age of 65. He will be appointed by President of India. His remuneration will be similar to a judge of a Supreme Court. He can be removed only on a proven ground of misbehavior or incapacity, otherwise no, and that too each house of parliament, Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, both the houses of parliament need to pass a resolution with 2/3 majority. Uske powers and duties, we have a separate act for it. C&AG, Powers, Duties, Condition of Service Act 1971. Account maintenance. Now the accounts of union, territories and states. The accounts of union and states will be kept in such form as President prescribes on the advice of C&AG. The accounts of union and states are kept in such form as President prescribes on the advice of C&AG. Okay, now pay attention. C&AG will do the audits. After the audits are done, I'll give the financials. I'll give the financials to President or the Governor, who will present it before the Parliament or the Legislative Department, State Legislature. So reports of C&AG will be submitted to the President or Governor, who will lay it before the House of Parliament or State Legislature. The number of organizations covered under audit of C&AG is huge. All basically government departments, railways, postal, everything. Then government companies actually they don't do the audit, they will appoint the auditors. Plus non-commercial autonomous bodies which are controlled by union, territories or state, and authorities which have been substantially financed by union, territory or state. They all come under the purview of audit by C&AG. Okay, now audit board setup. So one of the unique feature basically is that under your IAAD, Indian Accounts and Audit Department, there's an audit board which has been set up. An audit board do a comprehensive audit covering everything. So one of the unique feature of basically IAAD is they have constituted audit board for conducting the comprehensive audit for the PSUs, public sector enterprises. The audit board will associate themselves with the experts. They will hire the experts basically for doing these things. And the result of such comprehensive appraisal, the comprehensive audit they did, that will be included in the report of C&AG. Okay. Now, action on audit report. I told you the report of C&AG. C&AG will give the report to President or Governor. They will present it before the Parliament or State Legislature. But problem is whether that Parliament or State Legislature have a time to see each and every reports. Whether that Parliament or State Legislature they have a time to see? No. So what has happened is Parliament mein there are committees formed. I repeat, Parliament mein there are committees formed. Few ministers will be heading that committee, and automatically that reports are referred to them. So scrutiny of annual accounts audit report by Parliament will be very difficult, and they have a limited time in Parliament. Therefore, Parliament, State Legislature have constituted a specialized committee. One is called Public Accounts Committee, other is called Committee of Public Undertaking. Public Accounts Committee, Committee of Public Undertaking. Public Accounts Committee, PSC. PSC ko all the audit reports or accounts of government department goes. Government department. And Committee of Public Undertaking mein the other things, not the government department, other corporation and the government companies, uske related thing goes to COPU, that is Committee on Public Undertaking. Now what these committees will do? So Public Accounts Committee, they will satisfy that the money was disbursed legally on the services or for the purpose for which they were applied, expenditures are authorized, and the distribution of fund is basically as per the budgets. Budget ke hisab se spending has been done. This is what they will be doing it, and they will be doing it for the government departments. Committee on Public Undertaking, they will do the same thing. Same financial control as Public Account Committee exercises over government department. They will do same thing, but for the public sector undertakings, other than that government department ke reports went to Public Accounts Committee, all others are going to Committee on Public Undertaking. The functions of committee are, what are the functions of committee? The functions of committee are to examine the report and accounts of public undertaking, to examine the reports of C&AG on public undertaking, to examine autonomy, efficiency of the public undertaking, and to exercise such other functions which are vested in PSC from time to time by the speaker. Now there's one more thing called estimates committee. You know budgets kya hai? Estimate. The estimate committee, basically they are helping in that budgets. The estimate committee, they examine the estimates, they examine the budget, they report the economies, improvement in organization, efficiency, consistency with policy. Okay, they may also suggest an alternative policy, and they will see whether the money is well laid down within the limit, and they can suggest the form in which the estimates shall be presented to the parliament. The estimate committee helps in budgets. Budgets के अंदर वो help करते हैं. They review that budgets. They may suggest some alternative thing before the budget is presented in parliament. Fine. Now, what is C&AG's role? This is important. So, C&AG का role is what? So, C&AG के reports go to committee. So, can I say C&AG's report are the basis for the committee's working? Plus, anything which any of the ministries submit to the committee, any documents or any things from ministry goes to the committee, it will be scrutinized by C&AG first. He will scrutinize the notes which ministry submits to the committee. Okay, the financial committee presents the report to parliament or state legislature with their observation recommendation. In respect of those audit report, which could not be discussed in detail by committee, written answers are obtained from department or the ministry concerned. Written answers are obtained from the ministry or the department concerned, even though they were not discussed in detail by the committees. ठीक है, तो simple words में, your role is what? A friend, a philosopher or a guide. C&AG का role, not your role, C&AG. So his report forms the basis of working of the committee. Whatever ministry is sent to committee, he will be basically scrutinizing them, and your report you give to committee. Committee will submit that reports to committee. किसको मतलब your report went to committee कैसे गया? You gave it to president or parliament, president or governor. They will present it to the parliament or the state legislature. ठीक है, and the committees will then again give it to parliament with their observation recommendation. Committees will then give it to parliament with their observation recommendation. Fine. Objective scope of public PSU audit is fine, not important. Elements of PSU audit. Elements of PSU audit. Okay, there are three parties. There are three parties in PSU audit. One, the auditor. The responsible party means the government organization and the intended user. Responsible party is nothing but the management, or I say government organization. Okay, then number two, subject matter, criteria, subject matter information. Now, there is a subject matter which is to be evaluated against the criteria. There is a subject matter, information, condition, activity, kuch bhi. Information, condition, activity, which is to be measured against the criteria. Usko bolte hai subject matter. Criterias are basically the benchmark. Criterias are the benchmark, and the resulting thing coming is called subject matter information. The resultant thing, this is the outcome of evaluating the subject matter against criteria. The subject matter is nothing but an information, condition or activity which is being measured against the criteria. Criteria are the benchmark used for measuring, and the resultant thing coming is basically the subject matter information. Now, type of engagement, attestation and direct reporting. Okay, attestation engagement, direct reporting engagement. Now see what happens under attestation. Under attestation engagement, the responsible party directly gives you the subject matter information. So I don't have to basically measure the subject matter against the criteria. I'm directly given a subject matter information, and I'm required to comment whether it shows a true and fair view. Under attestation engagement, the subject matter is measured against criteria by the responsible party only, and responsible party gives the auditor, responsible party is giving you what? The subject matter information. So directly financial statements are given to me, and I'll basically say whether they're showing a true and fair view. Achha, direct reporting engagement. Under direct reporting engagement, the auditor will measure the subject matter against the criteria. For example, whether the wastage above 5% is there, performance audit kind of thing. So I will measure the wastage which is basically above 5% or not. So I am checking subject matter, I am evaluating it against the criteria. So that's a direct reporting engagement. The financial audit which we do, that's always attestation engagement. Performance audit which we do, that will come under your direct reporting engagement. The financial audit are attestation engagement, performance audit, compliance audit are direct reporting engagement, where we as an auditor, we need to measure the subject matter against the criteria. TK, principles of PSU audit is fine, general principles all remain same, and otherwise planning, conducting, reporting, that's okay. Okay, steps in government company ka audit. Okay, it's a government company. I told you for a government company, the auditor is appointed by C&AG. The appointment of auditor. So for a government company, the appointment of auditor will be done by C&AG, plus C&AG may give you direction. Okay, the C&AG can give you the direction, the manner in which audit is to be done, and whenever such a direction is given, you need to include in your report the directions given, actions taken by you, and impact of that on financial statement. So they may give you direction, and you need to include in your report the directions given, actions taken, and the impact of that on financial statement. Plus one more thing, you have to give a copy of your report to C&AG. You have to give a copy of your report to whom? C&AG. And once you give a copy of your report to C&AG, within 60 days, they can send someone to do additional checking, which is called as a supplementary audit. They can send someone to do some extra checking, which is supplementary audit. Acha, plus, I gave a copy of my report to C&AG. C&AG can give comments on my report, or they can send someone to do a test audit, checking my work. Acha, comments or basically sending someone to check my work, that can be done even after 60 days. Usme 60 days is not written. They can comment upon, supplement basically my audit report, and whatever comments they have given, that is also to be circulated to all the people who are entitled to receive the financial statements. As well as they can do a test audit, sending someone to check my work. This can be done even after 60 days also. Then there are questions relating to it. Okay, they are telling we are a listed company. We follow SEBI rules and regulations. So now C&AG should not be interfering in between. No. If you are a government company, C&AG will appoint the auditor, and C&AG has all that powers. 143 subsection 567. Correct. Okay, check over here what they are telling. You are a statutory auditor of a central government owned company for a particular year, and the statutory auditors were required to examine the following areas mandatorily and write about it in your report. Achha, you have to mandatorily check it, provide the replies and impact of that on financial statement. So they are telling I have to check mandatory this thing. So this will be the directions given by C&AG. ये सब क्या है? What do you gauge from this? These are likely to relate to the directions issued by C&AG. Next type of audit which are there. Now see, 5 types of audit are given. Doesn't mean it's a 5 separate audits. It doesn't mean it's a 5 separate audit. No. It can be one audit covering everything also. That is not the way. Okay, one financial audit wherein we express opinion on the financial statement, whether it shows a true and fair view. Second, it's a compliance audit. Compliance audit will be generally a direct reporting engagement wherein we measure the subject matter against the criteria. Okay, the compliance audit it's an independent assessment whether the subject matter is in compliance with the applicable authorities identified as criteria. So means laws and regulations have been complied or not, uske liye you have been called. So this is concerned with, okay, the audit is carried out by assessing whether the activities, transactions, information comply with the regulatory and the other authorities which govern the audited entity. So one, it complies with basically laws and regulations. Second, it complies with internal rules and regulation. The laws and regulation as well as the internal rules and regulation or the agreements which have been entered, उन सब के साथ it is complying or not. ठीक है. And compliance audit may be conducted as an individual separate audit, or it may be together with your financial statement ka audit, or it may be together with the performance auditing. Now what is a performance audit? Performance audit is important. We evaluate 3 E's: economy, efficiency, effectiveness. So pay attention over here. A performance audit is objective, systematic examination of evidence for the purpose of providing independent assessment. So we are objectively evaluating what? So for the purpose of providing an independent assessment of a performance of a government organization या उनका program या activity or function. It's an objective, systematic examination of evidence for the purpose of providing independent assessment of the performance of the overall organization or the one of the program or activity or function to provide information to improve accountability, facilitate decision making process. ठीक है. PSU audit is generally conducted by C and AG. They have this IAAS department, through them it does it. ठीक है. And it will focus on what? It addresses the issue of, if question comes, which are the issues addressed in performance audit? Which are the issues addressed in performance audit? Three things. One is economy. You are minimizing the cost of resources which are used for the activity. So you are having appropriate quantity, quality at a best price. ठीक है. Efficiency. Efficiency relates to input-output ratio. With the minimum input, you are getting the maximum output. Or with the input, maximum output possible is basically got. So your output is maximized at a minimum input, or an input is minimized for a given quantity of output. This input-output ratio. The economy relates to rate. Efficiency relates to input-output ratio, and effectiveness. Effectiveness is whether the overall objective is achieved. Okay, you got the goods, you got material, labor, everything at a proper rate. Economy was there. Okay, for 1 kilometer road, I needed 1 labor for 2 days. 1 labor for 2 days, 1 kilometer road was there. So efficiency is also there. But after constructing road, the road was constructed at a place where it was not required. Or after constructing, again the road was dug up. So can I say the overall objective is not achieved? ठीक है. So that's effectiveness. Overall objective is achieved or not. The three things performance audit focuses on: economy, efficiency, effectiveness. ठीक. Now check this question number 6, RTP November 22. You were appointed to conduct a performance audit. Now what did you do? You checked that all the expenses are in conformity with publicly accepted customs. So you tried to see that all the expenses which have been done are as per the public interest. Means money is spent as if you are spending your own money. That's actually proprietary audit. So you were called upon to do performance audit, but you did a proprietary audit. You just verified that expenses are as per the publicly accepted customs. So C and AG rejected your report. They should have rejected because you have not done a performance audit. So check out over here, the rejection of report is in order because mere checking of expense is not a performance audit. Clear? Okay, how do you plan a performance audit? The stages in your performance audit. How do you plan a performance audit? 1. Understand the entity. Define the objective and scope. Criteria. I told you, performance audit is basically your direct reporting. So subject matter is to be evaluated against criteria. Decide the approach. Develop the audit question. Team which you need. Who will do what? That's audit design metrics. Establish timetable and intimation of audit program to the entity. ठीक है. Now, mention the source for understanding the entity. That's easy, fine, not difficult. This question. This is a bit tricky. Question number 9. You have been appointed as auditor of AKY Limited. After having determined audit objective, now you have to draft the audit criteria. You have to evaluate subject matter against the criteria. You have to measure them. So you have to draft the criteria. What are the sources which can help you in deciding criteria? So sources. तो एक practice manual, booklet में क्या लिखा है, इतना होना चाहिए. Second, the policies, standards, directions, guidelines given. Criteria is used by same entity or similar other entities in similar activity. Expert का opinion कितना wastage होना चाहिए. new or scientific knowledge or other reliable information, general management or literature, research papers say I can try to define. So criteria, which source say I'm able to determine. So which source will help you to determine criteria? That's the question. Which methods do you use for conducting performance audit? Which methods do you use for conducting performance audit? Analysis of procedure. Procedure is the controls. Then case study, I can have it like a case. I can use the existing data which is available, held by the entity. Surveys I can do, I can analyze the result. Quantitative analysis, this is what I can do. Okay, proprietary audit, fourth one. Proprietary audit. Proprietary audit stands for verification of transaction on test of public interest. So expenditure is as per the publicly accepted customs. Money is being spent as if you're spending your own money. So it's verification of transaction on test of public interest, commonly accepted customs, standard of conduct. So this is basically definition, and they're telling that we try to find out cases of improper, avoidable, infructuous expenditure, even though the expenditure is as per rules and regulation, even though it's as per budget, but it was not required or it is prima facie more than what occasion demands. Okay. Now they've given this thing. Proprietary requires the transaction, particularly the expenditure. It talks particularly about expenditure, and they should meet certain principles. What? It should not be prima facie more than what occasion demands. You should spend your money as if you spend the government money as if you're spending your own money. Then it should not directly or indirectly give benefit to the employee only. So I basically incur expenditure in a way that gives benefit to me. No, that should not be there. It should not be, the fund should not be utilized for a benefit of a particular person or a community. And there should not be any avenues open for the managerial person to get indirect benefits. Okay. Now, what is the problem in proprietary audit? Whether this expenditure was required, not required, ye kya hai? This is basically a kind of, I believe, mere ko lag raha hai required, you might believe it's not required. So, ye personal hai choice. So, that is one of the problem. Plus, how to check it? How to check basically expenditure is prima facie more, not more, whether it was required, not required. So, there's a lack of verifiable auditing proposition. You're not able to basically decide how to it. So it's a moral term. It's a moral term over here, and you don't have that exact thing how to check it. Like suppose sales of 10 lakh, I have a bill of 10 lakh rupee. यहाँ पे तो ऐसा कुछ है नहीं. So in proprietary audit, the formulation of verifiable auditing proposition is one problem. Second, there's an element of subjectivity involved, required, not required, as per standards, custom hai, nahi hai, that all thing. Achha, to take care of this situation, C&AG has developed the norms of proprietary. Now, norms basically are general. Each of the government department can have the norms prepared as per their own way. The norms so developed provide the basis, but the norms are kind of general in nature. So better is like everybody should come out with their own norms. So management of each entity should formulate norms of proprietary considering their operations. Okay, plus proprietary as a moral element should be evaluated. As an auditor, I need to evaluate based on circumstances which were prevailing. Okay, today you might feel this expenditure not required, but that time at that moment, considering the situation going on, it was required. Okay, you send a peon by flight. Now, normally we don't send a peon by flight, but there it was a very, very urgent document. I needed a sign immediately of the director who was at Bombay. So I send a peon by flight only. Okay? So these are the problems in proprietary. Last one is comprehensive audit. Now, comprehensive audit is done by audit board. याद आया audit board setup? The audit board will be doing a comprehensive audit covering all the areas. ठीक है. तो C&AG basically is C&AG assists the legislature in reviewing the performance of public undertaking. He conducts efficiency cum performance audit other than the field which are already covered by internal auditor, etc. This all thing. So this comprehensive audit is generally done by the audit board. Audit board comes under C&AG only. Yeah, the audit board is a part of IAAD, Indian Accounts and Audit Department, which is headed by C&AG. Now, what all things are covered under comprehensive audit? The issues examined in comprehensive audit. Let's come to the issues examined in comprehensive audit. The overall capital cost of the project. Okay. Whether accepted output is coming, planned rate of return is coming, project formulation, execution are proper, cost control measures are adequate, purchase policies are adequate, R&D programs basically are there or not, adequate system of repair maintenance, procedures are effective, economical, is there any poor or insufficient project planning? So this all points are coming. And the starting point of comprehensive audit appraisal, whenever I want to do a comprehensive audit appraisal, I need to understand why that entity was created. The first starting point is we need to understand the decision regarding setting up of enterprise, uska objective, area of operation. So based on all that things, I'll decide what all I need to check for this organization. Clear? Okay, so many times this question has been asked, what are basically the points covered under your comprehensive audit? Now comes the last point of this chapter, that is audit report of C&AG. Last point of this chapter, audit report of C&AG. Okay, the report of C&AG on PSU are presented to Parliament in several parts. First part, introduction, containing the general review of the working result of government companies, deemed government companies, government corporation. So how this government companies, deemed government companies, corporation are working, uska general review. Second, the result of comprehensive appraisal of selected undertaking did by the audit board. Audit board has done a comprehensive audit, to uske related result of comprehensive audit of selected undertaking which are conducted by audit board. Okay, resume, brief about company auditors report submitted by them. So for government companies, we had a company auditor appointed, they submitted the report, unke report ki summary. Then significant results of audit, significant results which came in audit of undertaking which were not taken up by audit board. So selected undertaking, audit board did a comprehensive audit, unka result, and are those which we did not do comprehensive audit, but unke auditor had given some comments. So significant results of the audit of the undertaking which were not selected by the audit boards. This is basically the parts in which the audit report of C&AG is divided, 4 parts. Then this is chapter of audit of PSU. Come to internal audit. After internal audit, we take a break. Then 2 chapters are remaining, 17 and 18. 10:30 it will get over. So by 9 o'clock this chapter over, then 15 minutes break, and then 1 hour 15 minutes for the remaining 2 chapters. Okay, internal audit. Now, normally it's audit conducted on behalf of management, which assists the management in fulfilling their responsibility. That's internal audit. But the definition given over here, try to check. As defined in the framework governing internal audit provides independent assurance on what? The effectiveness of internal control and the risk management process. It gives an independent assurance on the effectiveness of internal control and the risk management process to enhance the governance and achieve organizational objective. To enhance the governance and achieve the organizational objective. Now we have a separate standards on internal audit which I called SIA. Standards on internal audit. Okay. Now what is objective and scope of internal auditing? One, you have to objective and scope of internal audit. What all you need to cover? Monitoring of internal control, examination of financial and other operational information, review of operational activity, review of compliance with laws and regulation. You have to see the risk management done is proper or not, and you need to see the governance structure is proper or not. Governance. Okay, so this is what they have given. It's not important. Actually, there's a question. Review by internal auditor. There's a question, review by internal auditor. You'll feel this all points are getting repeated there. That is important. Acha, is internal audit mandatory? We have section 138 of Companies Act. As per section 138 of Companies Act, internal audit is mandatory for all listed company. Acha, unlisted public company, if it's an unlisted public company, paid up capital 50 crores or more, I have to check preceding year, all limits preceding year. Turnover 200 crores or more, loans and borrowing from bank, financial institution 100 crore or more, outstanding deposit, public deposits 25 crore or more. All limits are of last year. For loan and public deposit, I have to check any time during last year. ठीक है, तो 4 में से कोई भी limit satisfied, internal audit mandatory. अच्छा, for a private company, private companies are always unlisted. Private company में public deposits cannot be there only, and paid up capital वाला point they've removed. So basically turnover 200 crores or more, and loans and borrowing from bank and financial institution 100 crore or more. These are the 2 points. Okay, so if at all you are covered in any of the criteria above, you need to have an internal audit mandatorily. Now, who will appoint the internal auditor? The internal auditor will be appointed by the board of directors only. Acha, what that internal auditor will do, uska scope, methodology, timing, periodicity, that all will be decided by audit committee or board of director with the internal auditor. The audit committee or the board, in consultation with internal auditor, formulate the scope, functioning, periodicity, methodology, etc. Acha, internal auditor may be a chartered accountant, not necessary. Or chartered accountant maybe, he may be in practice, may not be in practice. So he either be a chartered accountant or a cost accountant or any other professional as is decided by board of directors. So as is decided by board of directors, so can I say we can have anybody doing internal audit possible? And he may or may not be an employee also. So can I have an employee doing internal audit? Answer is yes. Now limits were all of last year to be checked. So check out over here, they've given me the turnover for immediately preceding 3 years, 49, 145, 260. यहाँ पे 260 है internal audit applicable. 210, 205, 200, exact 200 also internal audit applicable. The word written is 200 or more. Moving ahead. Question number 4. Okay, AADI Limited listed mandatory internal audit, don't see the limit. Okay, Ajit Limited public company paid up capital 50 crores or more, yeah, paid up capital 50 crores or more, internal audit applicable. Acha, unlisted private company paid up capital not to be seen, public deposits will not be there. Okay, for private company I need to see turnover 200 crore or more, no. Loan from bank, financial issue 100 crore or more, no. So can I say none of the conditions satisfied? So AADI, ADI Limited, Ajit Limited required to have an internal audit. NEMI Limited does not require. So check over here the solution. ADI and Ajit required, NEMI not required. Okay, moving ahead, critical activities of internal auditor. Which are the critical activities which internal auditor does? So based on SIA 210, the internal audit function performs number of activity which are outlined in the charter, terms of engagement mein. Few critical activity. 1. You define the overall plan, scope, methodology of internal audit function. You oversee and monitor various assignment, the proper planning, execution, finding. Plan, acquire, engage. Acha, to actually this is critical activities of not internal auditor, it's actually internal audit function. ऐसा आना चाहिए. That's a better word. So internal audit function performs numerous activity, few of them are. What does internal audit function do? So 1, they will plan, they will define the overall plan, scope, methodology of internal audit function. They will oversee and monitor the audit assignment, their proper planning, execution, reporting of findings, etc. They will plan, acquire, review the performance, give training to the staff resources to achieve the objective. They will identify, source, manage the external experts. यहाँ पे आ गया आपका staff, यहाँ पे आ गया external expert. They will communicate and engage with the key stakeholders, and they will develop and maintain quality evaluation and improvement program. ठीक है, this is fine. Now, what are main responsibilities of internal auditor? which are the main responsibilities of internal auditor. This is important. So till now, whether internal audit required, section 138, and now this. So main responsibilities of internal auditor: 1, to maintain adequate system of internal control, to operate independently of accounting staff. You have to operate independently, not to involve yourself in performance of the work. I should not be involved in doing the executive function. I am here to come and check your work. To observe facts and situation, bring it to the notice of authority. To work closely with the management, and his knowledge must be kept up to date, and you should enjoy an independent status. ठीक है. So you should not be involved in doing the work. Executive function आपको नहीं करना है. ठीक है. Moving ahead to review by internal auditor. This question is also important. The main responsibilities. If question comes, what are the main responsibilities? So to maintain a system of internal control, to operate independently, not to engage himself in performance of executive work, to observe the facts and situation, bring it to the notice of authorities, to work closely with management, keep his knowledge up to date, and enjoy independent status. Now, what all review you are required to do? 1, review of internal control systems and procedure. Review of custodianship and safeguarding of asset, whether assets are being safeguarded. Review of compliance with plans, policies, procedures, regulations, whether laws, regulation, policies, procedures are being complied. Review of relevance and reliability of information. So whatever information system the information is coming out, it's relevant, reliable. Review of organizational structure, the hierarchy. Now in this there are sub-points given. So there can be a question only on this, which was asked in May 18 exam. There can be a question only on this asked in May 18 exam. So review of organizational structure. Let me just finish the headings first. Review of utilization of resources and review of accomplishment of goals and objective. So one was review of internal control systems and procedure. Then second one basically we had was review of custodianship and safeguarding of asset. Review of rules, regulation, policies, procedure. Review of reliability and relevance of the information. Review of organizational structure, review of basically utilization of resources, and last one was accomplishment of goals and objective. Okay, coming to organizational structure, you need to review whether the responsibility, authority are in harmony. You need to examine the organizational chart, and you need to see whether the structure is simple, economical. The responsibilities of managerial staff at HO do not overlap with the operating units. The responsibilities are not overlapping. Span of control. Span of control is under one person. How many persons are there? That span of control. So see, the span of control is reasonable. When dual responsibility cannot be avoided, who is the primary one for fulfilling the responsibility? Who has the primary responsibility? And evaluate the process of managerial development in enterprise. So this is basically for organizational structure. Moving ahead, whether an internal auditor should have integrity, objectivity, independence, answer is yes. Answer is yes. The internal auditor has to be free from undue influences. The independence should not only be in his mind but also in his appearance, and he has to be honest, truthful, person of high integrity. This is fine. Now check this question. This is important. Qualities of internal auditor. Qualities of internal auditor. So 1, he should have a special expertise needed for evaluating the management control system. You should have a special expertise. You must have accounting and financial expertise. Thoda bahut knowledge nahi, accounting and financial expertise you should be having. Then there's a basic knowledge about technology also required. Good knowledge of commerce, law, taxation, costing, economics, etc. is required. Understanding of accounting software, ERP system. Understanding of management principles and technique. And by his conduct, the internal auditor should provide an assurance to the management that the confidentiality of such information would be maintained. So you should be, which type of quality? ऐसी quality होनी चाहिए that management believes that you will be maintaining confidentiality of information. So this is qualities an internal auditor should be having. Now, how do we perform an internal audit engagement? Steps are given. I'm just taking the headings. So not relevant exam angle. Performing internal audit. 1. Obtain knowledge of business environment. Do planning. Gather the required information. Do checking. Checking may you use sampling, you use analytical procedures, everything you do. You collect evidence and then you come out with your reporting. Okay, the 5 step, obtain knowledge about business and environment. You do your audit planning, internal audit planning. Planning you do. Uske liye SIA 310 is there, that's okay. Then gather the required information, perform your audit checks and then come to your reporting. Acha, reporting ke andar, you first prepare a draft report and you discuss with it. Management action plan. Okay, whatever gaps we have identified, can I say management will tell you how they are going to overcome it. The management action plan should be agreed with the responsibility of action and the timelines of the action. So how management are going to overcome that gaps? So management action plan should be agreed along with the responsibility of action and timelines of the action. And then you should review whether that actions are being taken up by the management or not. And then you circulate the final report presentation to the audit committee. Okay, now check over here. The XYZ Mr. A as internal auditor for the next year. Audit committee requested Mr. A to present their internal audit plan for the next year. What approach you follow to prepare an audit plan? तो आपको plan के लिए this question is there. तो check out over here. So internal auditor should, in consultation with TCWG, including audit committee, document a plan for each of the internal audit engagement. The plan should be developed in a manner that all business processes covering financial, non-financial, operational, they are all covered up within a definite timeline. And adequate balance should be ensured for the following: the risk which are there in the business, value that internal auditor can provide to the organization, the efforts involved in doing internal audit, coverage of all areas. So that all way you need to plan your internal audit. Now internal audit ka report, 1, it can be at the end of assignment gets over, then only you give it. Second is on periodic basis. Every monthly or every quarterly you are giving it, that's on periodic basis. Now is the format of internal audit report given anywhere? Is the format of internal audit report as such given anywhere? Answer is no. So we have a format of audit report that was given under SA 700 series. That was for not internal audit, that was for your normal audit, statutory audit. Okay. If I check over here, on the basis of internal audit work completed, the internal auditor shall issue a clear, well-documented internal audit report. You should issue a clear, well-documented internal audit report, which will generally contain the following. तो क्या होना चाहिए? Objective, scope, approach of audit assignment. The fact that the internal audit was done in accordance with standards on internal audit. Executive summary of the key observations which are there. Summary of corrective actions required. What are the corrective actions required? And the nature of assurance which is derived from the observation. So this should be included in your internal audit report. If you go down, there's a question. What should be the content of internal audit report? So this all should be the content of internal audit report. Fine. Okay, basis of internal audit report, basis will be your checking. It's prepared on the basis of audit procedures conducted, evidences which you have gathered. Plus you need to do it in accordance with standards on internal audit. Content ke liye, what they are telling, the SIA does not mandate any particular format or list any content. The standards on internal audit are not mandating any particular format or listing any content, but it should generally contain following, which we already did. like the scope, the period covered, executive summary, summary of critical finding, rating of issues. Issue जो है आप उसको rate करो, it's a low level, medium level, high level problem. Recommendations how to improve and responses from the management, what you got. Either I can write this answer also. The report should include what? I can write this answer also, or I can write above answer also. Both are fine. Both can be written up. Okay, difference between internal audit, external audit is simple. It's an inter-level question. Generally won't be coming in final, so leave it. Internal audit as a management function. Internal audit as a management function. Now, management function includes planning, organizing, stuffing, directing, controlling. So management function is a set of 5 general functions: planning, organizing, stuffing, directing, controlling. ठीक है, तो these are the 5 things. Now, internal audit provides an independent assurance on effectiveness of internal control risk management process to enhance governance and achieve the control objective. This was the definition we saw at beginning. So what is happening over here is, accordingly, the internal auditor is expected to critically evaluate the management activities. So this management activities of basically planning, organizing, stuffing, directing, controlling, I'll review it. As an internal auditor, I'll check all this management activity and advise them on the areas where controls are weak, advise them on areas where there are problems. So internal audit is an important element of management controlling function. It helps the management to set up proper systems to mitigate the risk in the operations. So internal audit as a management function, it's basically important element of management controlling function. Audit trail, this is important, new concept. Now audit trail is what? Audit trail is what? Any transaction which took place, who did the transaction, that is recorded. When he did it, that's recorded. Now if any changes are done, who did the change, when did he did the change, all that things are being recorded. That's called as an audit trail. The audit trail or an edit log is a visible trail of evidence enabling one to trace the information which is there in the statement or report back to its original source. ठीक है. Records, audit trail are a chronological record of changes that have been made to the data. Any changes made to data, audit trail के अंदर it will come up, who made the change, when did he made it, all that things. The record maintained as audit trail will include when the change was made, who made the change, what date was changed. What date was changed. ठीक है. So nowadays accounting softwares are available which are basically having a feature of audit trail, so we are able to understand who changed it, when did he change it, all that things. Now, so pay attention. In order to demonstrate that audit trail feature was functioning, in order to demonstrate the audit trail feature is functioning, it was not disabled, the company has to design certain controls, mostly IT control, which would then be evaluated by auditor. So if company wants to prove that, the audit trail was functioning, it was not disabled, the company will put in some controls and auditor is to evaluate that controls. Which are they? The internal controls which may be required to be implemented and operated, management will operate, we will evaluate. So control to ensure the audit feature has not been disabled or deactivated. Control to ensure user IDs are assigned to everybody so that if anyone changes, I can understand which user ID has changed the data. So control to ensure audit trail feature is not disabled. Control to ensure user IDs are assigned, user IDs are not shared with anyone. Control to ensure that the changes to the configuration are authorized and the logs are maintained. Controls to ensure that the access to audit trail is disabled and it's only basically to a authorized person. And controls to ensure the periodic backup of audit trails are taken so that later on I want to see past mein kisne change kiya tha, so that backup is available to me. Clear? Next is standards on internal audit. They are not mandatory, they are recommendatory. Someone asked me, sir, standards on internal audit mandatory? No, they are not mandatory, they are recommendatory. And They have given it in various sections. Section 1 is preface, section 2 is framework, section 3 is basic principles. Section 4 is key concepts case, section 5 is related to internal audit management, then conduct के लिए standards on internal audit, and lastly basically reporting. वो सब आ गया. Okay, तो reporting के लिए we have SIA 370. तो reporting के लिए SIA 370, that is important. ठीक. Now pay attention. Question number 10. XYZ has appointed Mr. A to conduct the audit for a new financial year. The audit committee requested A to present their analysis on implementation of recommendation of previous audit report. Achha, I was not there previously, someone else was there previously. But previously someone else was there, he would have given suggestions, whether that suggestions are being implemented, not implemented, I have to give a report on it. उसको बोलते हैं action taken report, ATR. उसको क्या बोलते हैं? Action taken report. And as a internal auditor, I need to check whether previous internal audit में whatever issues were identified, actions have been taken by management, not taken by management, that all. Okay, what steps should be taken by the internal auditor to address this requirement? So check out. So SIA 390 is for monitoring and reporting of prior period issues. So you need to continuously monitor the prior period issues. ठीक है? And this is basically the responsibility of internal audit is usually in form of action taken report of previous audit. So you need to access the actions taken against previous finding, report a summary of the actions taken by management. And whenever you are reporting this, give a reference of previous audit report. क्या क्या उसमें था? Implemented action which was agreed, status of the action which has been taken. अच्छा, if it is not yet taken, तो उसके कारण how much risk is still there? Audit findings, if at all not implemented for long time, any critical findings that require immediate attention. Action taken report of prior audits. Fine, question 11 is okay, 12 is okay, 13th. 13th is nothing but your SA 610. Okay, state the important functions or important aspects to be considered by external auditor in evaluating internal audit function. So whether to rely on the work of internal audit function, तो उसके लिए evaluate internal audit function. Now whenever I'm evaluating internal audit function, I check what? One, the organizational status. Does it support objectivity? Whether the organizational status is supporting their objectivity. Second, the technical competence. Then the due professional care what they've taken, and the scope, what all they have covered, what all they have covered. So whether I can use the work of internal audit function, for that what do I see? One, I'll see whether the organizational status, policy, procedures of internal audit function basically support their objectivity. Second, the level of competence what they're having. Third, do they have a systematic disciplined approach, means due professional care was taken while doing the work, and what all areas that covered, scope of function. So ascertain the nature and depth of coverage of assignment, and this all things. That's fine. This is your chapter of internal audit. Two more chapters are left, chapter 17 and 18. 17th is due diligence, investigation, forensic accounting, and 18th one is related to your sustainable development. So let's have a break of 15 minutes, and after the break we'll finish off the remaining two chapters. So it's almost 9 o'clock. We are meeting back at 9:15. It's almost 9 o'clock. We are meeting back at 9:15. Break 15 minutes. We'll be back at 9:15 p.m. Enjoy your break. Hi friends, welcome back. Chalo, let's move ahead. Last two chapters are to be revised. Chapter number 17, chapter number 18. Let's finish it off. Coming to chapter number 17. Due diligence, investigation, forensic accounting. Now we know all of these three. All three are kind of a detailed examination. So what's the difference? The difference is the purpose for which they have been taken. Due diligence is basically to evaluate a business opportunity. So whenever I'm going for amalgamation, whenever I'm acquiring some enterprise, before I acquire, I do a due diligence to understand the entity is what it is really shown. Investigation is for any specific purpose, to investigate whether fraud has really happened or not. So that is investigation. And forensic accounting is basically something which is to be given in the court of law. If something is basically to be used as evidence in the court of law, then the forensic accounting word comes. So as such, all these three are similar. They all are detailed examination. The purpose for which they have been done, they are different. Let's begin first of all with the due diligence. Now what do you mean by the word due diligence? It is basically used to investigate and evaluate a business opportunity. So before you acquire a controlling interest, you get a due diligence done over there to understand whether the business is really what it is shown. Okay. Now, importance of due diligence: to confirm that the business is what it appears to be, to identify a potential deal killer defect, okay, to gain information which will be useful for valuation of assets, verify that the transaction complies with your investment criteria or acquisition criteria. Fine. Now, what are the components of due diligence? So, due diligence includes many things. Okay, commercial or operational due diligence. The target is operationally feasible, commercially feasible for us. Second, financial due diligence. That is, the financial statements prepared are basically fine to check the financial feasibility. Tax due diligence, whether the target is paying appropriate taxes, they are basically following all rules and regulation of income tax. Okay, information system due diligence, whether the target is having a proper information system. Legal due diligence, whether the target is complying with laws and regulation. Environmental due diligence, whether it is complying with environmental laws. Personal due diligence, whether they are having a right people for the right job. So this is basically components of due diligence. Now coming to the word overall due diligence, many people feel financial due diligence is a overall due diligence. Answer is no. Financial due diligence is overall due diligence. Answer is no. What happens is financial due diligence is lesser than overall due diligence. The overall due diligence includes all of the following. Or you can also call it as a full-fledged financial due diligence. So overall due diligence or a full-fledged financial due diligence covers the following. What all things are covered basically in that overall due diligence? Starting with number one, brief history of target, background of promoter. So history about the target company which we want to acquire, uska background of promoters. Acha, accounting policies. First I take the heading, then I'll take the important ones. So uske accounting policies will be covered basically in this overall due diligence. The review of financial statement. Fine. The taxation point, the cash flow point, the financial projections, management and employee, and statutory compliances. So overall due diligence is going to include brief history of target, background of promoter, then we'll have accounting policies, review of financial statement, taxation, cash flow, financial projections, management and employee, and last the statutory compliance. This may say few important which I'm taking. Accounting policy. So as an auditor, you try to see the following points relating to accounting policy. What are the accounting policies followed by target? Acha, whether they are appropriate. Have they made any recent change? Sometimes they might have made the changes in policy so that they are able to get a higher valuation. And whether the target has not changed the policy with the intention to sell itself. And the areas in which the policy followed by target and us will be different, and wahan pe we need to have some impact of it. That. Second important over here is cash flow. Cash flow. So what all things about cash flow we are going to check in due diligence? Whether the company is able to honor its commitment relating to trade payables, to banks, to government, to other stakeholders. They're able to honor their commitment. Whether company is able to turn its receivable and inventory. They are able to collect money from receivables and inventory on a timely basis. How well they have deployed their fund. Are there any fund which are lying idle? and whether the company is able to reap the maximum benefit out of the available fund, and what is the investment pattern of the company, whether they are easily realizable. So these are the two things, one about the policy, second about the cash flow. A separate question can be there. Okay, let me have one more, management and employee. Check whether all the employee benefits like PF, ESIC, gratuity, leave encashment have been properly provided or paid. Okay. The assumption regarding increase in salary etc. are reasonable. Check whether all eligible employees are covered by PF or ESIC. Whether the full pay package are appropriate or needs to be revised upon acquisition. And identify KMP who will not be coming to your company after the acquisition, who will not continue after the acquisition. Okay. Now check question number 3. Check question number 3. We are specifically required to look for hidden liabilities and overvalued asset. It's a due diligence and you are specifically required to look for hidden liabilities, overvalued asset. How do you check it? First, coming to hidden liability. Hidden liability. The company may not show any show cause notice which have not matured into demand as a contingent liability. So some show cause notices are received. Okay, it is not converted into demand, but we are not showing this as even the contingent liability also. So that is hidden liability. It may turn up in future. There might be a letter of comforts which are given to bank or financial institution. As such, they are not your liability. But suppose if you decide to pay because of your reputation risk or something, so they may also be coming. So that's again, it's not disclosed in balance sheet. So hidden liability. Okay, you sold off a subsidiary and you have agreed to indemnify any loss coming relating to prior period which might not be there in your books right now. So that is again hidden liability. Okay, tax liabilities under direct indirect tax, product warranty related claims, long pending sales tax ka assessment, pending assessment of custom duty where duty was paid on a provisional basis, final duty may come up higher, agreement to buy back the share at a higher price, future lease liability. So usme lease liabilities can go up. Currently the lease is only for 5 years, about to expire, then afterwards pakka is going to increase the lease rental by a huge amount. Environmental problems, unfunded gratuity etc. or incorrect gratuity ka valuation, these are all hidden liabilities. Okay, now going to overvalued asset. Uncollected or uncollectible receivable debtors which are kind of doubtful but provision is not done. Obsolete slow moving inventory but we are not basically valuing them at NRV, which are valued above NRV. Underused or obsolete plant and machinery but impairment loss is not booked. Okay. Litigated properties, investments carried at cost, realizable value is less. Infructuous expenditure, it's actually a loss but we are showing it as an asset we have not yet written off. Intangibles with no value, group balances which are under reconciliation but wo aane wala nahi hai. So these are all basically examples or how I'm going to check overvalued assets. Okay, next one, check over here, question number 4. You are a credit manager in a bank. Okay. The company has approached for some loan. Now what are you doing? So before giving loan, what are you doing? You are checking the background of promoter, shareholding pattern, nature of business, financial results of past few years, future projections you are doing. You are also checking the SWOT analysis of the company, plus net worth of the director, CIBIL score. This all you are checking. What is this? This is nothing but due diligence. So identify activity being performed by Sanjana, it's due diligence. Okay, can it be performed by a non-CEO also? Answer is yes. So can it be performed? So there will be no difference in answer if activity was performed by a person who is not a chartered accountant. Due diligence can be done by a person who is not a chartered accountant. And third, name any other 3 areas where due diligence can be done. So corporate restructuring, venture capital financing, public offering, in sub में due diligence will come up. Okay, how to conduct a due diligence? How to conduct a due diligence? Start with an open mind, get the best team, Get help in all areas where you need, talk to customer, supplier, take a risk management approach. Wherever risk high, you give more time over there and prepare a comprehensive report. So this is okay. Content of due diligence report important. Content of due diligence report important. Okay, so what should be the content of your due diligence report? 1. Executive summary should be there. Then introduction, background of target. Objective क्या था आपका? Terms of reference. What all did you include in your verification scope? Brief history of company, the shareholding pattern. Then assessment of management structure. So now we'll check all the things. Assessment of management structure, assessment of liability, assessment of valuation of asset, assessment of result, assessment of taxation and statutory liability, assessment of some litigations which are going on, assessment of net worth, SWOT analysis, status of charges lien, suggestions on ways and means to cover unforeseen or hidden liability, suggestions on various aspects to be taken care before and after the proposed organizational restructuring. So before you go for merger or after you go for merger, these points you need to take care. So this is basically what is included in your due diligence report. Fine. Now check question number 6. Check question number 6. You are an employee in a bank. The existing borrower is approached for a fresh loan of 5 CR. While performing due diligence, you notice that the company was formed just 2 years ago. They had availed a term loan of 10 crore and cash credit of 5 crore. Sales have increased from 25 to 45 crores. It's generating cash profits. ठीक है. The borrower was earlier catering only to a domestic market. Now they will be basically going for an expansion for exports also. There are large number of units catering to domestic and export market in Noida, and there's a demand slump in biggest US market. Acha. The US market mein demand has gone down. Besides, the unit is a family based, relies upon the marketing skill of the promoter. There is lack of well paid qualified staff with the borrower to deal effectively with the customers. What are all these things going on? ये सब क्या चल रहा है? This is actually a SWOT analysis. This is actually a SWOT analysis. So you are trying to make analysis of strength, weakness, opportunity, threat. Okay, strength में क्या क्या है? Rise in sales, generating cash profit, they are all strength. Lack of well paid staff, that's kind of a weakness. ठीक है. Entering into foreign market is kind of an opportunity. So this is basically you're trying to do SWOT analysis. US market में slump is there, that's a kind of a threat to you. ठीक है. So this was relating to due diligence. Moving ahead to investigation. I told you all three are kind of a thorough the detailed examination. Only difference is the purpose for which they are done. Okay, investigation. The term investigation implies systematic, in-depth examination to establish certain fact or to evaluate a specific situation. That is to establish certain fact whether really fraud happened or not, or to evaluate a specific situation. Fine. A difference between auditing and investigation is important. So audit, the purpose is to establish a fact or evaluate a particular situation. Your objective is to express an opinion whether financial statement shows a true and fair view. Scope of investigation, it may be statutory investigation or it may be non-statutory. Audit is always basically statutory. Audit वो क्या है? Statute के हिसाब से है. तो scope is determined by the provisions of statute. Period. Investigation may not be only for 1 year, last 3 years, 5 years are also covered. Here it's always quarterly, half yearly or yearly. Nature, it's a detailed study. This is basically a test checking. There are no inherent limitations in investigation, but audit suffers from inherent limitation. We try to take conclusive evidence. Here we try to take persuasive evidence, not prima facie, better will be persuasive, which convinces us. ठीक है. It is analytical in nature, requires a thorough mind capable of observing, collecting, evaluating facts. It is basically governed by compliance with generally accepted auditing principles, accounting principles, kind of that. Who appoint you? Even third party can appoint the investigator. Here you are appointed by the company. The shareholders appoint you or the board of directors appoint you. You report to whom? You report to the person who appointed you. Here you report to the owners. Fine. Next is steps in investigation. Very simple. 5 steps are there. First of all, determine your objective. What is your objective? Establishment of scope. See, for this you should have a very clear information from the person who is appointing you, what they want from you. So objective, scope. Should I cover 1 year, 3 year? Get a clear instruction from them. Then formulate your investigation program. Try to have it flexible. Okay, now examine and study the various records. Examine, study various records. Analyze, process, interpret your findings. See, over here you need to interpret your findings very carefully. Chances are that someone will contest your findings. Someone will come opposing you. If you say this guy has done a fraud, he will say no, I have not done a fraud. The chances of contesting your findings is very high. To analyze, process, interpret your finding properly, and then you come out with your report. Okay, to determine objective and scope, for that you should have a clear instruction from the client. Second, you formulate your investigation program. Try to have it flexible. And the program should be based on the आपका investigation program. It will be based on nature of business, the structure, the instruction which you got, scope, what you need to cover, the necessity, the area of relevance. उसके basis पे you decide your program. ठीक है. Now examine and study various record. It has to be a detailed checking, not a prima facie checking. To obtain a maximum acceptable and most convincing evidence, don't restrict to prima facie evidences. Don't restrict to prima facie evidences. ठीक है. Fourth, analyze, process, interpret your finding. You need to do it very carefully. The chances of contesting your findings are very high. You need to remain objective, unbiased whenever you are trying to interpret the finding. And now coming to your report. Usme this point is important. The report will be based on what? One, the instruction which you got from client and your findings. The client told you how to give a report, the instruction which you got from client, and second one is your findings. Uske basis pe the report will be there. Fine. Pay attention. Now, while preparing a report for investigation, what all you should keep in mind? One, report should not contain anything which is not relevant. So don't include irrelevant things. Two, the words which you use should be very carefully considered. Double meaning word or double interpretation wale word should be avoided. Facts and conclusions should be properly linked. Bases and assumptions, whatever you made, should be explicitly stated. You clearly spell out the nature and objective. Okay, it should be made in para with the headings for each and every paragraph. Also state any restrictions or limitation which was imposed on you, and the opinion should come in the final paragraph. Okay, so issues to be kept in mind by investigator is one, you should not have anything in your report which is not relevant. Words should be drafted very properly. Double meaning should be avoided. Relevant facts and conclusions should be properly linked. Bases and assumptions should be explicitly stated. Clearly spell out the objective and scope. You should be giving this report in a para with heading of each and every para. State the limitation, restriction also, and lastly, opinion should come in the last para. Okay. Now, special issues during an investigation, this is important. Whether I should go for 100% checking or whether I should go for selective checking, it depends. It depends. If suppose cash mein there is a fraud, so I need to check all the cash transaction. But if there's an investigation relating to some goodwill valuation, so then in that case, I may not be checking 100% wala thing. So you need to understand cash defalcated, so all cash vouchers are to be checked. But if you want to arrive at a profitability of concern, you may do a selective basis wala checking. Second, whether I can rely on the audited financial. If the question was basically a fraud in audited financial, so I cannot rely on audited financial. But if question is not that, so again, whether to rely on audited or not depends. So if investigation is launched because there was a doubt in audited financial, so you cannot rely. But if investigation is for some other thing, say you wanted to find the goodwill, so goodwill ke liye I need last 3 years ke profit, so normally I'm entitled to rely on the audited financials. So nor ordinarily he will be entitled to rely on the audited financials. ठीक है. Whether you can take the help of expert. So again, whether you can take the help of expert, if you are taking, you should have obtained a general or a specific permission of your client. The written general consent of client to refer to an expert, that should be taken, and this will also settle the question of who will bear the cost of that expert. तो अगर मैंने ऑलरेडी कंफर्मेशन लिया हुआ है, आई माइट हैव आल्सो टोल्ड देम दैट इफ एक्सपर्ट आई एम हायरिंग यू नीड टू पे फॉर देम, तो दैट विल आल्सो सेटल द क्वेश्चन ऑफ कॉस्ट ऑफ एक्सपर्ट. Okay, investigation out of dispute or conflicting claim. One party says one thing, other party says another thing. If you are appointed to resolve the dispute, you have to remain unbiased. Don't take the side of the party who has appointed you. You are required to basically remain unbiased. ठीक है. You have to remain above dispute and you need to remain unbiased. Okay, basis of opinion. So can I be futuristic? Can I give a speculative opinion? Not futuristic. Can I give a speculative opinion without obtaining proper evidence? No. Only if you have got proper evidences, then only you give your opinion. So refrain from giving speculative opinion. Confine your opinion to established facts, nothing more. Can you be futuristic? Answer is no, you cannot be futuristic. You cannot comment on data related to future. Should I need to retain the working paper? Answer is yes, you need to retain the working paper so that later on a litigation comes up and they file a case of kind of that you were grossly negligent, you are able to prove your work. The answer is yes, should retain. Clear? Okay, moving ahead. Special aspects in relation to a business investigation. If at all there's a business investigation, what all do you need to cover? Very simple, nothing great over here. First, study the overall picture. The entity, uska position of business, uske subsidiaries, line of activity, what they are doing, production method, how they are distributing, how is the labor intensive, capital intensive, kya hai? Character of management, political forces affecting, position in industry. So just general, you are trying to have overall picture. Second, you examine the P&L account of last 5 to 10 years, and then you examine the balance sheet, each and every item of the balance sheet, and then you interpret your figures. Did you understood? Okay, now over here, important are few questions which are given. Over here, few questions which are given, they are important. Okay, coming to question number 9. A company engaged in manufacturing of chemical is recording higher sales but declining profit. Sales turnover is going up but profit is declining. You are required to find out the reason for the same. It can be unfavorable sales mix. So product with a lesser margin is being sold more now. Uske karan profits have gone down. Negative impact of financial leverage. So because of loans taken, you are able to generate profit but not enough to cover the interest. Other items included in sales. The sales ke andar you included some freight or something else, because of which revenue has gone up but profits are not going up. High admin selling expense. Cost price ratio. Cost have increased. So cost have increased more, and that's why basically your profits are coming less. Competitive prices, you are selling at a cutthroat prices. Addition to fixed asset and more depreciation is there, leading to a less net profit. Okay, 10th question. You are interested in acquiring as the valuation depends on future maintainable sales. Okay, what are the factors affecting future maintainable sale? One, trend. Trend is constantly going up, future it will go up. Second, marketability. You are currently only in Gujarat, but you are also now starting in Rajasthan also. So that's basically marketability. Can you enter more markets? Political and economic consideration, government policies, etc., whether they'll promote our goods or not. Like EV cars, government is promoting. So unka sales is going up only. And fourth, the competition. Whether there's a likely effect on business if other manufacturer enters. So competitive products come in, तो उससे क्या impact होगा? That the future maintainable turnover depends on trend, marketability, political and economic situation, and for the competition. Okay, next. You are uncertain about the future viability of unit. you're uncertain about future viability of unit. What are the factors you consider while studying economic and financial position of the company? So while studying financial and economic position of the company, what do I see? One, adequacy of fixed and working capital. Are they sufficient for the growth? The trend in sales and profit. Trend in sales and profit. Whether the profit could be expected to maintain in future or how much return they will give. And fourth, whether we are operating at 100% capacity or less than 100% capacity. These are all when I'm investigating economic and financial position. The future के लिए तो जो अभी कैपिटल है क्या वो सफिशिएंट है फॉर ग्रोथ. सेकंड, ट्रेंड ऑफ सेल कैसा रहेगा. द प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी, कैन आई एक्सपेक्ट दैट द सेम लेवल ऑफ प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी परसेंटेज वाइज कैन बी अचीव्ड इन फ्यूचर. एंड आर वी ऑपरेटिंग 100% कैपेसिटी और कैन आई इंप्रूव द प्रोडक्शन एक्सेट्रा. ठीक है. Now coming to types of investigation, it's divided in two types: statutory, non-statutory. Statutory is as per the Companies Act. We have section 210, 212, 213, 216. We have investigation into affairs of company and investigation into ownership of company, but our statutory investigation are not there in your syllabus. ICI book mein se they have been removed. New syllabus mein they have been removed. Coming to non-statutory. Non-statutory, it will include investigation on behalf of an incoming partner, investigation for valuation of shares of a private company, investigation on behalf of a bank who is proposing to give a loan, investigation of fraud, investigation on behalf of individual who wants to buy a business, or investigation in connection with financial forecast. So these are all non-statutory. Each one of them we are going to learn line by line. Coming to first one, investigation on behalf of incoming partner. It's easy one. Now whenever a partner is coming in, the partner wants to know the terms offered to him are proper or not, and capital what he will contributing will be safe or not. So that's there. Steps what he will which are involved for investigation: ascertain the brief history about the firm, study the provisions of partnership deed, uske andar whatever rights are there, capital contribution, drawing power, retirement benefits, goodwill calculation, etc. Scrutinize the record of profitability for a certain number of years. Examine the asset and liability position to see whether whatever is figures shown they are as it is. Positions of order in hand. Okay. Now, any important contractual or legal obligation? How are the KMP? Acha, they are adding you as a partner. Is it like someone is retiring and that's why they're adding you? Okay, if that person retires, what will be the impact on business because of it? Manner of calculation of goodwill. Reason for admitting you. And whether any incomplete contract will be transferred to a reconstituted firm. So uska loss, if incomplete contract mein loss hai, what will happen? So this is about investigation on behalf of incoming partner. Now investigation for valuation of shares of a private company. There are two main methods for valuation. One is called as a net asset method, or it's also called as intrinsic value method. It's net assets divided by number of shares. Acha, if I am valuing equity shares, the net assets available to equity shareholders, the asset minus liability minus the preference shares ka capital what I have to repay. Balance is net asset available to equity shareholder divided by number of equity shares. Second is yield approach. Second method is basically yield approach. It's based on profitability. So how much profits I'm expecting, future maintainable profit divided by capitalization rate. The capitalization rate is a normal rate of return. Okay, the future maintainable profit. Sometimes it's based on future maintainable profit. Sometimes it's based on future maintainable dividend. So dividend ke basis pe also the valuation is done. Profitability ke basis pe also the valuation is done, divided by your normal rate of return. So one is net worth, second is yield. We already discussed. It's okay. Okay, then investigation on behalf of a bank. Bank wants to give a loan. Uske liye bank wants to give a loan. So when a prospective borrower approaches to the bank, bank is primarily interested in the purpose for which loan is required, how he will repay the loan, and what security he can offer. Okay, purpose, how he will be able to repay it, and the security what he can offer. Okay. So you should try to collect information on following point. You should try to collect the information on following point if you're doing investigation. Purpose, the schedule of repayment, the financial standing, integrity of the directors, etc. whether company is authorized by MOA, AOA to take the loan, the history, growth, development, last 5 years, how the economic position of company would be affected by economic, political, other social changes, and whether any loan application was made to other bank. So try to get information about this. Now you check profitability. You check the profitability. To investigate profitability for the purpose of judging whether he will be able to repay or not, so he should take the following things, profitability ke liye. And then you will be checking assets and liability. So whether you will be able to repay me or not, I'll try to check your profitability. I'll try to check your assets and liabilities. And assets and liabilities, line by line, all assets, liabilities are given. So one is try to get information about few of the things, then check profitability and assets and liability. So check out this line. To investigate profitability of business for judging the accuracy of schedule of repayment furnished as well as the value of security what can be offered, I need to check the assets what you are having. So we need to verify profitability, we need to verify assets and liabilities. ठीक है. Next one is investigation of frauds. Next one is investigation of frauds. Now frauds can be done of various types. How that fraud happens and how you're going to check it. Two things. Okay, the frauds in cash receipt. Cash receipt. Okay, तो issuing a receipt to pay for a full amount collected. तो उसको जो मैंने receipt दिया उसमें full amount, but counterfoil में I have not recorded full amount. I say I have received only 100 rupee, not 1000 rupee. That's one way. Okay, I'm showing a larger cash discount. The actually discount was only 1 rupee, but I'm showing a larger cash discount. That money is misappropriated. ठीक है. Adjusting a fictitious credit in the account of customer for the goods returned by him. The fictitious credit in the account of customer for the goods, value of goods returned by him, actually is not returned, but I show it as sales return and actually has paid money. I take away money. Adjusting cash sale as credit sale, taking away money right now. Writing off something as bad debt and taking away money right now. Undercasting of the receipt side of cash book, under totaled and I take away money. Overcasting of the payment side of cash book. So these are all basically defalcations or frauds in cash receipt. How do I verify? How do I verify? So one, you need to check that income from all the different sources have been included. जो छोटे sources of income are also there, like even the sale of scrap, they all have been included. ठीक है. Carbon copies of receipts which are marked as duplicate should be scrutinized. तो ऐसा होना चाहिए whether they are really a duplicate. It should not be like invoice number 5 was issued, again invoice number 5 issued. It should not be like that way. So receipt should be kind of pre-numbered to avoid this kind of frauds. ठीक है. Recoveries from customer. Any bad debts are there, it has been appropriately authorized by a person so that we understand fake bad debts and taking away money doesn't happen. Recoveries from customers should be checked with the copy of receipts issued. Cash discount, etc. should be authorized by higher level person. That all should be done. This is cash receipt ke fraud. Inflating cash payment is kind of opposite. That's to be done on your own. Now, supplier ledger. Supplier ledger. How fraud can be done in supplier ledger? You record a fictitious purchase or duplicate. Same invoice you record 2 times. Payment is done only once. On paper you show so payment basically actually done once. But on paper you show 2 times payment is done. Other time that was no payment, only you took away the money. Suppressing the credit note issued by the supplier. Supplier gave a credit note or supplier gave us some discount, but we record lesser discount. And we say we paid more. Actually that much is not paid. Remaining amount is defalcated. Withdrawing amount unclaimed by supplier. Sometimes supplier, say for example, expired. So he's not claiming only, but we make a payment telling that we made payment to supplier. Actually it's not paid to supplier. We took away money. Accepting purchase invoice at a price which is higher. So 100 rupee ka bill tha. We tell him to make a bill of 110. 100 ki jagah is making a bill of 110. 10 rupee extra is shared between purchase manager and him. That's how basically frauds are done in supplier ledger. Now what do I need to do over here? So one, whenever basically a fictitious purchase is booked, inward register में entry will not be there, तो try to look for the goods inward book and invoices को confirm करो. What is recorded in books, invoices and inward, all three should be matching. अच्छा, if supplier has given any discount etc., तो take a basically what we say statement from supplier, the statement of account from supplier to understand उसने कोई discount दिया था और he has given some credit to us. So that is basically to be verified. Rebate, allowance, whatever is correctly adjusted or not. Customer ledger is for your homework. Now inventory frauds. Inventory frauds are many and varied. How it can happen? Employees may simply take away the goods. Okay, theft of goods by writing them off as damaged. Books में damage दिखा के write off करते हैं and actually it's taken away. ठीक है. The quantities are basically altered in the register which is maintained. Inflating the quantity issued for production. So actually 5 units were given for production, but we say 6 units are given, 1 unit is defalcated. Stock actually dispatched but not entered in debtors account. Stock को actually dispatch कर दिया, debtors account में not entered. Actually stock you are taken away. You are not recording as sales, you are taking away that stock. So this is basically how inventory frauds are done. Now how do we check? How do we check or verify the inventory fraud? First, if it's a trading company, वो quantitative reconciliation should be done. Opening, purchase, this many sale. So these are the closing inventory, what should be there. And then you compare it with the physical counting में कितना है. ठीक है. So one, you need to do quantitative analysis. Theft by employee. How do I get it? So very simple. Therefore, for detection, the entire system of receipt, storage, dispatch should be reviewed to identify the weakness. The overall system. Okay, the system of inventory control, the detailed records maintained, availability of sufficient data from which the records can be constructed, that you try to do. ठीक है. Okay, all the receipt and issues are recorded in the inventory book, should be verified with inward register, outward register. ठीक है. Plus उसके साथ purchase, sales are recorded or not recorded. Okay, this would reveal the inventory not received but paid, that all will be there. अच्छा, कोई return आया उसकी भी entry inward book, outward book में it should be there, and returns have been recorded properly or not. The totals of inventory book should also be checked. They might show more of issues, less of receipts. That ठीक है. Finally, the shortage observed on physical verification should be reconciled with the discrepancies observed on checking the books. Okay, if at all it's a manufacturing entity, try to understand the raw material consumed with vis-a-vis the output. So they might inflate the wastage. तो उसके लिए what I can do? They might inflate the wastage, or they might basically show that more units have gone for production. So for that you can take the help of a kind of engineer etc. See the wastage which was there in past. Take a help of engineer, how much wastage should be there, कितना होना चाहिए. If at all that appears to be excessive, I can understand it's not that much wastage, they might have stolen something. So this is what all you can do for inventory ka fraud. Okay, next one is fraud diamond. Now diamond, see diamond is like this, 1 2 3 4, ये 4 हो गए. Normally you remember in case of a fraud there were 3 things: incentive, opportunity, rationalization. The pressure or incentive, there was first one pressure or incentive, second opportunity, and third attitude or rationalization. 3 था. Diamond में 4 आ गए. So the fourth element in the fraud theory, which is established by David Wolf and Dana Hermanson. So David Wolf and Dana Hermanson, they came out with the fourth element basically over here in the fraud, which is capability. Okay, the incentive is what? Incentive or pressure is I want to do it or have a need to do it. Pressure है करना पड़ेगा fraud. ठीक है. Opportunity, there's a weakness in the system which basically a right person could exploit. The fraud is possible. करना है but systems are very strong, you can't do it. तो 1 करना है. Second, opportunity, systems are weak, allows you, possible है. Rationalization, I have convinced myself that this fraudulent behavior is worth taking the risk. This is worth taking, I deserve to live better. यार ये तो करना ही चाहिए, सब करते हैं. That's rationalization. One more thing, in spite of all this thing, a guy should have a necessary trait and ability to pull it off. Everybody cannot do fraud, na? The fourth is capacity. I have the necessary trait, ability to be a right person to pull it off. Okay. The person must have a capability to recognize the open doorway as an opportunity and take advantage by walking through it, not just once but time and time again. So this is capability. तो incentive है, opportunity है, rationalization है, but you should also have a capacity to pull this off. ठीक है. Now, auditor's ability to detect fraud. Auditor's ability to detect the fraud depends on, my ability to detect fraud will depend on, one, the skillfulness of perpetrator, the frequency and extent of manipulation, collusion kitna hai, more people have been involved, I may not be able to find it, size of individual amount, choti amount mein fraud kiya, I may not be able to find it, and the seniority of the people involved in fraud. Fine, moving ahead. Investigation for individual proposing to buy a business is similar to that investigation wo general wala tha wo. Investigation in connection with financial forecast. So financial forecast के अंदर I told you we cannot comment on the figures related to future. So over here profit report can be required as a general investigation. किसके लिए चाहिए आपको? Future वाला. So for purchase of business or banks को projections देना है etc. for that purpose. So all forecasts depend on large number of assumptions. So we should not be giving report on figures. Rather than that, you tell whether the assumptions are reasonable or not. Okay, going to the third part of this chapter, that is forensic accounting. Okay, forensic means something which is suitable in the court of law. So forensic accounting is nothing but use of your accounting, auditing, investigative skill to assist in legal matter. You're using your accounting, auditing, investigative skill to assist where? In a legal matter. So forensic accounting, they're defined here, integration of accounting, auditing, investigative skill. And it will be basically used in the court of law. You apply investigative analytical skill for resolving financial issues which meets the requirements of court of law. Achha, forensic accounting is also known as forensic auditing as well. If someone says forensic auditing, it's one and the same, don't worry at all. Red flag means there are some signs of warning, the signs or warning of some danger or inappropriate behavior. Red flag does not mean there is a fraud. Red flag means yahan pe there can be a fraud. Chances of fraud are high, but there is a fraud? No. Red flag are of different type. Financial performance red flag, accounting system red flag, operational red flag, behavioral red flag. ठीक है. The difference between audit and forensic accounting, this is similar to difference between audit and investigation. Similar. ठीक है. Now, the forensic professional need not necessarily be CA. Forensic professional need not necessarily be CA. The forensic professional is often retained to analyze, interpret, summarize and present complex financial or business related issue in a manner which is understandable and properly supported. And they're trained to look beyond the numbers and deal with the business reality. Fine. Now, pay attention. The list of services that can be provided by the forensic professional. One, whether financial statement mein manipulation has happened or not, whether fund diversion has happened or not, and now to trace where the fund is, anti-money laundering has happened or not, money laundering has happened or not, license fees, dues, or tax evasion has happened or not, related party transaction or some things have happened or not, valuations are proper or not, suspicious transaction with IBC, this all areas pe they can give services. ठीक है. So they are involved in fraud prevention, fraud detection, computer forensics, and lastly providing expert testimony in the court of law. They are involved in fraud prevention, so controls के लिए, fraud detection, computer forensics, and providing expert testimony. Fine, moving ahead. Okay, process of forensic accounting, same to same process as process of investigation. 5 step tha. 6th step over here will be court of law. So one, initialization, you try to understand your objective scope. Second, you develop your plan, obtain relevant evidences, analyze, perform your analysis, then come to your reporting. Last step is court proceeding. Acha, over here, the fourth one, I'm taking it as important. Pay attention. Okay, so one, initiation, you try to understand your objective scope, you develop your plan, obtain evidences. Now, whatever evidences you obtain, you interpret it, analyze it. And I told you, chances of contesting are very high, so dhyan se karna hai. Now, perform the analysis. The actual analysis performed will depend upon the nature of assignment and may involve, the analysis will involve what? Calculating the damages, summarizing a large number of transactions, performing a tracing of asset, ये asset real में कहाँ पे है, performing some present value calculation using some appropriate discount rate, performing some sensitivity analysis, change यहाँ पे इतना आएगा, how much figures will change, using a computerized application such as spreadsheet, database, computer model, and utilizing charts and graphic to explain the analysis. Okay, the question, if it comes, the analysis will include what all thing? This is your answer. Calculating damages, summarizing large number of transactions, performing tracing of asset, performing some present value calculation, performing sensitivity analysis, and using computerized application or other methods to basically show graphical presentation of your analysis. Check this question. Various analysis which might have to be carried out, that answer. Last point over here, forensic accounting and investigation ka report. Forensic accounting investigation ka report. Now, ICAI has came up with standards for this also. Forensic accounting and investigation standard. They are called FAIS. Forensic accounting and investigation standard. Uske andar ऐसे basically 510. 510 is related to your report. Report has to be a written report. So written report होना चाहिए. Fine. Appropriate addressee should be there, and it should be written that report is basically only for us people, not to be distributed to public at large. Now, form and content, they have not given you any format. They have not given you any format in the standard. No fixed form or content is mandated by the standard. No fixed form or content, but what it should generally cover, the key elements of your report. Key elements of your forensic report: title, addressee, distribution, to whom it goes, objective scope, approach, the work undertaken, how did you do it, executive summary of your result, reference to the use of the expert, fact that the assignment was conducted in accordance with FAIS, that is forensic accounting and investigation standards, assumptions, limitations, etc., which were there, that. Okay, discussion of the draft standard. You need to discuss the draft standard. Now pay attention. Pay attention. Never try to give conclusion. Ab conclusion mat dena. Conclusion will be decided by court of law. According to you, what has happened, you write that. Don't say this is guilty or not guilty. Guilty, not guilty is not to be decided by you. ठीक है. So, where the engagement requires discussion of finding prior to finalization, you need to discuss it. ठीक है. Where engagement requires. Achha, assumption, limitation. So, professional accountant may have some limitation that restrict the methodology, you could not use it. So, that basically needs to be written. Achha, you should not express an opinion or pass any judgment on the guilt or innocence. वो आपको नहीं करना है, that will be done by a court of law. So don't do that. And reporting timeliness. Reporting timeliness. ठीक है. So you need to report on a timely basis. Now overview of forensic accounting and investigative standards. Overview. उसका सिर्फ overview है. Now pay attention. This forensic accounting and investigation standard, this will help. This will help whom? So this will be helping basically the one who has to do the forensic accounting. You have a standard, so how to carry out the work, you will be able to understand. Users will be able to understand the quality of services, what they'll be getting. And government ko or court ko also it will be helpful. So check out over here. The forensic accounting investigating standards at a broad level seek to provide. They provide to the professional the minimum standard for undertaking such a work, to the users the quality of service that they can expect, and to the regulators and the government agency what can be expected from FAI services, and to anyone guidance on the matter of implementation and related practical issues. So the standards will help the professional also, user also, regulator also, and to everyone. Okay. Which are the standards? Check out, the list is given to you. Forensic accounting and investigative standards, 100 series, 200 series, 300 series, 400, 500 and 600. Then going to the last chapter, that is chapter number 18. Going to the last chapter, chapter number 18, Sustainable Development Goal, SDG. SDG and ESG assurance. ESG is environmental, social, governance. Okay, this is a new chapter added by ICAI which was not there earlier. Now, sustainability. Everybody talks about the word sustainable living. What do you mean by the word sustainability? Sustainability is basically you are doing the things right now without compromising the future generation ke needs. It's a concept relating to development of, the development of product, goods, services which is meeting our present need without compromising the ability of future generation to fulfill their own need. ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए that all the environmental resources I use right now only, the future generation will have a problem. That's not sustainability. ठीक है. So sustainable development addresses the needs of present moment without compromising the future generation to meet their own sustainable need. And there are three pillars in sustainable development. There are three pillars of sustainability: environment, social, governance. ESG. The question can come about the three pillars. This introduction is important. So E, environment. Uske andar we'll have the climate policy, energy use, waste, natural resources ka conservation, treatment of animals, that all will be covered under environment. Because one is always dependent on environment to carry out your operation. Okay. Second is social. How is your relationship or reputation with the people and the institutions which are there? तो people के साथ मेरा reputation or my relationship, same way institutions, the government organizations or basically NGOs, उसके साथ my reputation or my relationships, how it is there. That's social. So labor relations, etc. will be covered over here. And governance. Now see, company is an artificial legal entity. It's artificial. So can I say we need to run that artificial entity? For running that artificial entity, board are appointed. So that's basically governance. So any legal creation requires a governance. If something is an artificial entity, it requires governance. You need to govern it in the best manner possible. So internal system of practices, controls, procedures adopted in order to govern itself, make good decisions, comply with law, etc., etc. That is governance. The three pillars of sustainability are environment, social and governance. ठीक है. तो environment के अंदर we talk about climate change, natural resource, pollution, waste, environmental opportunity. Social में we talk about human capital, product liability, because of our product public को कोई damage happening, not happening, that all thing. And governance में how you govern, the board diversity, business ethics, tax transparency, that all will be coming. ठीक है. So ESG reporting is all about disclosure of information, data, metrics related to this three area. So ESG reporting is nothing but you disclose information, data, something about these three areas. It can be both quantitative as well as qualitative. Qualitative is regarding company's policy, strategy, etc. Quantitative is key performance indicator. So ESG reporting can be mixture of qualitative as well as quantitative reporting. ठीक है. Now coming to SDG, Sustainable Development Goal, there are 17 SDGs. So in 2015, In 2015, sustainable development was adopted by all United Nations members, and basically they came out with a blueprint which mentioned about SDG. All United Nations members have accepted sustainable development, and they came out with some blueprint wherein sustainable development goals were there. And there are 17 SDGs which are there. Now, they will not ask you write down the list of all 17, but they may ask you write down 10 sustainable development goals. So 17 कौन से हैं? 1. No poverty. तो goal to ensure there is no poverty. 0 hunger. Good health, well-being. Quality education. Gender equality. Clean water and sanitization. Affordable and clean energy. Decent work, economic growth. Industry, innovation, infrastructure. Reduced inequality. Sustainable cities and communities. Responsible consumption and production. Climate action, life below water, life on land, peace, justice, strong institution, and partnerships for the goals. Okay, so this is 17 SDGs were there. They will not ask you give list of all 17, but they are asking you list down 10 SDG. You should be able to write down the 10. Now, global trend in sustainable reporting, it's okay, not much relevant. Achha, global trend, may I tell you one thing. Different people come out and tell that this all reporting should be there for SDG. And so they have their own framework coming up. So different people ke liye different framework are there. There were three main. There are three organizations which came up with the framework or concept for basically the sustainable reporting. There are three organizations. Which are the three organizations which came up with the framework or concepts for such reporting? One is basically GRI, Global Reporting Initiative. They help the organization to report on economic, environmental, social impact. Economic, environmental, social impact. And this report is addressed to all the stakeholders. GRI. Second is CDP. CDP, they capture the environmental performance data. Only environmental. ये क्या था? Economic, environmental, social. But ये CDP है ना, CDP focuses only on environmental, like greenhouse gas emission, water, forest, supply chain, and this is also addressed to all the investors. And then there is IIRC, International Integrated Reporting Framework. They basically tell that you need to come out with an integrated report. They say that you need to come out with an integrated report. An integrated report tells the entire story about the company. It tells the entire story about company, where the company is, where it wants to reach, how it is going to reach there. So the report consists of organizational overview, governance structure, business model, risk opportunity, performance, outlook, everything it covers. Entire story of the company. The three organizations were there which came up with the framework related to this thing, and now these three have joined hands. In September 2020, this framework and standard setting institution came together. They all came together. Fine. Acha. In November 21, IFRS Foundation Trustees, they came out with a board. Which board? International Sustainability Standard Board. International Sustainability Standard Board, and that board will come out with international sustainability standards. The International Sustainability Standard Board was formed by IFRS Foundation Trustee, and they will come out this ISSB will come out with international sustainable standards. Okay, plus one more, Task Force on Climate Related Financial Disclosure. Task Force on Climate Related Financial Disclosure. This was created by Financial Stability Board. So Task Force on Climate Related Financial Disclosure, this was created by Financial Stability Board with a goal of helping companies create climate related disclosure. So climate related disclosure, and this is mostly for banks and insurance company. Now someone will ask, sir, banks and insurance company, what do they have to do for climate related disclosure? Now see, very simple. A majority of our country is basically rural people. Rural people depend on farming. If climate ke karan farming is affected, bank mein NPAs will increase. Insurance के अंदर basically the insurance company will have to pay a lot of insurance if at all the crop is getting damaged. That's why climate related thing is affecting banks and insurance company a lot. तो GRI जो था ना आपका, this GRI, Global Reporting Initiative, this was basically for all types of entities. But the task force on climate related financial disclosure, they focused more on basically predominantly the financial related interests like banks, insurance companies. ठीक है. Now IASB, International Accounting Standard Board, and International Sustainability Standard Board have agreed together to build an integrated reporting framework. And your ISSB, International Sustainability Standard Board, have proposed two standards, one on climate related disclosure, second is general sustainability related. ठीक है. Okay. What is your understanding on sustainability reporting? Can you give some benefits out of it? The sustainability reporting is nothing but organizations' practice of reporting publicly. What? The economic, environmental and social impact that it is having, whether positive or negative, towards the goals of sustainable development. Benefit: stakeholders can understand how the organization performance vis-a-vis sustainability is there. And it will help in creating a long-term value. It helps in creating a long-term value by addressing ESG issues. The investors wants disclosure regarding this ESG. So if at all it is done, it will basically give investors the data also whatever they want. ठीक है. Now going to integrated reporting. You know, there were three things. एक था GRI, then second one was carbon related, and third one was IIRC. IIRC came out with the integrated reporting. Under integrated reporting, it's a holistic reporting. It's a holistic reporting about the entire entity, what the entity is, where it wants to reach, how it's going to reach over there. सब कुछ उसमें report आता है. And it talks about 6 types of capital. The integrated reporting, earlier there was a chapter. There was earlier a chapter in your FR subject. Now it has been removed. So it talks about how many capital? 6 types of capital. This is important. Okay, which are the 6 types of capital coming under your integrated reporting? On financial capital, money. Manufactured capital is your plant and machinery. So how much is your plant capacity? Natural capital. Natural capital is basically water, land, mineral, forest. Human capital, they talk about your employee. How are your employees, uska experience, all that. Social capital is your relationship with your stakeholder, public at large. And intellectual capital is how many patents, copyright, that all you're holding. That's intellectual capital. So it talks about 6 capital, and we'll report under integrated reporting. We report about increase, decrease in all the 6 types of capital. Financial capital, manufactured capital, natural capital, human capital. 5th one is social capital, and last one is intellectual capital. Fine. Moving ahead. Now check over here. You have increased number of customers using digital mobile app. And there's a 100% increase in digital collection. This is, they're talking about intellectual capital. Okay, you increase the beneficiaries under CSR program. CSR program में beneficiary increase social capital. तो ये intellectual था, ये social capital. Next, global scenarios in various countries. What is going on in various countries related to basically this ESG reporting? So check out, they are telling in March 22 SEC, like India में जैसे SEBI है, US में there's SEC. They proposed some climate risk disclosure requirement. And the companies would be required to discuss the financial, material, climate related risk, which is guided under Task Force for Climate Related Financial Disclosure. ठीक है, तो US में they are telling to give some disclosure related to climate वाला thing. Okay, UK ESG disclosure is there under the Companies Act. And now basically they've also added the recommendations of Task Force on Climate Related Financial Disclosures. The UK mein it is there. So 2023 ESG reporting will be further formalized, that is in UK. Leave that. India में क्या चल रहा है, that's important. What is going on in India, that is important. Pay attention. Okay, so evolution of ESG in India. 2009 CSR voluntary guidelines 2009 came up. So CSR voluntary guidelines 2009 that focused on the rights and welfare of workers, human right, environmental development, social development. So CSR voluntary guidelines came. Okay, 2011 National Voluntary Guidelines on Social, Economic and Environmental Responsibility. So National Voluntary Guideline came up in 2011. Acha, 2012 SEBI mandates top 100 company to file business responsibility report. Okay, BRR. Acha, now it's not BRR, now it is basically changed. Uska naam change ho gaya hai. Now it's not BRR. Earlier it was BRR. So 2012 में it was for top 100 companies. 15 में BRR became mandatory for top 500 listed companies. 100 में से 500. अच्छा, 2017 SEBI recommends integrated reporting for top 500 companies. अच्छा, तो पहले BRR आया, business responsibility reporting. Now integrated reporting SEBI is recommended. Okay, next is this one. National guidelines. Now see word जो था ना voluntary पहले वो निकल गया. तो National Guidelines on Responsible Business Conduct. National Guidelines on Responsible Business Conduct 2018 came up. तो जो National Voluntary Guidelines on Social, Environmental, Economic था उसके बदले now we have National Guidelines on Responsible Business Conduct. National Guideline NG, Responsible Business Conduct, तो RBC. ठीक है. BRR becomes mandatory for top 1000 companies. ठीक है. And instead of BRR, now we have BRSR, Business Responsibility and Sustainability Report. Instead of BRR, now we are having BRSR. The BRSR is applicable to top 1000 listed companies. BRSR is applicable to top 1000 listed companies, which is there. ठीक है. तो BRSR seeks disclosure from listed entity of their performance against the 9 principles. अच्छा, तो ये जो था ना आपका National Guideline on Responsible Business Conduct, NGRBC, उसके अंदर they have given you 9 principles, and on that 9 principles you will be reporting under this BRSR. So BRSR seeks disclosure from listed entity on their performance against the 9 principles given under National Guidelines on Responsible Business Conduct. And उसके अंदर there are essential indicator, leadership indicator. Essential indicators mandatory reporting, leadership indicator में voluntary है. Clear? Now what does ICAI do? ICAI ने क्या किया? ICAI ने क्या किया? तो ICAI has constituted Sustainability Reporting Standard Board. अच्छा, तो Sustainability Reporting Standard Board is created and they will come up with Sustainability Reporting Standard. They will come up with Sustainability Reporting Standard. Okay, ICAI has also started a certificate course on SDG, BRR, integrated reporting. In सब के लिए how to do it, they have created a course as well. ठीक है. ICAI introduced first award to celebrate the business practice of integrated reporting. One who does the best integrated reporting उसको award दे रहे हैं. Fine. And in last 2 years, ICAI has published some booklets. Okay, they came out with SAE 3410. It's still not effective. We did not do it. So SAE 3410 is greenhouse gas के related. Assurance engagement on greenhouse gas statement. Okay, background material on BRSR. Sustainable Development Goal 1 to 5, 6 to 11, 12 to 17. उसके related booklet is published. FAQs on sustainability reporting. So that all is there. Now what is included in BRSR report? It's for top 1000 listed companies. BRSR. So it's mandatory from financial year 22-23. It is in form of a questionnaire. Section 1 is general questionnaire about the company, uska product, service, employees, uske components, all that. Section B is management process and disclosure. Uske related question. The question related to policy, management process, governance, etc. And principle-wise performance disclosure. Now I told you NGRBC, National Guideline on Responsible Business Conduct, that came up. Uske andar 9 principles were there. On that 9 principles, you will be reporting under this BRSR, the report of key performance indicator in alignment with the 9 principles. It's divided in 2 categories. One is basically essential indicator, which are mandatory, leadership indicator, which are optional. Now, which are the 9 principles of BRSR? Which are the 9 principles of BRSR? Let's check over here. The 9 principles in BRSR are categorized into ESG component. 2 of the 9 is environment. 9 में से 2 environment related है, 3 are related to social and 4 are related to governance. तो 9 में से 2 are related to environment, 2 are related to environment, 3 related to social, 4 related to governance. Which are the 9? First, ethics, transparency, accountability. Ethics, transparency, accountability. The first principle emphasizes that the business decisions in the organization should be open to disclosure, accessible to the interested party. You need to develop policies, procedure, practices, ensuring that the ethics is not compromised. Information relating to policies, practices should be available to stakeholder. Adverse effect, if anything is there, more care should be taken for transparent disclosure. The one is first principle, ethics, transparency, accountability. This will help in having a good social relationship. Okay, number 2, safe and sustainable goods and services. Your goods and services which you are providing, that should be safe and sustainable. So production method, technologies should be devised so as to minimize the resource usage. The entities are responsible to educate and make aware the customers about their right, and they can measure that they reduce the over exploitation of natural resources. Again, this will affect again your relationship with the people as well as the environment, both. Okay, the first one was ethics, transparency, accountability. Number 2, safe and sustainable goods and services. Third one, you need to promote well-being of all employees, including those in the value chain. So compliance with all regulatory requirement as far as employees are concerned. You are required to respect the dignity of the employees, prevent all kind of child labor, work-life balance, timely payment. That all basically is coming over here. Give a workplace which is free from harassment. Life skill development, career development should be there. Fourth one, respect for stakeholders' interest. Respect for stakeholders' interest. The entities have to be transparent and communicate with stakeholder about the impact of their operations or business on people and nature. Identify interested parties and fairly share the benefits to the stakeholders. So respect the stakeholder also. The first was about ethics, transparency. Second was about sustainable goods and services. Third is about employees. Fourth is about your stakeholder. Fifth one, you respect and promote human rights. You respect and promote what? Human rights. The entity should have a clear understanding of human rights from the perspective of Constitution of India. You should integrate the human right element into your policies and respect the human rights of all the relevant stakeholders. Next one, you should protect and restore the environment. You should have policies, procedures in place to assess the impact which you have done on environment. Use of natural man-made resources, optimum manner is done, and measures basically what you can take to prevent pollution, destruction of forest, waste generation, etc. So protection, restoration of environment you need to do. Contribute towards climate change resilience. Look for avenues where you can improve your performance towards environmental responsibility. Seventh, influence on public and regulatory policy. Influence on public and regulatory policy. Organization go ahead with their contribution to policy formation. ठीक है. The association, trade group, etc. तो उनको भी साथ में लेके you take everyone and based on that you prepare your policy. That is what they're telling. Promote inclusive growth, equitable growth or equitable development. Promote inclusive growth, equitable development. Systems in place to identify and address the impact of social, cultural, economic aspect. ठीक है. Then review, measure, track the adverse effect of your activity on society, environment. Communities that have suffered because of company, try to take care of them. Design the CSR that will help the marginalized group which you have affected. So inclusive growth and equitable development. And last one is provide value to the customer. Value to the customer in a responsible manner. Reduce the negative effect of your product. Marketing should not be done in a haphazard way. Disclose all kind of adverse effect what can be there on user, planet, society, everything. Inform customer on safe and responsible ways of using it. Advertising, misleading, confusing information is not required, should not be there. So this is basically the 9th one. So which are the 9 principles which are there under National Guidelines for Responsible Business Conduct? Number 1, ethics, transparency, accountability. Number 2, safe and sustainable goods and services. Number 3, you promote well-being of your employee. 4th, you respect all your stakeholders. Respect all your stakeholders. 5th, you respect and promote human rights. 6th, you protect and restore the environment. 7th is you influence public and the regulatory policy for doing the right things. 8th, you promote inclusive growth, equitable development. And last one is basically you provide value to your customer. Okay, this is basically related to that. Now, assurance in BRSR. What is assurance in BRSR? Auditor called upon to report on BRSR. Auditor called upon to report on BRSR, or simple words में ESG audit. ESG audit. The ESG audit would be a process that would help the companies to evaluate the environmental social risk of companies' products, services and operation. Now see, SEBI has came out with BRSR. The BRSR is for top 1000 listed companies. उसके लिए वो है. Now ESG audit as such is not mandatory as of now. ESG audit is not mandatory as of now. ICAI has recently issued Sustainability Standard Assurance Engagement. The standards on sustainability assurance engagement. Standards on sustainability assurance engagement. Usme SSAE 3000 is there. This is a umbrella standard, the main standard. This is a main standard under which all the assurance engagement on sustainability information will come. It will basically help all. The assurance provider also, entities also, regulator also, सबको help करेगा. It is voluntary till 31st March 23, mandatory for period on or after 31st March 24. ठीक है. Now, this point, methodology to provide assurance on BRSR. अच्छा, BRSR is only for top 1000 listed company. If at all we have to give assurance on BRSR, how do we give? 1. Preliminary review of ESG report. On-site verification. Issuance of assessment report, assessment standard. Means, first of all, preliminary review tha. On-site gaye. Now questions came up. The questions are raised. We get a response. The issuance of assessment report is kind of raising question. Review of responses is kind of responses received. Then you submit your findings and prepare the final report with recommendation. Is it clear? ठीक है. Now, social audit standard, the Sustainability Reporting Standard Board of ICAI. ICAI has formed Sustainability Report Standard Board, and they have recently issued social audit standard. Social audit standard, and that will be basically mostly social audit standard will be applicable for Section 8 companies. And these are the social audit standards which are there. 100, 200, 300 से लेके 1600 तक. The following SAS have been issued, social audit standards. Find the role of auditor in audit of financial statement. This is okay, considering this, done. So this is your chapter of ESG audit or sustainable development goals. Important over here is intro portion. 3 pillars are there, ESG, that is to be explained. Then 17 SDGs are there. Then we have 9 principles which are given under your National Guidelines for Responsible Business Conduct. Then there's a question on BRSR, that is also important. So these are the few things which are important in this chapter. And we are done with the entire revision of your auditing subject. Each and every standard, each and every chapter, we have discussed it in detail. It's a thorough revision of around 20 hours. I hope this revision was useful to you. Wishing you all the best for your examination. Yes, all the best for your examination. And just remember one thing. Gone is gone, you cannot change it. Gone is gone, you cannot change it. What is there in your hand is the remaining thing, future. Just focus on the road in front of you. Focus on the road in front of you. Constantly looking in a rear view mirror will make you crash. So, sir, I did not do this earlier. I did not do this earlier. That's gone. You can't change it. Sir, this paper didn't go well. Gone. You can't change it. Focus on the road in front of you. I just want that the next 10 days of yours are the best one, and you give your 100% in this 10 days. And all your remaining examination go best, and you will be confident that you will clear out your examinations in first attempt. So all the best to all of you. If this revision has helped you out, do share about it to all your friends. Plus, our lectures for CA Final FR as well as auditing as per new syllabus is already available on Yashash Academy's website. We need your support. Please communicate about it or share about it to all your friends. Tell them to take our lectures. Our coverage in class is really exhaustive. Wishing you all the best again, and rock your examinations. Bye-bye everyone. Take care.